Credible Threat, Book 2 in the Blake Jordan series. Written by Ken Fite. Read for you by John Perhala. 1. Paul Hartman was still, listening to the rhythm of his little girl breathing as she slept peacefully next to him. At around midnight, a bad dream had awoken little Bella, causing her to run out of her room and climb into her parents' bed, further complicating her father's plans. Paul always welcomed his daughter to sleep in his bed whenever she was scared, but tonight was different. Tonight he had hoped for a few hours of shut-eye and worried about waking his daughter when 5 o'clock rolled around. Hartman lifted his head and leaned to his right to check on the time. The green display read 4:59 a.m. After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves and convincing himself that he couldn't delay any longer, Paul lifted the thick linen bedsheet that Bella had stolen most of during the night and tried not to wake her. Hartman climbed out of bed as quietly as he could so he wouldn't disturb Judy either. Just before he got to his feet, the bed squeaked, and Paul heard his wife's breathing stop for a few seconds. "Please, God, don't let her wake up," he prayed. When the breathing resumed and he was sure that Judy had fallen back to sleep, Hartman placed both hands on the bed, leaned over, kissed his little girl on the forehead, and mouthed, "I'm sorry." As the man walked out of the bedroom and stepped into the hallway, he made sure to stay as close to the wall as he could. Paul knew that was the best spot to walk to keep the floorboards from making any noise. Hartman used the nightlight just outside his daughter's bedroom to keep from running into any toys along the way. He took his time walking downstairs and went straight to the bathroom next to his office, where he had hidden a change of clothes. After changing, Hartman stared at his reflection in the mirror. After combing his dark, thinning hair, Paul set the comb down on the sink and unbuttoned a shirt pocket, pulling out the handwritten note he had penned the night before, and thought about where he could put it for Judy to find when Bella's stirring would finally wake her up and she'd come downstairs looking for him. Hartman grabbed the doorknob, twisted it, and gently pulled open the door. "What the hell are you doing?" Judy asked, standing at the doorway. Startled, Paul shoved the note in his pocket and took a step back while his wife followed him into the bathroom and closed the door behind her in an effort to avoid waking up Bella. "Are you seeing that woman again? Is that where you're sneaking off to? Why are you trying to break this family apart, Paul?" Hartman grabbed his wife and spun her around so that she was no longer blocking him from the door. "Will you let that go? I told you, it was a wrong number. I need to leave now. I'm going to be late." "Leave? For where? Who sneaks out of their house at 5 o'clock in the morning? Cheaters, that's who." "Keep your voice down. You're going to wake up Bella," said Paul, staring down his wife before pulling the door open and walking to the foyer to find his shoes. Hartman sat at the end of the stairs as his wife followed him and again blocked him from leaving as he finished tying the other shoe and stood to leave. "I'm not going to let you do this. If you walk out this door, don't expect me to let you back in." For a brief moment, Paul hesitated and considered telling Judy the truth. It would have made things a lot easier for him. But he decided that keeping his wife in the dark would help keep Judy and Bella safe. "Not sure when I'll be back. We have another job out of state to handle," said Hartman as he stepped outside and climbed into his truck. "I'll call later tonight, so I can talk with Bella before she goes to bed." His wife followed, pulling her light blue robe tight against her body and trying to stay warm. Before she could decide what to do, her husband had already backed out and started driving away from their home. Judy Hartman stood at the edge of the driveway, watching the fading glow of the brake lights as her husband turned the corner at the end of their street and disappeared. As soon as her husband left, Judy walked back inside and locked the door behind her. She picked up her cell phone and activated a program for locating family members that she had also installed on her husband's phone several weeks before, the last time he disappeared after she caught him talking to another woman. She grabbed a blanket from a downstairs closet and sat down on the couch, holding the phone with both hands. She watched the marker that represented her husband move across the map on her phone screen. "Where are you going? And why are you doing this?" Judy whispered as she watched her husband maneuver the icy streets of Chicago, leaving their Oak Park neighborhood, heading toward downtown. 20 minutes later, the marker representing Paul stopped moving. Judy almost didn't notice it, as she had spent the last several minutes in what felt like a trance, trying to figure out where he might be going. When she realized that her husband's truck had stopped, she zoomed in on the screen to find his location. Paul was driving slowly on Congress, heading east. Judy decided that Paul must be getting close to his destination and had an idea. "I'll go find him." She ran up the stairs and flipped on the light in her bedroom. "Mommy?" said Bella as she squinted her eyes and was blinded by the bright light shining in her face. "Where's Daddy?" Judy ignored her daughter, removed her robe, and started getting dressed. "Come on, baby girl. We have to get going," she said as she picked up her daughter and started walking toward the stairs. When she finally got her daughter into the minivan that had been parked in the driveway next to Paul's truck, Judy looked back at her phone again. The marker representing her husband was gone. Judy sat motionless, trying to figure out what had happened. After a few seconds, she called her husband, but the call went straight to voicemail. She tried to access the tracking application from her phone again and confirmed that her husband could not be located. "Why'd you turn your phone off?" "Mommy, I'm tired," said Bella from the back seat. "I want to go back to sleep." Judy Hartman unbuckled her seatbelt, stepped outside the car, and opened the door to let her daughter out. They carefully climbed the icy driveway and stepped into the house. "Pick me up," demanded Bella, and her mother carried her up the stairs and tucked her back in bed. Judy turned the light off, sat down next to her daughter, and stared out into the darkness of her room, waiting for her eyes to adjust. "I want Daddy," said Bella, and Judy turned to rub the little girl's back. "I know, sweetie. Daddy will be home soon. Just close your eyes right now and go back to sleep." 2. When he approached downtown, Paul Hartman's hands began to sweat. He wiped them on his jeans as he drove his truck down Congress and slowed down just before he reached Michigan Avenue. Hartman hung a right just after passing Wabash and pulled his truck into the Congress Plaza Hotel parking garage. He drove to the gate and pushed a button to dispense a ticket, which he took and placed on his dashboard. After the bar lifted and he passed underneath, Paul noticed a sign with prices for parking. $25? He asked in disbelief. Paul let his foot off the brake and moved forward anyway. While he didn't want to be late, he had no intention of paying that kind of money to park downtown. Once inside the garage, Paul drove to the third level and pulled into an open spot. He picked up his cell phone and stuffed it in the glove box before getting out of the truck and grabbing a heavy coat from the back seat. Paul walked to the end of the garage and found a set of stairs at the far corner. He jogged to the ground level, watching the steam surround his face every time he exhaled. When he got to the corner of Congress and Michigan, Paul noticed a marquee across the street that read 16 degrees. A burst of wind from Lake Michigan hit Paul's face, causing him to flinch and close his eyes for a moment before he ran across the street and walked in the direction of Buckingham Fountain. Paul walked around the gigantic fountain, unable to locate the woman he was supposed to meet. "I'm here," Paul said, circling the fountain and looking all around while getting sprayed by ice-cold water whenever a gust of wind from the lake caught the sprays from the fountain at just the right time. "Where are you?" he yelled over the constant hiss of the fountain, which drowned out the sound of the occasional car driving past him on Lakeshore Drive. Paul thought it was loud enough to drown out footsteps, too. Not being able to hear someone walk up made Paul nervous. More than nervous, it made him paranoid. Then there was the darkness. It was hard to make anything out at 5:30 in the morning. 2 full hours until daybreak. The only light came from the fountain, which had an eerie glow that alternated between red and purple. Paul looked up and noticed a few lights were coming on inside many of the nearby skyscrapers, making up the Chicago skyline, and wondered for a moment if anyone could see him out there. He thought about his warm bed back in Oak Park, and wished he could still be next to his little Bella. As soon as Paul passed the north side of the fountain, he felt the presence of someone watching him. Paul jerked around and stared into the dark bushes of Grant Park, desperately searching everywhere for someone to emerge and feel his heart pounding hard in his chest. Then he saw her. The silhouette of a woman wearing all black began to form as she walked out of the bushes and headed in Paul's direction. She wore a heavy coat with a scarf wrapped around her neck. She was beautiful and knew how to get what she wanted from a man. She scared the hell out of Paul. "Were you followed?" asked the woman. "Of course not. Nobody's out on the roads at this time." "And your phone?" "I turned it off before I left the house, like you asked me to. It's in the car." Paul looked over her shoulder and off to the side, trying to figure out if they were alone. "Now tell me why I'm here." The woman smiled. "You know why. You need money. 10,000 if I remember correctly." "I want the money I worked for already. The money you owe me." Paul looked away toward the skyline. "You need to do one more favor for me, and then you'll get paid for both jobs. 20 grand. "Give me the money and I walk. I don't want to be involved in any of this anymore. Do you know? "Mr. Hartman," said the woman, interrupting Paul and taking control of the situation, "I suggest you do me this favor before things get more complicated for you." She reached into her coat and pulled out a picture of his daughter and turned it around for him to see. A black and white still taken from outside Paul's home let him know that the woman and whoever she worked for knew exactly where he lived. Paul walked closer and looked down on the woman. She lifted her hand as if to say stop, and Paul saw a man step out of the shadows from behind her, holding a gun. Paul took a step back and noticed that the man was holding a small aluminum briefcase in his other hand. Paul refocused on the woman and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. "What do you want me to do?" She motioned to the man behind her to hand the briefcase over to Paul, who reluctantly accepted it. "I understand you have an important assignment later this morning, correct?" Paul hesitated, realizing that the woman knew more about him than he thought, and finally nodded yes. "Good. You will hide this somewhere inside the vehicle where it cannot be found. When you get to your final destination, you will hand it off to one of my men. Then you will get paid. Do you understand?" Paul tried to open the briefcase, but it was locked. "Where's the key?" he asked before shaking it twice. She stepped away from Paul with a concerned look in her eyes. "Mr. Hartman, please don't do that." Paul felt his heart skip a beat as it pounded harder than it ever had in his entire life. He held on to the small briefcase with 2 hands and stretched them out in front of him. "What the hell's in this thing?" The woman dropped the photo of his daughter, and Paul watched it fall to the ground, only to get picked up by another gust of wind that carried it away back toward the entrance to Grant Park. "Hide the briefcase. Get it to my man. Get paid," she said, as Paul watched her disappear into the night. The man she was with followed, and a moment later, he was gone too. The nearby buildings caught his attention again. He watched a few more lights turn on inside the skyscrapers. The small briefcase felt very heavy to Paul, and he wondered again what might be inside it. Paul carefully set the briefcase on the ground and sat down at the edge of the fountain, trying to focus and make sense of what had just happened. Another gust of wind blew in from Lake Michigan, spraying water on him. He had a decision to make that would change the rest of his life. Could he really pull off conning one of the greatest intelligence agencies on the planet? Three. The flight from Chicago took less than 2 hours. just long enough for the Boeing 737 to hit a cruising altitude of 36,000 feet before the pilot started the slow descent and final approach to Washington Dulles International Airport. "Blake, we're about to land," Jamie said softly, putting her hand on my arm so she wouldn't startle me. I opened my eyes and turned to see her smiling at me. "How did you sleep?" "I didn't," I replied, turning my gaze to the front of the plane as I watched the "Fasten Your Seatbelt" sign light up, and we heard the pilot begin to speak, letting us know that we would touch down in 10 minutes. Jamie was still staring at me, a little thing she did whenever she was bothered by something, I'd learned. "What's wrong, Jamie?" "I'm worried about you. You're not eating, you're not sleeping. You've been in this funk for months. When are you going to be you again?" "Maybe this is me," I said, growing too impatient too quickly. "You're not on the clock, Jamie. You're on vacation. Can you stop with the interrogation?" Jamie turned away and smiled at a little boy who ran past her back to his seat, followed by his apologetic mother. She didn't speak again until the American Airlines aircraft landed a few minutes later. "You should text Chris and see if he's already here," she said, as the plane inched its way toward the gate. "He'll be here. If he was late, he'd let us know," I replied, as Jamie and I stood and I grabbed our bags from the overhead compartment. "You know, we should have just rented a car or taken a cab to the hotel." "Blake, Chris is your friend. This is what friends do. Besides, it'll give you two a chance to catch up." 20 minutes later, we walked outside, bags in hand, to find Chris Reed. I started to pull out my cell phone to give him a call, since I didn't see him at first, but before I could call, Chris waved us down. Jamie and I walked over to his black Tahoe as he jumped out and jogged over to greet us. "Agent Jamie Davis, how the heck are you?" asked Chris, and I watched him give Jamie a big hug. "Hey, man," I said when he turned to me, and we shook hands, followed by a quick embrace. "Blake Jordan, great to see you. Let me help you with your bags," he said as he placed our luggage in the back of his SUV. Jamie insisted that I sit in the front seat. A moment later, Chris drove off. "Where to?" "To the Hay Adams Hoke," Jamie joked, doing her best Miss Daisy impression from the back seat. Chris turned to me and laughed. "What is this, driving Miss Davis?" he asked, and Jamie snickered. "She's excited about Inauguration Day tomorrow. Can't you tell?" "I can see that," said Chris as we left the airport and headed east. "I knew you two wouldn't miss it. Still a DDC, Jamie?" he asked, knowing the answer but trying to make conversation. I looked over my shoulder and saw Jamie nod. "The good old Department of Domestic Counterterrorism," he added. "We spent a lot of time together, the three of us," Jamie replied. "A lot of time together. You don't truly know someone until you see how they react to their bag of Cheetos getting stuck in a vending machine at 3 in the morning, I quipped, looking in Chris's direction. Chris Reed smiled. "Blake was a great boss, just like a diaper," he said, waiting for Jamie to take the bait. "A diaper?" she asked from the back seat. "Yeah. Always on your ass and usually full of crap." I shook my head and looked out the window as Chris and Jamie shared a laugh at my expense. "It's great to be back together again, even if it's just for a short drive. Thanks for picking us up, Chris," said Jamie. "Anytime. Glad to do it. It's impossible to find a cab nowadays, especially with everything going on this week. And the metro is insane, with close to 1 million people visiting D.C. to watch the inauguration." After a few seconds passed, Chris turned to me. "So how are you, man? When do you start the new gig?" "Went a few months looking for another job. Hard to find work after being fired. That's kind of a resume killer. Nobody wants you. I start the new job today. Not sure what to expect, but glad to be working again. So, how'd you end up at the FBI, Chris? I thought you hated those guys as much as I did." "Bill Landry," Chris said. "He reached out to me before the holidays. I guess he transferred to Washington late last year. He's in charge of the D.C. field office now. I tried to bring you in, but he said you were toxic," I said, interrupting him. "Unpredictable." An awkward silence hung in the air. "What's that supposed to mean?" Jamie finally asked. Chris looked at Jamie in the rearview mirror, then turned to me. "Look, Blake, Landry thinks you're an ends justifies the means kind of guy, especially after last August. You used to be so by the book. I'm not sure what happened to you, but it's like you don't care that there are rules and procedures and—" "I've paid for my sins, Chris, and it cost me everything. You know that." After a few more minutes of silence, Chris finally spoke again. "I don't think you would have wanted to work for the FBI anyway, Blake." I smiled and looked out the passenger window. He was right about that. Before we reached the hotel, Chris's cell phone rang. It was Landry, who needed Reed to get to the office ASAP. "Duty calls. You know how it is. You have to be at their beck and call 24/7, said Chris. "Just drop us off out front," replied Jamie from the back seat as we approached the Hay Adams. Chris parked underneath the overhang and helped us with our bags. We said our goodbyes and approached the door. A Secret Service agent walked up to us. "My name's Blake Jordan," I said, and handed my identification to the agent, who looked it over. "Follow me," he replied, and Jamie and I stayed close behind as he walked us inside the historic hotel. 4. Paul hurried across Grant Park, heading back to the parking garage at the Congress Plaza Hotel. Before he reached Columbus, he spotted the picture of his daughter and bent down to pick it up. Before he could grab it, Paul felt another gust of wind hit his back and watched the photo get carried away from him. As it disappeared, somewhere in the direction that the woman had left, Paul thought about his Bella and how important the next few hours would be, not only for getting paid, but now for his family's safety. Paul crossed Michigan, and after arriving at the garage, he carefully held on to the briefcase, jogged up the stairs, and reached the 3rd level and found his truck. He thought about how he was going to pay for parking and decided he shouldn't use a credit card that could be traced. Paul checked his wallet and confirmed that he didn't have any cash on him either. He took a deep breath and backed out. While driving to the exit of the parking garage, Paul reached for the ticket he had placed on the dashboard earlier, when another car started backing out of a spot, and Paul had to slam on the brakes. After almost hitting the car, Paul had an idea how to get out of the garage. The moment that the person in the car ahead of him paid, and the white bar rose, allowing the vehicle to pass, Paul gunned it, hoping to make it through before the bar could lower on his truck. He almost made it. Paul watched the arm of the bar come down and hit the back of his pickup, hard, surely denting the vehicle and causing more of a scene than he had hoped. Paul just wanted to get out of there without having to talk to anyone that could identify him. A moment later, he was back on Congress Parkway and turned right at Michigan, heading south. When Paul hit 25th Street, he hung a right and drove west, pulling into a parking lot once he passed State. He exited the vehicle, grabbed the briefcase, and walked past the 2 large bay doors, fumbling for his keys as he approached the entrance to his office. Once inside, Paul flipped on the lights and headed into Bay 2, where one of his 2 large Hartman Moving Company trucks was parked. Paul carefully set the briefcase down on the concrete floor, dropped his keys next to it, and started walking around the truck, trying to figure out what his options might be. He had to hide the briefcase somewhere inside the van, in a place where it wouldn't be easily spotted. Paul walked to the rear of the van he had refueled the day before and pulled on the latch, unlocking it. He pushed up on the heavy door and climbed inside, looking for a spot, any spot, that might work. The bed of the van was completely empty, with no compartments to hide the small briefcase. Paul looked at his watch and, seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, he began to panic, realizing that he had 15 minutes before his client and employee would arrive. He opened the driver's side door, popped the hood, and jogged to the front of the vehicle. There wasn't any extra room to store the briefcase there either. "Think, damn it, think," Paul muttered to himself. He looked at his watch again and saw that he only had a few minutes left. Then it hit him. He'd have to hide it in plain sight. It was the only option he could think of, and the only one that might actually work. Paul grabbed the briefcase and walked to his office in the back of the building and set it down on his desk. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out the large lunch cooler that Judy had given him for Christmas the year before, back when he was still handling moves himself, before he could afford to hire additional help. It looked big enough. Paul felt his heart skip again, knowing that this absolutely had to work, since he had run out of time and exhausted every other possible option. He unzipped the orange igloo cooler, grabbed the aluminum briefcase, and carefully turned it on its side and slid it down into the base of the cooler. As Paul pushed, the briefcase got stuck. Then he heard what sounded like car doors being closed just outside his office window. Paul stepped to the right and slowly pulled down the blinds overlooking the lot and saw that Richard had arrived, ready for work. A black SUV then pulled in and parked next to Richard's car, and Paul saw two men exit their vehicle and start talking with his employee. Paul let go of the blinds and pulled the briefcase back out an inch to try to reseat it back into the cooler. This time it slid right in, and Paul pushed it all the way down before he placed a thermos on top, along with bags of trail mix from another desk drawer to conceal the briefcase before he zipped the cooler closed. He walked to the front of the office and unlocked the door just as the three men approached. "Morning, Rich," Paul said before turning to the other men, who'd followed Rich inside. "You must be the gentleman we'll be working with this morning," he continued, extending his hand to the other men. "Mark Hastings, Secret Service. This is my partner, Terry Miller." "Paul Hartman. Pleased to meet both of you. And this is my partner, Rich Sullivan. We'll be handling your move today." The men laughed as Rich shot Paul a confused look and wondered what was going on. "Are you familiar with the Kenwood neighborhood?" asked Hastings. "Of course. It's just north of the University of Chicago. We just handled a move in that area last month." "We'll drive ahead of you. Try to keep up," Miller said. "Everything's boxed up, just needs to be loaded. Do you have any questions?" Paul shook his head. "I'm good," he said, and turned to Rich. "I'm good too," he said, staring at his boss, still trying to understand what was happening. "All right, well then, we're ready if you are," said Hastings, as he and Miller stepped toward the door. "Let me just lock up. We'll open the bay and follow you over to the property," Paul said. As soon as the men stepped out and headed to their SUV, Rich approached Paul and grabbed his arm. "Where's Cliff? I thought we were both scheduled to work this assignment." "He called in sick, Rich. This is a two-man job and a very high-profile client that I'm going to want more business from. You know how good government contracts are. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. Go open the bay and start the truck for me. I have to grab my cooler, and I'll join you in a second." 5. We followed the Secret Service agent through an arched doorway and stepped inside the building. The Hay Adams is a 5-star luxury hotel located across the street from the White House, where government officials and the occasional president-elect like to hold meetings due to the close proximity to the White House. Meetings like the one I was set to attend in just a few hours. If these walls could talk, I thought to myself as I straightened my tie and buttoned my blazer. The agent who was escorting us to the front desk radioed to the other men in the building. I didn't catch what he said, but I did spot another agent to my right, leaning against the wall at the far end of the room. He didn't see us walking to the front desk. It looked like he was standing guard outside a conference room down the hall. I waited for him to acknowledge the transmission from the agent we were walking with, but he never did. It was like he didn't even hear the transmission. There was no response. When we reached the front desk, the agent who we followed got the attention of the man standing behind the desk with his back turned to us. "Blake Jordan has arrived," the agent said, before he turned to leave after handing us off to the clerk. "Welcome to the Hay Adams. 2 guests, 2 nights. Check out Saturday morning, correct?" "That's right," I replied, and looked back over my shoulder, realizing that the agent who walked us in had already disappeared. Something didn't seem right, but I dismissed the thought and tried to relax. "I'm sorry," the clerk said as he typed. There seems to be a slight problem, Mr. Jordan. We double-booked a few rooms, and your suite isn't ready yet. If you'd like, we can take your bags and bring them up shortly. It'll be about an hour, if you don't mind waiting. I'll print your key cards so you'll have them." Jamie looked at me and smiled. "Fine," I replied, and handed the man my suitcase, as did Jamie. I grabbed the key cards and handed one to Jamie, who I noticed kept a bag strapped to her shoulder. "I have you on the top floor, and I think you'll both like the view," the man said, winking, and Jamie squeezed my hand. She was so excited to be traveling with me, but I was on edge, knowing it was a work trip. "Let's go get some breakfast," Jamie suggested as we took a moment to take in the historic hotel. Wood paneling ran up the walls, and the vaulted ceilings made the lobby feel bigger than it actually was. "May I suggest the Lafayette?" the clerk offered, and Jamie and I turned back around. "The restaurant is right around the corner, but, Mr. Jordan, your party has reserved the top of the hay for breakfast. Best view of the White House and all of Washington." "Thanks," I replied, and Jamie and I found our way upstairs. We were taken to a table out on the balcony, overlooking Lafayette Square, the White House, and the Washington Monument in the distance. The view was breathtaking. "This feels so surreal," Jamie said as she held onto a menu and admired the view until our waiter approached the table to take our order. After he poured 2 cups of steaming hot coffee, my eyes focused on the black corduroy duffel bag that Jamie kept at her feet. "What's in the bag?" I asked. Jamie gave me a look that said I'd better drop it, but she knew me better than that. "Let me guess. You brought your laptop with you," I continued, waiting for her to confess. "What else you got in there? Schematics of the hotel? A firearm? A few blocks of C4? "You know better than anybody that I can't just leave work at work, Blake. Besides, there's no one left." "What does that mean?" "You're gone, Reed's gone, Shapiro cleaned house, took out everyone that knew what they were doing." "You have Morgan Lennox. He wants to cooperate, I mean." That made her laugh. "I haven't seen much of Morgan lately. After his little systems takeover to help you find Keller, he's been working closely with Landry and Shapiro to review the FBI's system security." Jamie took a sip of her coffee, added more cream, and stirred it slowly. "But you know what I mean, Blake. It's not the same without you there. And as much as I hate feeling like I'm always on, I feel better checking in on things." She paused. "Don't you sleep better at night knowing that I'm making sure everyone's doing their job?" "You know I do," I replied. "But they're going to make you special agent in charge if you keep it up." Jamie reached her hand across the table and grabbed mine. "I won't let work get in the way of our trip." "Famous last words," I joked as I let go of her hands, picked up my coffee, and took a cautious sip. "You have that meeting in a little while. Are you nervous?" I shrugged, just glad to be doing something new. Jamie pursed her lips to one side and looked away. "What?" She shook her head and took another sip of coffee. "Come on, Jamie. What's on your mind?" I set my coffee down and grabbed her hands again. "You're worried about me letting work get in the way. But you're the one taking a job in Washington." "It's just a short staff meeting over lunch. The rest of the trip will be just you and me. I promise. And if you're worried about the job consuming me, I won't let that happen again. My job won't define me." Jamie tried to pull her hands away, and I held on to them more tightly. "But our jobs do define us," she argued. "Every decision, every indecision. All of it defines us, Blake, and I'm not worried about today. I'm worried about your job being in D.C. You know I'm not going to change my mind. I won't move here." "I'm not asking you to." I smiled to reassure her. "Chicago is your home. I have a lot of bad memories there, but I'm committed to making this work. Besides, I could use the frequent flyer miles." Our waiter approached, and I told him we needed a few more minutes to look over our menus. "I still believe you're destined for great things, Blake. I just don't want to get in the way of that." Before I could respond, Jamie's cell phone rang. She tried to let go of my hands again, but I held on for a few seconds longer.
"Blake, I need to get this."
Jamie pulled her phone out from a jacket pocket. She held it in front of her to see if she recognized the number. She looked at me and hesitated to answer the call.
"It's DDC,"
she said, and stared at me. 6. "Take the call," I said as I stood, picked up my coffee and walked to the edge of the balcony to admire the view. I leaned against the black metal railing and watched as a group of men in Lafayette Square were making sure the park was as pristine as it could be for the millions of visitors who were flooding into the city. I looked beyond the square, and my eyes landed upon the White House. I thought about how 24 hours from now there would be a new president in power, taking the country in a completely different direction from where it had been going for the past 8 years, and I was honored to be asked to play a part in that change. God knew we needed a change in our leadership. I refocused my thoughts when I heard what sounded like Jamie gasp from behind me. I figured that Jamie's boss was just checking in with her. As a former special agent in charge, I knew firsthand that you should always know where your agents are and stay in constant contact with them.
"Here? In Washington?"
she asked, sounding concerned as I returned to our table. "What's going on?" I asked as Jamie held a hand up to me while she continued to listen to the caller. Jamie's long brown hair covered her face as she continued to listen with her head turned away from me.
"What do you need me to do?"
she asked. My heart started to race. I watched Jamie hold the cell phone against her ear with her shoulder as she reached for the zipper to find the laptop stuffed inside the duffel bag she had kept underneath our table. Jamie sat back up, moved her coffee to the side, and opened the laptop for it to boot up while she listened to the caller.
"Understood. I'm logging in right now,"
she said, disconnected the call, and placed her phone on the table. I watched her take a deep breath. I pulled my chair out, sat back down, and waited for Jamie to tell me what happened.
"An interagency bulletin was just issued from the FBI's D.C. field office.
She paused as our waiter approached our table.
"More coffee?"
the man asked as he topped off our cups. "Better leave it here," I said. Our waiter left the hot carafe on our table. I grabbed the menus and set them aside. "What happened? Think it's related to the call that Chris Reed got a few minutes ago?"
Jamie nodded. "I think so."
She looked back down at her laptop and started typing in her login credentials. Before she could tell me more, we heard our waiter talking loudly to someone inside. I turned around and heard a woman walking quickly across the tile floor. Our waiter appeared and extended his hand in our direction. Jamie and I were the only couple sitting outside, so I knew he was directing the woman to our table. When she got closer, I recognized her and knew exactly who she was. As she approached, she held out her hand to greet me. Jamie and I stood.
"Blake Jordan?"
she asked, and I nodded as our hands clasped.
"Emma Ross," she said. "Glad I found you. I tried your cell, but it didn't even ring."
I grabbed my phone from an inside pocket of my blazer and realized I hadn't turned it on after we landed. "This is Jamie Davis," I said, nodding in Jamie's direction, and watched Ross extend her hand to greet her.
"Mr. Jordan, something's come up, and I need you to come with me right away."
"What happened?" I asked, but Ross didn't answer. Her eyes shifted to Jamie.
"Does this have anything to do with a bulletin that the FBI issued?"
Jamie asked, trying to understand if the phone call she had just received was related. Ross looked surprised and turned to me. "Department of Domestic Counterterrorism," I said, as I looked back in Jamie's direction, letting Ross know she could speak freely in front of Jamie, if she was able to.
"I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to speak openly about this. Mr. Jordan, if you will please follow me."
Jamie sat back down and stared at her laptop and started typing again.
"I'll stay here a little bit longer. Our room should be ready soon. I'll head over shortly and keep working from there. Okay?"
"Sounds good." I followed Ross from the patio back inside as we headed for the elevator. She pressed the button for our floor and waited for the doors to close.
Defense Secretary Gibson asked for an emergency National Security Council meeting at 10, she continued. I knew you were attending the staff meeting at noon and thought you might be here in the hotel somewhere. Glad you got here early.
What's going on? I asked as we arrived at our floor and Ross and I exited the elevator. As we did, a younger man emerged from an adjacent room that I figured he and a few others might have been using as an impromptu office to work from. The door closed before I could see who else he had been meeting with. You must be Blake, the young man said, extending his hand to me. Max Donovan, aide to VP-elect Mike Billings. I've also been leading the handoff between the two administrations to make sure the transition is seamless. How's that working out for you? I asked sarcastically, knowing how secretive the outgoing administration had been over the last several years. What would have been the perfect opportunity to unify the country had instead torn it apart, creating more division between our parties than ever before. A lot harder than we thought it would be. Rouse's team hasn't been very partnering. You don't say, I added for emphasis. But it looks like we're going to be working a lot more closely with the old guard than we thought we would with what's brewing right now. Did Ms. Ross get a chance to fill you in? I was just getting there, said Ross. Her heels echoed through the hallway. As I was saying, Gibson asked for an emergency meeting of the National Security Council. I slid my phone back into the inside pocket of my blazer after checking for any urgent emails and noticing I had a voicemail waiting. Probably from Emma Ross. We're missing a few key players as they're still making their way into the metro, but this couldn't wait. As we moved, Ross was stopped by a Secret Service agent who whispered something to the Chief of Staff. How far out is he? She asked, keeping her voice down. Donovan and I looked at each other, knowing who she was talking about. That's fine, she said. We'll bring him up to speed when he gets here. Ross continued leading us down the hallway. We turned another corner as Donovan and I followed closely. At the end of the hallway, I saw another agent standing outside a set of wooden double doors. I watched the man speak into his throat mic as we got closer, and he opened one of the doors to let us in. 7. Seated around a small rectangular conference table were Defense Secretary Ron Gibson, National Security Advisor Gary Wallace, and VP-elect Mike Billings, who stood as soon as I entered the room. This is Blake Jordan. Blake will be serving as an advisor to the President on matters of domestic counterterrorism, Billings said, as I took a seat across from him and exchanged greetings with Gibson and Wallace. Max Donovan sat down next to me, and Chief of Staff Ross gave Billings a status update. After Donovan and I got situated, we turned our attention to Billings. The President-elect is en route from Blair House. He asked us to get started without him. I stared out the conference room windows and again saw a perfect view of the White House. Large windows lined the entire wall, providing a panoramic southern view of Washington. The FBI got word about an hour ago about a credible threat that they're looking into, Billings continued. Ron, I know we don't have a lot to go on right now, but can you fill us in on what we do know so far? I thought of Chris Reed again. Now I was sure this was the reason why he got called into the office. The defense secretary cleared his throat and looked at each of us before he began. I spoke to the director at the FBI half an hour ago. He informed me that they received an anonymous tip about a terror plot being set in motion by 4 Somali extremists and planned for tomorrow's inauguration. We receive threats every day, Wallace said, interrupting Gibson. What makes this one any different? The terror group, the defense secretary continued, is said to be acting on behalf of the Al-Shabaab, the Al-Qaeda affiliate in Eastern Africa, the Mujahideen youth movement, I added. Correct, said Gibson. What makes this threat credible is that this morning an informant walked into an overseas U.S. embassy claiming that Canadian disciples of Al-Shabaab had crossed the northern border, intending to detonate explosives here in Washington sometime during tomorrow's inauguration. Why didn't we stop them at the border? The Somalis weren't on a watch list? Billings asked.
Al-Shabaab is an outlawed terrorist organization in the United States, but not in Canada, Gibson replied. There isn't a lot of intel on how they got into the country, but from what the FBI can tell by working with the Canadian officials, everyone is in agreement that the threat is real and is escalating quickly. Wallace leaned forward, interlaced his fingers, and set them on the desk before speaking. You know, Ron, something like this seems to come up every 4 years. It doesn't seem very credible to me, to be honest. Gary, the defense secretary interrupted. Canadian officials confirmed for us that 4 young men disappeared from Toronto last week. The FBI is working with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service to search their databases to understand exactly who these men are, where they may be if they're in the city, and what kind of threat we're facing so we can figure out just what we might be able to do about it. Canada hosts one of the largest Somali communities in the world, I added. Just a few months ago, 6 Somali teenagers vanished from Toronto, and the CSIS found them in Somalia as members of Al-Shabaab. There's a gap in their border that they refuse to address. If these men are going to be a problem, then I think we should look into other options for the inaugural address. Max Donovan had remained quiet up until now, but when I made that comment, I noticed that he began staring at me. I wasn't sure why, and I tried to dismiss it, knowing that he was an aide to Billings. How do they get back into Canada? Donovan asked, his gaze finally moving away from me. They don't, replied Billings. It's like the handful of Americans who disappear every year, and our own intelligence agencies later discover that they've defected and joined ISIS. They understand it's a one-way ticket, and once they leave, they'll have a hell of a time explaining their whereabouts to get back in. A handful? Asked Wallace. Let me remind you that close to 300 Americans have disappeared from our shores, only to show up in Iraq or Syria. Canada isn't the only country with border problems, Mike. And by the way, I don't know about Canada, but some of these defectors do get back into the U.S. Unless they disappear, Donovan added. And as he spoke, I felt uneasy. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about the guy just didn't feel right to me. Some of them are intentionally sent over, said Gibson. And you're right, Max. Many do disappear. Brave men and women who know the risks of immersing themselves into the Islamic State for covert surveillance on behalf of our nation, knowing full well that they may never return home if their cover is blown. The others, he insisted, and looked in Wallace's direction. We have no idea where they disappear to. Let's stay on track here, said Billings. What is the CSIS doing right now, Ron? Right. What are they doing, and how do we get the names of the Somalis? I asked, thinking about Jamie. If the CSIS and FBI have this information, they need to make sure they're not operating in silos and share that across all of our intelligence agencies. Out of the corner of my eye, I sensed Max Donovan glaring at me. He didn't seem to like my aggressiveness. That was the feeling I got, anyway. I didn't acknowledge his glare, but I noticed it. Maybe he's just trying to get a feel for how I work. My understanding is that the Somali men have been identified. Canadian intelligence did provide the FBI with names, and both agencies are working closely together, cross-referencing international terror databases to find everything they can. And when are they going to share the names and what they find with us? Blake, they're just being very careful right now. You know how this works. The FBI will delay releasing everything they know as long as they can, if they think they have a chance at grabbing these people before they figure out we're onto them. The moment names are released, the media gets wind, and we lose our advantage to take them by surprise. We have to trust the FBI to see this through. Fine, I said. Having run the Department of Domestic Counterterrorism, I knew how frustrating it was dealing with the FBI and how they could make things unnecessarily complicated. This was exactly why I hated those guys. But I decided to let it go and leave the battle with the defense secretary for another day. What's the target? I asked. Before Gibson could reply, I heard the man stationed outside the door speak in code,
in a low voice. "Visual on Hawk," the agent said, his voice muffled by the door. 8. I turned and saw Emma Ross walk back into the room, followed by my longtime friend and mentor. "Mr. President," I said as I stood, and James Keller entered the room and shook my hand. "You can call me that tomorrow," said Keller with a brief smile. "It's good to see you, Blake." The President-elect walked past me and took a seat at the head of the table. "Catch me up, Ron," he continued, as Chief of Staff Ross handed him a manila envelope, which Keller opened to review the contents. Defense Secretary Ron Gibson cleared his throat again. "We were just going through what we know so far about the attack that we believe will take place sometime tomorrow. No additional information has been learned in the past half hour since we spoke, so we're all caught up on the situation." Keller spread the contents of the manila envelope in front of him, including the FBI bulletin outlining the details that Gibson had just reviewed. He retrieved his reading glasses from inside his jacket, and as he read, Keller massaged his temples. "There isn't much meat to this, Ron." "I was just asking about the target," I said. "Do we have any idea where the attack could take place?" "That's the problem," replied Billings. "It sounds like nobody knows that yet. Could be anywhere." "So it could be at the National Mall, the parade, the ball—" "Anywhere, Mr. Jordan," Billings snapped, visibly upset and catching me off guard. I watched as he shot his aide a look. I turned to watch Donovan's reaction. That's when I realized Max Donovan is hiding something. For a man who had barely uttered a word in our meeting so far, I caught what I believed to be a micro-expression, a brief facial expression lasting only a fraction of a second. I had been exposed to micro-expression training during my SEAL days, though I spent the majority of my time in sniper training. I continued to study Max Donovan and confirmed that whenever certain members of Keller's team spoke, his micro-expressions would express disgust and anger. I watched as his nose wrinkled and lips narrowed whenever his boss, VP-elect Billings, spoke as well. He seemed to have a problem with all of us in the room. As Keller continued to speak, Donovan exhibited more micro-expressions. I watched as the corner of his mouth tightened on one side of his face, indicating a high level of contempt for the President-elect. What's going on with this guy? I wondered, and turned away before he could notice me analyzing him. "Until we have more to go on, I don't want any changes to the itinerary for tomorrow," Keller said. "I don't agree. We should plan for the worst," said Mike Billings. "We can cancel the ceremony and swear you into office in the East Room of the White House. We can still televise it live. This way—" "Damn it, Mike! I won't allow a faceless terrorist or group of terrorists, or anybody for that matter, to hold me hostage. I'm not going to let the American people see their president cower in fear," said Keller. National Security Advisor Gary Wallace had had enough. "To answer your question, Blake, I think it's safe to say that the most likely target for an attack will be at the National Mall. I understand close to 1 million civilians will be in attendance to watch Keller being sworn in," I added. "Updated projections as of this morning have it closer to 2, maybe even 3 million, said Wallace. "What are you thinking, Blake?" Keller asked as he turned to me. "Sir, to play devil's advocate," I said, proceeding cautiously, "what is the Secret Service supposed to do if a bomb detonates in the back of the crowd somewhere on the National Mall during the inaugural address?" I saw Donovan watching me carefully as I turned to Wallace and Gibson. "What does the president do if that happens? Is the Secret Service going to whisk him off the stage in the middle of his speech? What kind of impression will that make with the entire world watching?" I asked. Keller removed his glasses and placed them on the table in front of him. "I appreciate the concern, but let me be clear. Until we have more information, there will be no changes." I watched Billings smile, believing that he knew Keller just as well as I did, and knowing how stubborn he could be.
I'll get the speechwriters to draft something for you to read, in case there's an attack," said Billings. "I don't want to bring anyone else into this," replied Keller. "Emma, can you write something for us?"
Emma Ross nodded. "I'll get it over to you this afternoon."
"And we'll continue to keep you updated as the FBI learns more," said Gibson. "We were supposed to meet at noon. Give me the update then. Thanks for the meeting on such short notice," Keller said, and the staff was dismissed. "Blake, would you and Ron hang back for me, please?"
When the room had cleared, the defense secretary and I moved to the end of the table to get closer to the president-elect to see what he had to say to us.
"Blake, I know we haven't been able to catch up much over the last several weeks. How are you?"
"Fine, sir. Thank you," I replied. "How's Margaret?"
"About the same, keeping Nurse Cheryl on her toes. She's at Blair House, resting. Tomorrow will be a demanding day for her."
Keller nodded at the defense secretary.
"Blake, I want you to meet Ron Gibson."
"We met earlier," I said, offering a smile.
"Blake, Ron's the only member of President Rouse's administration that will be staying on to join my team. Ron, if you could show Blake the ropes and help him like you've been helping me, I'd appreciate it."
"Of course, happy to," replied Gibson as he grabbed a pen and wrote his personal cell phone number on the back of a business card and handed it to me. The president-elect smiled and nodded again.
"Thanks, Ron. I'll see you in a little while," said Keller as he dismissed Gibson and stuffed the documents he'd been reviewing back into the manila envelope.
Gibson stood and left the room as Keller held up a hand to let me know that he wanted me to stay. 9. Keller waited for the door to close. Once it clicked shut, he interlaced his fingers and set them down on the table.
"Blake, I know the last 5 months have been hard on you. For the record, I didn't agree with your firing from the Department of Domestic Counterterrorism, but I'm glad you're on my team now."
"Thank you for the opportunity, sir."
"I know that must have been hard for you with everything you've gone through. I could get you your old job back if that's what you wanted, but something tells me you wouldn't go back, even if you could."
I smiled and nodded in agreement. "You know me well, sir."
Keller returned the smile. "Besides, I'd rather you help me in another way, if you'd be open to it, that is."
"I'll help any way I can."
"Blake, I think you'd make a fine advisor to me on my security team on domestic terrorism issues. You're articulate, a strategic thinker. You bring a lot to the table, which is why I offered you the job," he said, and paused before continuing. "But we both know that's not where your strengths are."
"I don't understand, sir. What do you need me to do?" I asked as I leaned in.
Keller leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. "I've been speaking with Mike Billings over the past few days about using you, and eventually others like you in my administration, in a different way. Officially, you'd be on the government payroll as my domestic counterterrorism advisor. Unofficially—"
The president-elect paused again, trying to figure out the best way to propose his idea to me.
"I'd create the flexibility within the FBI, CIA, and other agencies to use you on a provisional basis for special projects in the field, however and whenever we needed to. You'd be an interdepartmental floater."
"Are you telling me that my job as a security advisor is just a cover?"
Keller shook his head. "Blake, you and I both know you belong in the field. I'm tired of the BS between all of these agencies. Government keeps getting more complex, more red tape keeping good people from doing good work. You know this. When I was kidnapped and you ran the Chicago field office for DDC, you were taken off the case by the FBI. If they had just listened to you, things could have turned out a lot differently for all of us."
I knew what Keller was getting at, and I thought about my dad and all of the events from last August.
"Your father was like a brother to me, and I don't blame you for what happened to Ben.
But damn it, Blake, we need to figure out what we're going to do to clean up this mess President Rouse has created. Each agency's lack of sharing information is dangerous to national security. If I could, I'd assign you to the FBI right now to determine the legitimacy of this threat from al-Shabaab." I looked away and shook my head. "Sir, I accepted this job because I thought it would be good for me. A chance to start over. I'm not a federal agent anymore. That life is over now. I'm experienced, and, like you said, I have a lot to bring to the table as one of your advisors. I appreciate it, but I'm done with field work." I could tell that those weren't the words my longtime friend had hoped to hear from me. Keller picked up the manila envelope and slid it across the desk to me. I pulled out the contents and reviewed the information that the FBI was willing to share, which wasn't much. Keller was showing me firsthand how siloed the FBI had become, having run Chicago's DDC field office, where Jamie still worked. I knew how challenging it was to keep the city safe without stepping on the toes of other agencies. Still, I wasn't expecting to have this conversation. This wasn't what I had signed up for. "Blake, 20 years ago, your father and I both worked at the ATF. Right before I retired to launch my campaign for Senate, he asked me if I'd train you to help you accomplish your goal of becoming a Navy SEAL. Having been a former SEAL, I knew how much work that would be. Do you know why I said yes?" I shook my head slowly. "Because he said that if I trained you, he'd help me with my campaign. And I thought your training would last about a day." We shared a laugh. "I really got the raw end of that deal, didn't I? What kind of kid has the dedication to train at 4 o'clock in the morning every day for a year?" "It gave me a purpose, sir. Helped me focus during my senior year. That was the best year of my life." "And you passed your BUDS training with ease, didn't you? The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in war," I said, completing his sentence. "Only because of all the time you spent working with me. I was prepared because you knew how rigorous BUDS would be. I have you to thank." "That wasn't me, Blake. That was you. I showed you what to do to prepare. I coached you. I held you accountable. But ultimately, you're the one that did the hard work. He who has the most heart wins, Blake. You not only had the talent, you had the heart, too. And if you're still blaming yourself for your dad, if that's what all of this is about, then, son, you need to get over that. I miss Ben, too. But your talent isn't in sitting behind a desk or in conference rooms. Talent can't be taught, Blake, but it can be awakened." Thoughts of my father came rushing to me. He was why I worked so hard. I wanted to make him proud. "What you did to save my life last year was extraordinary. I urge you to reconsider." We heard a knock at the door, and Emma Ross looked inside the conference room. "Sorry to interrupt, but we need to get you over to Blair House to finalize and practice your inaugural address. Both versions." The fact that Keller would even have to have another version of his speech to direct the millions of people watching from the National Mall to safety, should a bomb actually detonate while he was giving his speech, was sickening. I could tell by the look on his face when Ross said those words that it bothered him too. I slid the information I had in front of me into the manila envelope and handed it back to Keller as we both headed for the door to exit the room. Keller stopped me at the door. "Talk it over with Jamie. Let me know what you decide." The President-elect shook my hand and walked out, accompanied by Emma Ross and 2 Secret Service agents. After he disappeared around the corner, another thought entered my mind. Max Donovan. I should have said something to Keller. I reached into the pocket of my jacket and felt the business card that Ron Gibson had given me. I decided that calling right now wasn't the best idea. I'll have to keep an eye on Donovan, I thought, as I headed to the hotel's lobby to look for Jamie. 10. The moment that Paul Hartman entered Kenwood in Chicago's South Side, he became nervous, wondering who the man on the inside was that the woman at Buckingham Fountain had been referring to. Is he in the home I'm about to enter? Is he one of the Secret Service agents escorting me? Paul had no idea, and wondered how he'd even know when he met the man, whoever he was, realizing that he was going into this job completely blind. Paul wondered why the two agents hadn't asked to search his moving van before they left his shop. Maybe one of the agents really was the man inside that he'd be handing over the briefcase to. Paul reflexively placed his right hand on top of the cooler, wondering just what the hell was inside that briefcase anyway. As he drove, Paul realized that if he didn't stay engaged in conversation, Rich might sense that something was wrong. He thought Rich was already acting strange and began to wonder if something might be up. "Must be nice to live in this neighborhood, don't you think?" Paul asked as they drove past some of the biggest homes in the city. "What kind of people live here?" asked Rich as he and Paul took in the mansions lining Greenwood Avenue. "The rich, that's who. Muhammad Ali used to live right over there," Paul replied, pointing to his right. "Wonder how much these houses are worth," Rich muttered, before asking his boss the same question that Paul had been asking himself for the last 20 minutes. "So, are we moving who I think we're moving?" Rich grabbed the clipboard from the dash and read through the paperwork, trying to confirm the answer. The two continued to drive past endless rows of red brick mansions built as far back as the 1850s. Some of the houses were 3 stories tall. Most of them were fenced in. Paul saw the agents tap their brakes to slow down, and Paul slowed the moving van as well, pointing to the property they were about to enter. "Looks like it," Paul said as his eyes caught a sign that hung on the outside wall of the home, just to the side of a pair of large wooden doors that read, "The Kellers." Hartman parked the van and rested his foot on the brake as he and Rich watched the agent driving the SUV open his door, walk over to the gate, and enter in a code to open it. The agent climbed back inside, rolled down his window, and motioned for Paul to follow him inside the property. Once both vehicles had passed through, Paul watched the gate close from his driver's side mirror. "I would have thought that Keller's belongings would already be moved over to Washington by now, with the inauguration taking place tomorrow," said Rich. "Why'd he take so long to send his stuff?" "That's not how it works. Newly elected presidents don't move in until inauguration day," replied Hartman, as he watched the agent driving the SUV get back out of the truck, approach his side of the van, and motion for Paul to lower his window. "I need you to pull up to the front of the house," said Hastings. "Agent Miller will escort you in, and will oversee the process. When you park, open all the doors, and we're going to take a look before we go inside." Paul felt sick to his stomach. "Got it," he replied, and pulled the moving van as close as possible to the front door. Hartman and his partner exited the vehicle. Keeping the driver's side and passenger doors open, Paul jogged to the back of the truck to meet Hastings and lifted the door to the cargo area for the agent to check out. Hastings stepped inside to look around, while Agent Miller walked around to the front of the van. "Pop the hood for me?" asked Miller. Rich nodded and reached inside and pulled the lever to open it. Hastings jumped down from the back of the van and walked the perimeter, trying to identify anything out of place, while Agent Miller walked back to the SUV and opened the hatch, emerging with a metal detector and mirror, which he proceeded to use to look underneath the moving van. He found nothing concerning. When Agent Hastings looked inside the cabin, Paul felt his hands begin to sweat. "Mr. Sullivan, can you open the cooler?" Hastings asked. "That's mine," Paul replied, realizing that this was quite possibly the end of the line. He envisioned the agent looking inside the cooler and noticing the aluminum reflection from the briefcase hidden below. Paul could see Hastings asking him to pull the briefcase out to inspect it, and when Paul wouldn't be able to produce the key and display the contents, the federal agents would arrest him on the spot. For a brief moment, Paul Hartman wondered if getting caught would be such a bad thing. It would give him a way out of the mess he had found himself in. Paul sat down in the driver's seat as Hastings stood just outside the passenger side door, opening the glove compartment and pulling a flashlight from a pocket as he looked underneath both seats. Paul carefully unzipped the cooler the whole way around and lifted open the top for the agent to see. Hastings looked it over and glanced back up at Paul, who was looking at the mansion, trying to stay calm. "You must really like trail mix," said Hastings. "Can't get enough of the stuff," Paul replied, zipping the cooler closed and sliding it back in place against his seat, while hoping that this would be the end of the questions. Paul felt the agent's eyes still on him. "Follow Agent Miller inside. You guys can go ahead and get started," said Hastings, and Paul walked into the residence with Rich to check out the items they'd need to start packing into their van. An hour and a half later, the furniture and boxes were expertly packed, ready to be shipped to the East Coast. Rich reached up and tugged on the cargo strap to lower and lock the back of the van as Miller watched the lock snap into place and asked to hold on to the key until they arrived. "I thought we could stop for the night around Cleveland and head back out in the morning," said Paul. "No stopping," replied Hastings. "We drive straight through, and we're not going to Washington." Paul walked a few steps over to the van, grabbed the clipboard from the dash, and looked it over. "But that's not what I was told." "I know what you were told, Mr. Hartman. You'll be following us to a secure storage facility in Bethesda. Use this if you need to contact us," continued Hastings as he handed Paul a business card with his contact information and Miller's cell number written on the back as well. The men got into their SUV as Paul thought about how desperately he needed sleep and wondered how he was going to make it to Maryland. 11. I finally found Jamie in our suite. The first thing I noticed was Jamie typing on her laptop in the large sitting area, using the glass coffee table as a desk. The blinds were pulled back on the large window behind her. Great view, I thought. One we wouldn't be enjoying. "There you are," said Jamie as she grabbed the top of her laptop and pulled it down slightly so she could focus on me. "I was starting to get worried." Jamie leaned back on the couch. "What happened?" I dropped my key card on the desk next to the door, took off my blazer, draped it over another couch adjacent to the one she was working from, and walked past her to the window. "Al-Shabaab," I began. 4 Canadian disciples of the East African terror group made it into the United States, and the FBI believes there's a credible threat to tomorrow's inauguration ceremonies that they're tracking down." "I read the briefing, and there's nothing there about Al-Shabaab," Jamie replied. "That's what we're being told." "Who's saying that?" Defense Secretary Ron Gibson. He said that he spoke with the FBI director, who advised that they received an anonymous tip about the Somali threat this morning. I sat down on the adjacent couch. "He said an informant walked into an overseas U.S. embassy to tip us off." Jamie got quiet. She lifted the lid to her laptop slightly so she could see the screen again and began typing. "What's wrong?" I asked, sensing that Jamie wasn't buying it. "Do we know who gave us this tip? There are close to 300 embassies and consulates worldwide. It'd be nice to know which one this guy walked into, how he knows about the planned attack, and why he decided to tell someone. It seems like a hoax to me, a classic poison pen." "Why do you say that?" "Blake. Last year's bombings. Paris. Glasgow. 2 weeks after that." "Glasgow ended up being an internet hoax, Jamie. There was no bombing." "But the Jihadi coalition had been planning an attack, Blake. You had already left DDC by then, but I was in the meetings. They blamed ISIS when the JC found that they had entered the city and were planning on a round 2 from Paris. The JC is who we believe tipped off officials so they could take out their rivals." "So what are you saying?" Jamie paused briefly. "I don't know. Al-Shabaab? It just doesn't add up. Morgan got into the office a little while ago but had to run to a meeting. I'm going to call him in a bit to see if we can figure out who walked into that embassy. That'll tell us more about the credibility of this thing than anything else would." I nodded in agreement and listened to Jamie continue to type.
Why don't we just let the FBI do their job? Why don't you let me do mine? Jamie snapped. After a few seconds, Jamie looked back at me from her screen. I'm sorry. I just don't understand why the briefing was so vague. It's like they did it on purpose. They did. They have the names of the Somalis. They're just not willing to share them with us yet. More red tape, keeping good people from doing good work. Jamie gave me a look. Keller's words. How is he? Did you get to talk with him at all? Keller wants more from me, I said, as I watched Jamie shake her head slowly with her eyes narrowed. I got a chance to talk with him, one-on-one, for a few minutes. Jamie, my job isn't going to be what I was told it would be. Keller wants me in the field, to be a liaison between different agencies. He says he's tired of the bureaucracy and is looking for a way for us to be able to cut through the red tape. Jamie crossed her arms. I don't understand. Your job as an advisor to the president. It's just a cover? Something like that. But each agency has a different focus, with checks and balances built in, and that's not going to change. He knows it won't change, and that's the point. Keller wants to give me the authority to be able to work with any governmental agency as needed, depending on where the need would be. DDC, DHS, the FBI, maybe even the CIA. I wouldn't be the only one. But it doesn't really matter. Jamie got closer to me and put an arm around my waist. Why not? Because I'm not going to accept the offer. I looked around the suite, trying to locate our luggage that the front desk clerk said he'd send up to our room once our suite was ready, but I didn't see our bags anywhere. Where'd they put the stuff? I asked, to change the subject. Blake, earlier I told you that I still believe you're destined for great things. I agree with Keller. You belong in the field. It's what you're great at and what you've spent your whole life training for. It's who you are. You really should consider what he's offering you. Look at me, Blake. I'm about to call Morgan to try to get information, some of which the FBI already has. Our hands are being tied by our own government. I grabbed my blazer and reached an arm inside, followed by the other. I pulled it on straight, using my reflection in the mirror from the bathroom that I could see from where I stood. It's who I was, Jamie. That's not my life anymore, and it's not what I signed up for. It's a job for people like you. Because of your dad? How long are you going to keep blaming yourself for what happened? Jamie watched as I walked to the door. I'm going downstairs to collect my thoughts and give you some room to work. I'll ask about our luggage at the front desk. I heard a ping on Jamie's laptop and watched as she sat down to see who was trying to reach her. I assumed it was Morgan, ready to talk. Blake, wait, Jamie said, looking up at me as she tried to type a response to her coworker back in Chicago. You should call Morgan. I'll be back in a few minutes. I reached for the door. Before I walked through, I turned around and faced Jamie. I'll tender my resignation tomorrow, after Keller is sworn in. He's got a lot on his mind today. 12. It wasn't easy for Claudia to tail Paul Hartman's moving van without being spotted. When Hartman merged onto I-90, the woman kept a safe distance between her vehicle and Paul's as he followed the black SUV. She was careful and knew that once they made it out onto the highway, she'd have an easier time blending in with the many travelers driving out of the city. After leaving the meeting at Buckingham Fountain a few hours earlier, Claudia had given Hartman a head start. She drove past the building where Paul worked and, seeing his truck parked outside, decided that the best place to watch what happened next was from the safety of an empty lot across the street. Claudia backed into a parking spot and watched one of Hartman's employees arrive at the same time as the Secret Service, and was relieved to see the caravan set out for Kenwood just a few minutes later. That was the moment of truth, she had thought, not knowing with absolute certainty if Paul would follow through. and find a way to conceal the package she'd given him, or if he'd cave under the pressure of having to deceive the Secret Service. While Paul had considered landing the United States government as a client, and the assignment as a very lucky break weeks earlier, the reality was that using Hartman's business wasn't luck or coincidence. It was intentional, with many strings being pulled by people Paul Hartman would never know about. Claudia and her husband had made sure of that. Once again, she had given Hartman a head start, knowing it would take some time for him to load James and Margaret Keller's personal effects into the moving van. She arrived in the Kenwood neighborhood 20 minutes before Hartman and his helper, Rich Sullivan, loaded the last box onto their truck, and once she saw the two vehicles move out, Claudia started her vehicle and followed closely. With the plan in play, Claudia picked up her cell phone, dialed a number, and placed the phone to her ear. She waited for her call to be answered. Hartman tried to focus on the road ahead of him. It had been a long night with little sleep, and Paul knew he might be in trouble in just a few hours. He knew how easily the drone from the road noise could make him drowsy. When Hartman heard the cell phone ring, he became fully present again, and any bit of drowsiness immediately left him. Paul reached for his cell phone and saw that it wasn't ringing, and watched his passenger fish a phone out of his pocket and answer. "This is Rich," he said after the fourth ring. "Act normal, Mr. Sullivan. If you put me on speaker or make it seem like you're doing anything other than talking to your girlfriend, we're going to have a problem. Do you understand?" asked Claudia. "Yes," Sullivan answered. "Doing fine. Just got on the highway a little while ago," he said to the woman he'd met with the night before, a woman who, like Paul Hartman, he had also been working for. "I'm assuming that the instructions were for you to follow the SUV in front of you to Maryland and drive straight through, where you'll unload the items you picked up earlier. Has that changed?" "No," replied Sullivan as he shot Paul a glance and mouthed the word girlfriend, and Paul nodded. "If there are any complications, or if you notice anything I need to be aware of, I need to know about it right away. I hope I'm clear, Mr. Sullivan. Do you have any access to turn on the vehicle's hazard lights?" Rich's blood ran cold. As he continued to hold the cell phone up to his ear, he looked out the passenger side mirror, finally understanding that the assignment the woman had given him was like no other. "Why is she following me?" Rich thought as he briefly made eye contact with the woman in the mirror. "Mr. Sullivan, please don't do that," Claudia said. She had been brazen enough to get directly behind the van before placing the call. She glanced at her GPS. "You're going to arrive somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock tonight. If anything changes, your destination, your ETA, anything, I need to know right away. Find a way to engage the hazards, and I'll be in touch. And I'm especially interested in your boss. If he tells you anything you think I need to know about, make contact with me immediately. Understand?" Rich Sullivan once again glanced over to his boss in the driver's seat and wondered how the woman knew who he was and what Hartman's involvement might be. It didn't matter, he realized. He was being paid very well by the woman to simply take her phone calls like she had instructed him to and give her updates. "I'll reach out if anything changes. Talk soon," Sullivan said, and slipped his cell into a jacket pocket. Paul Hartman looked Rich over before letting his eyes drift back to the road and the SUV in front of him. "Give it a few years and she won't even care enough to call anymore. Throw in a kid, and your life is over," said Paul. "The only time you'll hear from her is whenever she needs you to do something for her." Sullivan was relieved to have gotten through the conversation without raising any suspicions by his boss. "I guess you're in the doghouse, too?" Paul thought about Judy and his little girl, Bella. He wished his only problem was a wife who was unhappy with him being away on business. Instead, Paul had allowed his need to make ends meet and provide for his family to get him into a mess he had no idea how to get out of. "I'm always in the doghouse," replied Paul,
As he turned on the radio to end the conversation with Rich, Claudia eased up on the accelerator, causing the car behind her to pass and get in between her and the moving van, providing additional cover. Once she was at a safe distance, she placed another call. 2 rings later, her husband answered. "Claudia, where are you?" he asked. The man had a Middle Eastern accent, just as thick as Claudia's. "On target to arrive by 10 tonight. We're driving straight through. The package is secure and ready to be handed off upon arrival." Claudia adjusted her rearview mirror and looked behind her to confirm there were no other cars causing suspicion. "And on your end?" she asked with a condescending tone of voice. "You don't have to worry about me, Claudia. Just make sure they get here without any complications." The call was disconnected moments after Claudia heard her husband bark an order to one of his men. She looked at her cell to make sure the call had ended and placed it on the passenger seat and got comfortable. Claudia had a long drive ahead of her. She planned to follow Paul and Rich all the way to within 5 miles of Bethesda, where, instead of exiting, she'd continue to D.C. and meet with one of her husband's men at the previously agreed-upon spot. He'd provide additional instructions once Claudia arrived. She pushed the thought about the long drive that awaited her out of her mind by focusing on what the next 24 hours would bring. "Tomorrow, the entire country will be brought to its knees." 13. President-elect Keller paced the hallways of Blair House while Chief of Staff Emma Ross and longtime friend, running mate, and soon-to-be Vice President Mike Billings huddled in the sitting room. The next hour was scheduled for Keller to practice the inaugural address he'd be giving in less than 24 hours, in front of millions watching from the National Mall and millions more viewing the live broadcast. It was the first impression of a new American president that worried him. "Damn it, Mike," Billings heard the president-elect say from the next room as he and Ross sat together around a tablet, looking at an aerial view of the west front of the Capitol and brainstorming a game plan should an improvised explosive device detonate somewhere in the crowd that Keller would be speaking to. Keller walked into the room, dropped his note cards on the desk, and leaned on a chair that separated Billings and Ross. "I'm finding it hard to focus, knowing there could be an attack tomorrow." "I can work on the alternate speech if you think it needs some tweaking," said Ross. "Forget the speech, Emma. If something happens, I'm going to tell people to get the hell out of there," Keller snapped. "And if anyone thinks I'm going to let the American people and terrorists all over the world see me run or cower or do anything other than stand there directing people to safety, then you—" "Jim, we know," Billings interrupted. "Your job is to lead, but our job is to keep you safe and able to lead." Keller walked to the window of the president's guest house and looked out onto Pennsylvania Avenue, watching the many tourists walking the busy streets of D.C. "I want to talk to President Rouse." Ross looked at Billings. "I'll try again, but he already said he's unable to meet with us." "We're across the damn street, Emma. He can't spare a few minutes of time? What could he be doing over there? Get him on the phone." Ross and Billings looked at each other. They weren't used to seeing James Keller so furious. "Get him on the phone, now!" Keller yelled, and watched Mike start to stand. "I'll take care of it," Ross insisted and stepped away to place another call to the outgoing president's office. With a few moments alone, Keller took Ross's seat and pushed the tablet aside. "Mike, I want Blake Jordan included in every meeting, involved with every decision, part of every conversation, completely engaged in this. Do you understand?" Billings nodded. "I remember our conversations, and I think this situation is a prime example of what we need Jordan and people like him doing. I'm tired of it, Mike. I'm tired of the out-of-control government and what Rouse has done to overcomplicate everything. Do you think I can really undo in 4 years what he's created?" "You'll have 8, Jim. Once the American people—" "We'll see about that. We're such a divided nation, Mike. How did we get here? I've seen former presidents from both sides of the aisle Polar opposites on the political spectrum get along. And now a president-elect can't even meet with his predecessor just because we don't see eye to eye on what we believe in.
"I have President Rouse on the line," Emma Ross said as she walked back inside the room to join Keller and Billings, who both looked surprised. Ross pressed a button on the polycom to take the call off hold. Keller held up a hand in the air as if to say, "I'll handle this."
"Jeff, we have a problem."
"Mr. President, we have a problem," Keller and his team heard the president say. "You have 5 minutes."
"I don't have time to play games, Mr. President. How long have you known about the Somali extremists?" Keller asked. "I'm sure by now you've heard of the credible threat of an attack planned for tomorrow."
"Gibson speaks highly of you," the president replied. "Smart decision keeping him on."
"I didn't have much of a choice, did I? Your Senate shot down everyone I put up for confirmation."
"That's where you're wrong, Senator. We always have a choice, don't we? You'll understand soon enough. You'll have a pen. You'll have a phone. You'll find a way to make things happen when you need to."
"Not how I plan on governing. Not now. Not ever."
"You know what the problem is with people like you?" Rouse asked. "You think that the other party bends the rules to their favor, but when you're sitting in this chair tomorrow, I think you're going to see that the world isn't as black and white as you believe it to be. I looked into the Somalis, Senator. They're harmless."
"Bending rules and breaking them are two different things. I'm reaching out for support from your team."
"My team? The same team you and your party vilified over the last 8 years, every chance you got?"
"Damn it, Jeff. I need your team and their experience to assist us in coming up with a strategy for how to deal with this. Let's set our party's differences aside and work together on this. Do the right thing here."
A silence covered the entire room as Keller, Billings, and Ross stood around the polycom speakerphone. "I've listened to your rhetoric over the past 5 years on the campaign trail," the president replied. "I watched you explain to millions of voters how you'll change America back to the country of your youth, the one you remembered as a kid. You talked at length about how my decisions have ruined the country. Asking if I'll help is the wrong question, Senator. Now you'll get to see just how difficult this job really is," Rouse said. James Keller got closer to the phone.
"Damn you to hell if a terrorist attack takes place on American soil tomorrow. The blood will be on your hands if you knew there was a border issue. Your hands, Jeff."
Keller and his team heard the call disconnect, and Emma Ross touched the speakerphone button twice to listen for a dial tone and make sure that the line was truly disconnected by President Rouse.
"What are we going to do?"
Keller asked as he took a seat at the conference table, followed by Billings and Ross. "We haven't received an update from the FBI," Ross said. "I know you don't want to cancel the ceremonies tomorrow, and you don't want to be sworn in from the White House East Room. So we'll move forward."
"Send a car to pick up Jordan and the defense secretary from the Hay Adams. I'd like to have whoever's handling security talk with all of us. Can you coordinate with the Secret Service?"
Keller asked his chief of staff, and Emma Ross nodded in agreement and left Keller and Billings to make some calls.
"Mike, give me a few minutes,"
Keller said, and watched Billings walk out of the sitting room. Keller shook his head and thought about the conversation with Rouse and what he had said about how things would be different once he sat in his seat. Keller said a prayer that he'd be able to govern differently. 14. After Blake left, Jamie stared at the door and, for a moment, became lost in her thoughts. Ignoring the pings from Morgan, telling her that he was ready to talk, Jamie thought about the conversation with Blake and what he had said. She told herself that she should have cut him some slack. Jamie knew firsthand how difficult it was losing a father, a shared experience that helped bring her and Blake closer. A moment later, Jamie's cell rang, and she became present again. "This is Davis. You ping me, telling me you need to talk. Then you ignore me. I haven't got all day, dear." "Sounds like you need another cup of coffee, Morgan,"
Jamie replied. "How can I be of service, love?" the Australian-born DDC agent asked in his typical disinterested, "I've got better things to do" tone of voice. "Shapiro called me about an hour ago." "Ah, Regional Director Roger Shapiro. The man who fires Blake Jordan then can't find an adequate replacement, so he decides to do the job himself. That Roger Shapiro?" "He asked me to get with you. I've read the briefing from the FBI. It's incomplete." "What do you mean by incomplete?" Morgan Lennox asked, holding the landline phone against his ear with a shoulder while navigating his screen to the interagency bulletin that the FBI had issued earlier. "I'm in D.C. with Blake. He just met with members of the National Security Council and Keller. There's more going on than what's in that bulletin, Morgan. They're saying Al-Shabaab may be involved." "Al-Shabaab?" Morgan asked. "Out of East Africa? What in bloody hell makes them think that?"
Blake said an informant walked into an overseas U.S. embassy and told them about the plot.
"Which embassy?"
"That's where you come in. I want to know which embassy our guy walked into, and, if possible, find out who the informant was, but I have a feeling you're not going to find anything."
There was silence on the other end of the line. "Why would you say that? What are you thinking, Jamie?"
"Poison pen. With terrorists, you always have to watch the other hand. I'm thinking that the jihadi coalition put this Somali storyline in play to throw us off. The whole thing just doesn't feel right to me."
"Love, I don't operate based on feelings. If you want my help, I'll give it to you. But you're going to have to tell me what you want me to work on first. The embassy, the informant, or a possible JC connection."
Before Jamie could answer, she heard a knock at the door to her suite. "Hang on, I think Blake is back."
"Holding," Morgan said with a sigh, and Jamie could hear him typing on his laptop. Jamie looked through the peephole and saw a man in a suit standing just outside the suite. Jamie opened the door and was caught off guard to see that the man on the other side was not Blake. "I'm looking for Mr. Jordan," the young man with wavy auburn hair said. Jamie didn't know what it was about the man, but she immediately felt a chill run up her spine as she kept the cell phone to her ear.
"Blake stepped out for a few minutes. May I ask what you need?"
The man looked past her into the suite as if he was confirming what the woman was telling him, before his cold eyes fell back on her.
"I didn't realize he brought a guest with him."
"Who are you?" Jamie reached into a back pocket and presented a badge.
"Agent Jamie Davis, DDC, Chicago. And you are?"
The man was caught off guard by the woman, but getting Jordan out of the suite was all he really needed anyway, so he backed off. "I'll catch him later. Tell Mr. Jordan that Mark Donahue stopped by."
"Got it,"
Jamie said softly as she watched the man pass 2 other suites and disappear around the corner. "Jamie, everything okay over there?" asked Morgan, becoming increasingly concerned about the half of the conversation he was listening to.
"That wasn't Blake. I need to call you back. Work on finding the embassy that received the tip. If you get that far, then see if you can find someone on the ground that can tell you more about the person who talked to them. We'll go from there."
"Jamie, hold on a sec. How am I supposed to—"
"Sorry, Morgan. I really need to go. I have one of those feelings."
Jamie ended the call and slid the cell into her left pocket and jogged over to the landline to call downstairs. It had been a while since Blake had left. Jamie thought that he should have been back by now. She lifted the receiver and pressed the button to be connected with the front desk.
"Hey, Adams, this is Olivia. What can I do for you, Mr. Jordan?" "Actually, this is Jamie Davis." "Good morning, Miss Davis. I'm sorry about that. How can I help you?"
"When we checked in earlier, we talked to a gentleman at the front desk. I didn't catch his name, but he said that our room wasn't ready yet and took our luggage, saying that he'd send our bags up later. They were never brought up here. Do you know if our luggage is down there somewhere?"
"Let me check,"
the woman said, and Jamie heard her set the phone down and ask a passing bellboy what he knew about them.
"Nothing's here, Miss Davis, and there's no gentleman working the desk. Just me."
"And nobody's come to ask you about the luggage in the last few minutes?"
"If you're referring to Mr. Jordan, then no, ma'am. Haven't seen him yet. I've been here all morning except for a few minutes when I had to step away to take a personal call, but that was over an hour ago. There's nothing here, and I haven't spoken to anyone yet."
Jamie removed the receiver from her ear and disconnected the call. She grabbed her laptop, closed the lid, and stuffed it inside the black duffel bag that sat at the edge of the bed. Jamie zipped it closed, strapped the bag over her shoulder, and left. It wasn't the luggage that Jamie was worried about. 15. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor as I headed to the lobby to talk to the front desk clerk. I was surprised to see Ron Gibson and Gary Wallace step inside. They said they were going to another meeting. Wallace wanted to know if I'd like to have dinner with him and his wife, Sherry, before I headed back to Chicago. I explained that it was a short trip and my flight back home left early Saturday morning. When we got to the 2nd floor, they stepped out of the elevator, saying that they'd see me at Keller's staff meeting later. I continued to the ground floor, headed to the front desk. Before I got there, I heard my cell ring. "This is Jordan," I said as I continued to walk.
"This is Emma Ross," Keller's chief of staff began. "Are you still in the Hay Adams?"
"I'm here," I said, and turned around to find a less noisy area to be able to hear what Ross had to say.
"Keller wants you and Gibson to come to Blair House. He's not backing down from moving forward with keeping the inauguration as scheduled, and wants you here to help us come up with a game plan."
"All right. Fine. I just saw Ron. He was going to a meeting with Gary Wallace, but I can head over now."
"I'll have an agent bring you over. If you could go down to the lobby, I'll locate someone for you."
"I'm in the lobby now, and I see an agent. I'm on my way." I ended the call and walked to the front of the hotel, where I thought I'd seen one of the Secret Service agents assigned to Keller's detail. "Mr. Jordan," I heard from behind me, and I turned around to see a man walking quickly to me with a hand held to an ear, listening to instructions from someone. "Please come with me," he continued, and I joined him and left the lobby area, heading down a long hallway that took us toward the back of the hotel. I once again felt like something was wrong, the same way I'd felt when I saw the agent from earlier when Jamie and I had arrived. As I walked to the left of the man, I noticed that the agent had a firearm holstered on his right side. "You park around back?" I asked the agent as we approached the hotel's kitchen. "Area around back's a lot more secure. Not much foot traffic from civilians either," he replied. Being unarmed, the only idea I had was to call Jamie. I put a hand in my left trouser pocket, not remembering if I'd left my cell in my suit jacket or not. I felt it in my pocket. I pulled my cell out as discreetly as I could, dialed Jamie, and let go of the phone, allowing it to fall back into place. I wondered if Jamie had answered or if my call had gone to voicemail. I thought that maybe the call wouldn't even go through, being so deep inside the middle part of the building, surrounded by concrete. The agent who I walked with was confident. He knew exactly where he was going as we passed cooks, hotel staff, and a few suites that I figured were part of management on our way to the back of the building. At one point, we passed close to the agent who had been standing outside the conference room where I had met with Keller and a few others. He didn't see us as he turned another corner, but I started to think that maybe I was just being paranoid and nothing was actually wrong. "After you, Mr. Jordan," the agent said, as he stopped at a large metal door that had an exit sign above it. I pushed the door open and the agent followed me into a back alley. I heard the door snap closed behind us, and I watched as a black limousine slowly parked at the opposite end of H Street, blocking our view of the road. "Let's move," the agent said. I still couldn't shake the thought that something was wrong. Then I had an idea. "I haven't seen Keller in a while. Glad to finally make it to D.C. How long have you been assigned to Wolf's protective detail?" I asked, intentionally using the incorrect code word for the President-elect and watching the agent's face, looking for any kind of change in effect. I was looking for one of two things. Either the agent would correct me and tell me how long he'd been on Hawk's detail, or he wouldn't acknowledge the mistake, and there would be no change in his facial expression, which would tell me everything I needed to know. A moment later, I had my answer. The agent was expressionless, staring at the limo as the driver started to get out. 2 months. I moved quickly and tried to open a second door in the alley, but it was locked. The agent grabbed me. I elbowed the man as hard as I could in the stomach, and as his body bent over, I grabbed his neck and brought my knee up into his ribs. He swung at me, and I ducked, causing his fist to miss me. I shot back up and delivered a punch to the face. He came at me again, and this time I reached for his gun. The firearm came loose from his holster, but just as I tried to get a firm grasp on it, I felt the man's arm hit my back, knocking me to the ground. He aimed the gun at me, and I kicked it away before lunging at him, grabbing his hands that held tightly to the weapon and bringing them up over his head as I got to my feet. 2 shots fired into the air as we both struggled to get control of the gun. Holding on as tightly as I could, I forced the man against the wall with all of my strength and felt his body slam into it. Keeping my left hand on top of his, my right hand grabbed the man's arm, and I repeatedly slammed the hand that clutched the gun into the side of the building, causing him to loosen his grip. When he finally let go, I punched him in the face again and reached down to grab the gun. Out of breath, I aimed it at the man. "Who are you?" I asked, with no response. "Who are you?" I yelled. That was when I heard it, the sound of a gun being racked behind me. "Drop the gun, Mr. Jordan." The driver. I lost track of him during the struggle. "I said drop it." I slowly lifted the weapon and raised both hands into the air and bent down so I could set the gun on the concrete. I stood and watched the man I'd fought get to his feet and wipe blood from his mouth. "Now turn around. Keep your hands where I can see them," the voice from behind me said. I turned around slowly and saw who was speaking to me. It was the driver. The first agent, the one I noticed as soon as Jamie and I arrived at the hotel. I felt warm blood drip down my face and looked down to see it splattered all over my dress shirt. "Who are you? And what do you want from me?" "You're making things more complicated for us," he replied. With a gun trained on me, the driver kicked the other man's gun back over to him. It slid past me, and I heard the man behind me pick it up. The driver's face was the last thing I saw. I felt the blow of the gun from the second man standing behind me come down hard, striking the back of my head. I fell to the ground. Everything faded to black. 16. Jamie hurried downstairs and headed for the front desk. She heard a voicemail notification and was relieved to see that Blake had called. The message he left was exactly 4 minutes long, which she thought was odd. Jamie leaned against one of the large columns in the lobby and listened to the message. She heard muffled voices and what sounded like Blake walking. Jamie smiled, remembering how she had unknowingly accepted a call from Blake on a drive home a few months back. She had had the radio turned up, and Blake teased her because she was singing along with one of her favorite songs. Payback, she thought. As she continued listening, no longer stressed about Blake's whereabouts, she saw a man intermixed with other hotel guests walking down one of the corridors. Jamie recognized him immediately. "It's Donahue." Still listening to the message, Jamie walked to the other side of the wide column and looked away, waiting for Donahue to pass and hoping that he wouldn't notice her. He didn't. Instead, Donahue walked across the lobby floor, and Jamie cautiously followed, still curious as to who he was and how he knew Blake. Jamie carefully followed Donahue to the end of the hallway. When he turned a corner, she peeked around without him seeing her and watched as he disappeared into a conference room. Still listening to the message, Jamie followed. When she got close to the room that Donahue had entered, Jamie was startled to hear voices on the voicemail message. "After you, Mr. Jordan," the man said clearly, followed by silence. Jamie noticed that there was an unoccupied room adjacent to the one that Donahue had gone into. She walked inside, closed the door, and rested her back against the inside of the door with the light still off. "Haven't seen Keller," she heard Blake say on the voicemail before his voice trailed off. 2 months, another voice replied moments later. "Who are you talking to?" Jamie thought to herself, as she noticed that she could also hear voices coming from the next room, who she assumed was Donahue and another man. Jamie kept listening to the voicemail and heard more rustling, similar to before, but the sounds were louder now. It sounds like a struggle. There were muffled shouts, followed by a loud crack. The phone fell, Jamie thought as her eyes were growing wider with every passing second. She jumped when she heard the sound of 2 gunshots. "Who are you?" Blake yelled twice. Then there was nothing but silence. Jamie held out the phone and saw that the voicemail had stopped playing after being cut off at the 4-minute mark. Jamie stood in shock. It wasn't until she heard one of the men in the next room say Blake's name that she refocused on the discussion they were having. Jamie walked to the opposite side of the room and realized why she could hear the voices coming from the other side so clearly. She found a 1-inch gap separating the dividing wall of both conference rooms from the window, allowing her to hear everything. As Jamie listened, she realized there were actually 3 voices coming from the next room, 2 men and another who they were talking to on speakerphone. The younger voice, she decided, had to be Mark Donahue. The other man's voice sounded older, a man in his 50s, maybe 60s. She couldn't tell. The man on speakerphone had an accent. Jamie realized that he was the one in charge, the one giving orders. "He's been taken out of play," Jamie heard the older man explain. "And the woman?" the man on the speakerphone asked. There was a silence in the room. "She'll be taken care of. We have a man headed upstairs right now," the younger man replied. Donahue. Jamie felt terror. Who are these people? What did they do to Blake, and why are they after me now? A loud knock at the door startled Jamie. It was so intense that for a moment she wasn't sure if there was someone outside the conference room she was hiding in or at the door where the men were meeting. "They're here. We need to go," the older man said to the younger. "Get the woman, or we're going to have a problem," the man with the accent pressed. Donahue cleared his voice. "Do you want her and Jordan brought to you?" "No. They're of no use to me. Get rid of them." Jamie heard the door creak open as the men started to leave. When she realized that the door to the room she was hiding in had been open when she entered, Jamie worried that one of the men might notice and look inside. She ducked underneath a table and waited until the voices were gone. 2 minutes later, Jamie strapped her bag back on her shoulder and summoned the courage to open the door. She was relieved to find nothing but an empty corridor. Jamie headed down the hallway, unknowingly walking the same path that Blake had walked 20 minutes earlier, and found herself in the hotel's kitchen. Jamie thought it might have been a dead end until she saw there was a door at the far end of the kitchen and walked closer to it. Jamie pushed the door open and found herself in an alley between the Hay Adams and another building. An archway covered most of the alley. Jamie looked down both sides and cautiously walked toward H Street. She looked down and noticed there was blood splattered on the concrete. She stood motionless. Jamie looked up and saw 2 bullet holes in the ceiling of the archway. The gunshots. The concrete above her head was cracked, where the bullets had entered the ceiling, and pieces had chipped away. Jamie grabbed her phone from her pocket and called Blake. A second later, she heard his cell phone ring from behind her, inside a garbage can next to the door she had exited from the kitchen. After removing the lid, Jamie reached inside and grabbed it. Even though the screen was cracked, it still functioned. Jamie scrolled through Blake's contact list and placed a call. "Hey, man. We're in trouble, Chris." "Jamie, where are you?" "An alley behind the Hay Adams," Jamie whispered, crouched behind the garbage can. "Can you make it to the Hoover building? I'm about 10 blocks away from you." "I don't know," Jamie replied, and turned to look down the other side of the alley. "I'll try." "Cut through Lafayette Square, take 15th Street south to Pennsylvania, and go east. I'll meet you there." "17. I wasn't sure how long I had been out, but when I finally regained consciousness, all I could see was total darkness. I knew I was stuck inside a small compartment. I felt a steady vibration coming from underneath me. And it wasn't until my body bounced and I was unable to stop myself from slamming into the opposite side of the small area where I was trapped that I truly understood what had happened to me. As the vehicle drove over another bump in the road, my head hit the back of the trunk, and I felt an enormous amount of pain. I remembered the fight with the agent, and the last thing I saw was the limo driver before I blacked out. I figured that the man who stood behind me must have pistol-whipped me. I lifted my hands and felt a sharp pain on my wrists. They were bound together. Unable to see, I brought my wrists to my face, and I could feel what had been used to handcuff me. When I felt thin plastic, I was sure that they had been bound together using a zip tie. I kept my wrists to my face as I felt around, trying to find the locking bar. I located it over my right wrist. Using my teeth, I bit down over the bar and, with force, pulled it to the left to center it between my wrists. Once I was sure that the locking bar was centered, I found the long strand of the zip tie that had been used to tighten my wrists together and clenched down on it with my teeth. I pulled it as hard as I could, making the makeshift handcuffs even tighter than they were before. The pain was excruciating, but I knew the cuffs had to be as tight as possible, if what I had in mind was going to work. I lifted my hands above my head and slowly brought them down to my abdomen. Once I was sure I had the clearance needed, I lifted my hands over my head again, exerted force against the cuffs by pushing my wrists down, and hit my abs as hard as I could. It didn't work. I again clenched down on the long strand and pulled it even tighter. I winced in pain and tried again. This time the locking bar broke and my wrists were free. I grabbed each of them, not knowing if I was bleeding or not, and rubbed them to bring relief to the pain I was feeling. Then the limo made a sharp right turn. I stretched out my hands to stop myself from slamming into the side of the trunk. After taking a few seconds to consider how I was going to try to get out of this, I crawled to where I thought the left taillight should be and felt around for the panel that housed the brake lights. When I found the panel, I pried it open, and a small amount of light entered the trunk. I maneuvered my body so I could kick the lights out. Aware of the noise that breaking through the plastic would make, I waited for another bump in the road to try to mask the sound of my shoe kicking through. The moment the limo rolled over another large bump in the road, I kicked the taillight with all my might, and it dropped outside the vehicle. I pulled myself over to the end of the trunk so I could look out onto the road. I didn't think I'd be able to flag anyone down, and I knew the chances of the driver being pulled over for having a busted taillight were slim. I just needed to know where the guy was taking me. I looked outside the hole I had created and saw nothing. No buildings, no cars, just snow and trees. It was getting dark outside, but there was still little enough to see that the driver was on what looked like a back road. Based on my surroundings, I couldn't tell where we were going. Using the small amount of light coming from where the taillight was, I looked for the trunk release handle. It wasn't there. The limo was an older model, which meant I'd have to find another way out. As I felt the vehicle start to slow after it made a sharp left turn, I pulled up the carpet to look for a car jack. There was a spare tire, a wrench, and a rag, but the jack was missing. I braced myself as the limo took another long curve to the right, thrusting my body to the left side of the trunk, where it stayed until the road straightened out again, and I replaced the carpet back over the tire. It was difficult to keep my balance with every turn, but once it seemed like we might be going straight for a while, I grabbed the side panel next to my head with both hands, and as forcefully as I could, while trying to make as little sound as possible, I yanked on the cardboard paneling and pulled it off. I searched for the trunk release cable, which ran from the driver's seat all the way to the trunk. I felt around inside the compartment and panicked when nothing was there. Then I touched something. It felt like the cable. With all my might, I pulled. My hands were too sweaty to grasp hold of the rubber cable and slipped every time I tugged. I wiped them on the carpet to dry them off, and then I tried again. The carpet didn't work too well in drying them, and perspiration remained on the cable, keeping me from getting a good grip. Then I remembered seeing something underneath the carpet by the spare tire.
I pushed myself back to the side of the trunk and once again pulled up the carpet, reached inside, and found the rag that had been left on top of the tire. Replacing the carpet, I crawled back to the side paneling. I wiped my hands with the rag and then wiped the entire length of the exposed cable that I could reach. Keeping the rag in my right hand, I grabbed hold of the cable as tightly as I could and placed my left hand farther down and moved my legs so they were against the back of the trunk. In position, I waited for the driver to hit the brakes, believing I could leverage the force of the car stopping to my advantage. I hoped that using the rag, the full force of my body, and the inertia from the brakes, I'd be able to pull the cord. The driver made another sharp right turn, and as he did, I felt him start to brake. I pulled with all of my strength and felt the cable give. The trunk popped open, and before it could fly open and be seen by the driver, I grabbed the bottom of it and held on tight, keeping it open just enough to let me see out the back so I could try to figure out where I was and get ready to escape at just the right time. I saw snow-covered fields to my left. Straight back and to the right was a grove of dead white oak and American elm trees. Beyond them, tombstones. It was a cemetery, but didn't look anything like Arlington. Where the hell is he taking me? I wondered. Somewhere to kill me. That's where. I waited for the right time to make my move. The limo started slowing down, almost to a stop. I held on to the trunk and waited to see what the driver would do. As soon as I felt the limo come to a stop, I counted to 10. Then as carefully as I could, I crawled out and closed the trunk. The man kept the engine running, and I stayed behind the vehicle, out of view, waiting for it to lift up when he stepped outside. 18. Jamie walked to the end of the alley, jogged across H Street, and entered Lafayette Square. She couldn't believe how many tourists were inside the 7-acre public park, enjoying views of the White House directly south of the park grounds and reading the signs affixed to the 5 large statues of President Andrew Jackson and 4 Revolutionary War heroes located throughout the park. A young couple walked hand in hand across the lawn, and Jamie watched as a woman crouched, made a snowball, and threw it at her boyfriend. Jamie thought about Blake, and how if the circumstances were different, she might have been here with him, enjoying D.C. and spending time with the man she loved. Jamie passed the couple, and when she got to the statue honoring Jackson, she veered to the left and walked to the southeast corner of the park. She passed Lafayette statue and checked her surroundings. Crossing Pennsylvania Avenue, Jamie rounded a corner and walked south on 15th Street, past the U.S. Department of the Treasury building. When Jamie found Pennsylvania again, she went east, just like Chris Reed had instructed her. She looked to her left and saw that she was walking alongside Pershing Park. It wasn't until Jamie passed the park that she felt like someone was watching her. Jamie crossed 14th Street, and as she got to Freedom Plaza, she heard someone approaching quickly from behind. Jamie unzipped her duffel bag and rummaged through it, looking for something, anything that she could use to defend herself if she had to. She was relieved that it didn't get that far. "Jamie, wait up!" She turned to see Chris Reed cutting across the plaza. "God, Chris, I thought you were one of them." "Didn't mean to scare you. We're not too far away from FBI headquarters. I'll take you there." Chris picked up the pace and led Jamie across 13th Street. "What happened? Where's Blake?" "They took him." "Who took him?" "I don't know. I think a guy named Donahue." Jamie clasped her hands together and blew hot air into them as she tried to stay warm. "They're coming after me, too." Chris looked at Jamie as they walked. "Do you know why or who these people are?" Jamie shook her head. "Okay, just 2 more blocks," he continued as they ran across another street and approached the building. When they entered the lobby of the Hoover building, Chris flashed his badge and cleared Jamie through security. She showed her DDC identification and removed the duffel bag from her shoulder, which security took and inserted into an X-ray machine. After getting the all clear, security handed the bag back to Jamie, who followed Chris to the elevators and watched him punch the button for the 3rd floor. A minute later, the two exited. Chris led Jamie down a dark hallway past a security checkpoint and swiped his keycard, which released the magnetic grip that had been keeping the entrance door locked. Jamie heard the entry system beep, and Chris pulled the door open, letting them enter. They walked through another hallway lined with offices on both sides. 2 rows of recessed lighting on each side of the hallway sent light shooting down the walls, providing light to an otherwise dark and dreary interior. "Let's go to one of the conference rooms. I think I saw one empty a little while ago." Before they could enter, Bill Landry stepped out of his office and noticed Jamie. Chris turned on the light in the conference room, then noticed his boss. "Bill, you remember Agent Davis?" "Of course," replied Landry as he approached. The last time Jamie had seen Bill Landry was at the FBI Chicago field office with Blake. Instead of extending a hand, Landry gripped a file folder and looked back at Chris, waiting for an explanation as to why DDC agent Jamie Davis was standing inside FBI headquarters. "Bill, something's come up. Davis needs our help." Landry stared at Chris, then turned to Jamie. "Why don't you step inside my office, and we'll talk about it." Jamie and Chris followed Landry inside, and Chris closed the door to the office before taking a seat next to Jamie. "We're in the middle of a major investigation right now, so I don't have a lot of time," said Landry. "Okay," Jamie began, collecting her thoughts so she could bring both Landry and Chris up to speed on what had happened. "Blake disappeared about half an hour ago." "Blake Jordan?" "Yes," Jamie replied, noticing that Landry was not pleased with the subject. "Blake went down to the lobby of the hotel where we're staying, the Hay Adams, and never came back." "How long was he gone?" Landry replied. "I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. "And that concerned you, Agent Davis?" "Just listen," said Jamie, becoming frustrated. "I didn't think much of it until a man knocked on the door, said his name was Mark Donahue. I don't know, he was asking questions and wanted to know where Blake was. He asked who I was. When I flashed my badge and told him I was an agent with DDC, he left." "Okay." "I got worried and went downstairs to try to find Blake. That's when I saw the man again, Donahue. I followed him, and that's when I noticed that I had a voicemail. It was Blake. This is what I heard." Jamie placed her phone on Landry's desk and pressed a button to play the audio. Bill and Chris leaned in. Jamie watched their expressions as Blake asked the man he was walking with a question. Then a struggle, the sound of Blake's phone hitting concrete, 2 shots fired. Then nothing. Landry looked at Chris, then back to Jamie. "I don't know what you want me to do about this. Like I said, we're in the middle of a major investigation right now, and—" "Yes, a possible terrorist attack at tomorrow's inauguration. I know, Bill, and I know you have your hands full, but I need you to help us find him." Before Jamie could explain further, Blake's phone rang. 19. As soon as I saw the limo lift, and I knew that the man had stepped outside, I quickly crawled around to the passenger side, looking underneath the vehicle to watch his feet. He stood, and I waited, hoping he hadn't seen me in the mirror. I heard what sounded like the pulling back of the slide on his gun to confirm that a round was chambered. Then he popped the trunk. When he started to walk, I crawled to the front. I tried the passenger door, but it was locked. I continued to crawl, keeping low to the ground, my hands and knees getting cold from the snow. I kept my eyes trained on where the man was. I watched as he inspected the busted-out taillight and aimed his gun inside the trunk. When he turned around to look behind him, trying to figure out where I had gone, I jumped inside and threw the vehicle in reverse. As the tires ran over the man, the limo rocked, causing the driver's side door to close. I waited until both tires had crushed the man, then I put the limo in drive, and I drove over him again. When the rear left side of the vehicle was propped up, letting me know that the tire was on top of him, I put it in park and got out. I approached cautiously. The gun was just out of the man's reach, and I tried to kick it away, but all I did was bury it deeper in the snow. I kept an eye on the driver and carefully reached down, grabbed the gun, and checked the chamber. I aimed it at the man's head and crouched down.
"Who sent you?"
The man tried to speak, but the only thing that came out was a gurgle. The tire was resting on his right leg, but based on his condition, I was sure I had rolled over his chest. No doubt his internal organs were damaged. My eyes moved to his left leg that he kept moving to help deal with the pain.
"Who sent you?"
The man looked at me for a moment before turning to his right, back underneath the vehicle. He tried to speak again, but I couldn't understand him. When I leaned in to try to hear better, he turned and spit. I backed away and wiped my face with the back of my left hand as the man started to laugh.
"We already told you, Jordan. You were making things complicated for us. We were eliminating a problem."
"I think you're the one with the problem," I replied, glancing at his leg again. The driver winced, and it was obvious that the pain had become unbearable. I stood and turned around to look at my surroundings. There was nothing there except for snow, trees, and the departed in the cemetery past the wooded area.
"What are you going to do?"
he managed to ask before he opened his mouth and a gush of blood flooded out. That was when I realized that the man might actually die. If I was going to get information out of him, I had to do it fast. The driver coughed up more blood as I crouched down next to him.
"Who sent you?"
I asked again, and watched the man smile and keep his eyes fixed on mine.
"You think you have me figured out? Trust me, you don't."
With that, I aimed the gun at the man's left leg, just above the kneecap, and pulled the trigger. He screamed and writhed his body in pain.
"Who sent you?"
No answer.
"Give me the name. Who sent you to kill me?"
I dropped to the ground and pushed the gun into his neck.
"Give me the name. All you have to do is give me the name," I yelled again.
To my horror, the man continued to smile.
"Don't make me do this, you son of a bitch," I said.
I got back into a crouch and aimed the gun below his kneecap. I waited, shook my head, and pulled the trigger. The driver again screamed in pain and grabbed his thigh. I looked up from the man and noticed that the sun had all but disappeared. It was becoming difficult to see much of anything around us. I heard the man speak, but the words were hard to understand.
"What did you say to me?"
The man gasped and took a breath.
"2 problems," he managed to say. "We eliminated 2 problems."
"Jamie, did they go after her too?" he wondered.
"What did you do to her? Where is she?"
I asked, and fired another shot just to the right of his head.
"Stop wasting my time and give me the name."
The driver reached behind his back and tried to grab something.
"What are you doing?"
I asked, trying to figure out what the man was trying to reach. I trained my gun on him in case it was another firearm. Instead, he pulled a knife. I stepped back.
"Drop it," I said. "Drop it now. I don't want to kill you, but I will if I have to." "You think you have me figured out?" he asked, smiled again, and drove the blade deep into his neck. "No!"
The man's body trembled for a few seconds, then became lifeless. I dropped the gun and sank into the snow. I placed both hands on my face, brought them down slowly, and thought through everything that had taken place over the last few minutes.
I've lost the only source of information available to me.
I walked to the limo, put it in drive, and pulled up 5 feet before returning to the man. I removed the knife and checked his pulse. Using the knife, I pierced his jacket and brought the knife down. There wasn't anything identifying the man left inside his jacket. I checked the pockets. There was nothing there. The man was a professional. Frustrated, I paced around the perimeter of the limo, trying to figure out what my next move should be. There was no way to know who had ordered the driver to kill me. And where was the other agent? I climbed inside the limo, closed the door, and rummaged through the glove compartment. After a few seconds, I managed to find the driver's Secret Service credentials. Jason Chastain, the name read, which I was sure was an alias. But more importantly, it had a picture of the man, and that was all I needed. There was a panel on the dash that I realized was the car's navigation system, and I activated the screen. I pressed a telephone icon and heard the dial tone. The screen that previously displayed a map telling me exactly where I was changed to a set of numbers to place a call. I hesitated, unsure if I should call Jamie, because I didn't know who might trace the call. I closed my eyes and tried to remember Reed's number. 20. Bill Landry stared at Jamie. She reached into her bag, picked up Blake's cell, and put it on speaker. "Hello?" she said after answering, and glared at Landry, who sat motionless across the desk from her. There was silence on the line. "Hello," she said again, and turned to her right to look at Chris Reed.
"Jamie, it's James Keller. I am looking for Blake."
"Sir, you're on with Chris Reed and Bill Landry, FBI.
"I know, Bill. What's going on, Jamie? Blake was supposed to meet with me at Blair House hours ago, but he never showed up. I canceled my staff meeting, not wanting to miss him. Where is he?"
Agent Davis was just filling me in. She believes that Jordan is in danger, interrupted Landry.
A silence fell on the line.
"What kind of danger?"
"Do you know a man named Mark Donahue?" asked Jamie. There was a brief pause from Keller.
"Can't say that I do. What does Donahue have to do with any of this?"
"I got a voicemail from Blake. There was a struggle. Shots were fired. And this man, Donahue, was responsible for what happened to him. He was at the Hay Adams. He got Blake, and he's after me now."
"Can you describe him, Jamie?"
"Younger guy, wavy auburn hair. He was in a suit, wore a red tie." There was another pause.
"The man you're describing is Max Donovan, aide to Mike Billings."
"Whoever he is, the man was involved in what happened to Blake, and he tried to take me out, too."
"Bill, are you hearing this?"
Landry didn't know how to respond to Keller. "I learned about the situation just now. We'll look into it."
"Let me be very clear, Bill. Finding Blake Jordan needs to be a top priority of yours."
With all due respect, tracking down the Somali men planning an attack is our top priority right now.
"Then I expect you to give Agent Davis whatever she asks for, so this situation with Blake Jordan gets the attention that it needs,"
said Keller, who paused for a response from Landry.
"Bill?"
"Understood. We'll do what we can to find Blake Jordan. Whatever Agent Davis asks for, she'll get."
"Good. I'll alert Ron Gibson and Gary Wallace right now so we can involve the Secret Service with this. They're the right people to help. What else do you need from me, Jamie?"
"If you still have people in the Hay Adams, you need to get them out, now."
"Fine. I'll get them out. You focus on finding Blake. Hang on a sec."
Keller pulled the phone away briefly to speak with one of his aides in the room.
"Okay. I'm told that Wallace has stepped away, so I'm going to put you in contact with Ron Gibson. Are you familiar with the Defense Secretary?"
"Yes, of course."
"Good. I'll have him call this number to give you an update after I brief him on Donovan and talk with Mike Billings. I'll also need you to keep Gibson updated with your progress as well. Hang in there."
"Thank you,"
said Jamie, as she waited for the call to end. Bill Landry leaned back in his chair. Jamie knew that Landry didn't care too much for Blake. It was understandable. Jamie thought about how a few months prior, Morgan had taken over the FBI's system, effectively holding Landry and the FBI's Chicago field office hostage to give Blake leverage to go after Keller's kidnapper. Jamie couldn't help but think about how Keller was kind of doing the same thing now. "All right," Landry said, breaking the silence. "What do you need, Jamie?"
"I want Chris's help, plus unrestricted access to any of the information you get on the Somalis, unfiltered and unedited. We need someone to help us get access to any surveillance footage at the Hay Adams, and I guess we need a place to get set up."
"You can work from here," replied Landry as he stood and walked toward the door. "I'll make sure you have access to whatever you need. We're having briefings every hour on the hour. I'll have someone update you, or I'll do it myself. I'm going out on the floor for a bit. If I'm unavailable, just wait for me."
"Can you pre-authorize us for use of the armory, in case we need access and you're not available?"
Chris Reed asked, trying to think of every scenario where he and Jamie might need the full resources of the FBI. "Reed, you're pushing it. I agreed to assist you two in locating Jordan, not going out into the field. Conduct your search from here." "Keller wanted you to give me whatever I asked for, and you agreed to that," Jamie interjected. "But that doesn't mean—" "Bill, I agree with Chris. We don't know what we're getting ourselves into here." Landry stepped into the hallway. "Fine. I'll call downstairs and authorize use for 24 hours. His footsteps echoed throughout the hallway as he left. Jamie didn't trust Bill Landry. She thought about how if Keller hadn't called, she'd probably be out on the street right now. Although Landry was friends with Shapiro, Jamie's boss, she knew that without the president-elect's pull, she'd be out of options. After Landry stepped away, Chris pushed the office door closed and took a seat in his boss's chair across from Jamie. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on Landry's desk, and buried her head in her hands. "You think he's okay?" she asked. Reed hunched over Landry's keyboard, logged his boss out of the workstation, and entered his own login credentials to access the FBI's system. "Blake's a fighter," he said. "If there's a way out, he'll find it." 21. I couldn't recall Chris's number, although I had a pretty good memory. You can't remember something you haven't paid attention to. A product of the digital age, I thought. I did have Jamie's number memorized, but when I tried calling, an older woman answered, and I quickly disconnected the call. Again, I tried to call Jamie, but this time the number I was connected to ended up being out of service. I felt the back of my head. It hurt like hell. I wondered if my injury was somehow impacting my memory. I tried not to panic. I was relieved when a thought occurred to me. I have Ron Gibson's card in my pocket. I pulled out the business card, turned it over, and stared at the number that Gibson had scribbled on the back earlier that morning as I sat with him and the president-elect. It was hard to believe that the meeting was that same day. After the hell I'd been through, it felt like a lifetime ago. Instead of reaching the defense secretary, I got his voicemail. I left a brief message explaining what had happened and where I was, according to the limo's GPS, just east of Metro, D.C., near Mount Olivet Cemetery. I turned up the heat in the limo and rubbed my hands together to try to stay warm. My breath was fogging up the windshield and the driver's side window. I used my arm to wipe it clean and assessed my situation and what my next steps might be. I decided to try 411. I asked for FBI headquarters, D.C. A woman answered, and I asked her to put me through to Chris Reed. After a brief pause, she told me there was no number listed for Reed, but she could connect me to Bill Landry. "Fine," I said, and waited. The phone rang twice. Another dead end, I thought. But before the third ring, I heard a hesitant but familiar voice. "Bill Landry's office." "Chris? God! Blake! Hold on," he said, and I was put on speaker. "Jamie's here with me." "Are you okay?" she asked. "Yeah." "What happened? Where are you?" "Someone tried to kill me, Jamie," I said, and looked to my left. The window had already fogged up again. I wiped it clean and looked at the trees that were getting harder to see as night fell. "I took the guy out, and I'm sitting in the vehicle." I paused for a beat. "I'm parked in a wooded area near Mount Olivet Cemetery." "Do you know where that is, that cemetery?" I heard Jamie ask Chris. "Yeah, it's 3 or 4 miles out." "Chris, I don't know what to do with this guy," I said as I looked out the window again. "Do you want to send your people out here to look at the body, or should I meet you and Jamie at the Hoover building?" "Just stay where you are," Jamie said. "We'll find you. Then we can try to ID that guy." "All right. I'm on a road that—" I paused, noticing what looked like movement to the right of me. "Blake?" "Hang on," I said. Headlights. I thought I saw headlights, but now they were gone. I lowered the passenger side window to clear the fog. Between that, nightfall, and the tinted windows, it was next to impossible to see much of anything from the driver's seat. But I thought I saw headlights. I opened the door, climbed out of the vehicle, and stood. "There's a car headed straight for me," I yelled, after seeing a black sedan in the distance, rounding one of the road's many curves and coming my way. I looked behind me and saw there was no way out. "Get to the cemetery. Main building. I'll meet you there." "Blake, wait," Jamie said. "Just get to the cemetery," I said again. I grabbed the gun I had placed on the passenger seat and ran through the snow into the wooded area. When I looked back and saw the car approaching, I dove and slowly turned around to face the car. I managed to crawl behind a tree trunk to hide. Not enough to provide complete cover, but I was far enough away from the approaching vehicle that, if I was lucky, it would keep me hidden. The sedan slowed as it approached the limo and came to a stop. 2 men emerged and walked around each side of the limo, guns drawn. When they reached the back and saw their man dead, the trunk open, and me nowhere to be found, they began to talk, I assumed, about what they should do about it. One of the men placed a call while the other bent down to look over the man surrounded by red-stained snow. After a few seconds had passed, the man who had been kneeling stood and stared at the ground. I watched his head slowly rise, looking in my direction. It looked like he was staring right at me. Oh, God. I left tracks. He headed straight for me while the other man continued the phone conversation. Still on the ground, I started to shiver. My body temperature had dropped rapidly because of the snow. I watched as the man started to get closer. My arms had been spread apart, but as he approached, I slowly brought my hands together so I could aim the gun at the man. I just needed him to get a little closer to me. I slowed my breathing and closed an eye, ready to take him out. As I slowly exhaled, I pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. I again pulled the trigger of the limo driver's gun. It wasn't firing. No bullets. I lowered the weapon, rested my head on the ground, and closed my eyes, praying he wouldn't see me. 22. The man was at least 15 yards away from me, 20 tops. I could hear his feet crunching the snow as he followed my tracks. Night was falling incredibly fast, the only thing I had going for me. That and the other man, who approached to join the guy who had noticed the trail I had left. "He said we need to return right now and bring the vehicle with us." "But look," the man following me said. I kept my eyes closed, but knew he was pointing at the tracks. I waited, listened, felt my heart beat so hard, the gash in the back of my head throbbed with pain. "It's been almost an hour since we lost contact. Jordan isn't here. Come. We need to go now." I kept listening and waiting. I opened my eyes. The sky was completely dark now and behind me. I could see that the cars driving on the road that separated the woods from the cemetery had their lights on. I heard the snow start to crunch again. I lifted my head to see the men walking back toward the vehicles. They stood at both ends of the dead man, one lifting his feet, the other his arms, and threw him inside the limo. I watched the men exchange a few words, and the one who drove the sedan climbed back inside and started the car, while the other entered the limo and closed the door. The sedan backed up, turned around, and both vehicles left. I watched them slowly round the curve. As soon as they disappeared through the trees north of me, I turned my body around. Still on the snow, I watched the road west of my position to see them pass. A minute later, both vehicles drove right by me. Once they were out of sight, I stood, stuffed the gun behind me inside my belt, thinking it might somehow come in handy, and started moving west through the woods in the direction of the cemetery. When I got to the main road, I waited. I stayed crouched at the edge of the woods, looking for a break in traffic so I could run across the street. I didn't want to be seen, if at all possible, realizing that a man walking out of the woods wearing a blood-stained shirt would cause onlookers to panic. A call to the police could tip off whoever wanted me dead. But it doesn't matter anymore, now that they know I'm alive and on the run. About 2 minutes later, there was a break in traffic. I ran across the street and entered the cemetery through a small lot. An old brick wall separated the cemetery from the road. The tombstones were large. There was no uniformity to them. and as I passed, it became apparent that the graveyard was old. I walked through the lot, heading for a building straight in front of me. It was a large gray stone lodge, the same color as the wall. There wasn't anyone around, and as I approached the lodge's glass door, I didn't see anyone inside either. I locked the door behind me as soon as I entered and walked around the desk. There was an oversized map hanging on the wall. I noticed a sign on the desk that said the cemetery was created in 1858. As I examined the map, waiting for Chris and Jamie to arrive, I heard a car door close, so I walked to the door. A family, looked like a son with his mother, held hands, and the younger man opened the passenger side door to the car and helped the woman inside. It looked like she had been crying. I couldn't help but think about my dad and the day I buried him. It had been almost 6 months, but it still felt like yesterday. I heard a creak coming from behind me. There was a door behind the desk that I hadn't noticed earlier. I grabbed the gun tucked inside my belt and spun around. "Stop! Don't shoot!" an older man cried. Not feeling like I was in danger, I lowered the gun. "What do you want?" he asked. "I'm not going to hurt you." "Then you won't mind if I call the police?" He kept his eyes on me and reached down below the desk. "I am the police," I replied, and brought the gun back up. "Drop it and come out from behind there." He hesitated. Then he raised both hands and slowly walked around the desk. "What happened to you?" he asked, staring at my blood-soaked shirt and noticing I'd been roughed up. I hadn't looked in a mirror yet, but imagined that I probably had dried blood on my face. I couldn't blame the guy for being cautious. "Someone tried to kill me. They're still trying. Now, have a seat." I motioned with my gun for him to go to one of the wooden benches that lined both sides of the entrance. After he sat down, I lowered the gun, but kept it in my right hand. I looked out the glass door to see if there was any sign of Chris Reed. Not yet. "Why is someone trying to kill you?" the gentleman asked. "What did you do to them?" "I don't know." The man continued to look me over. "Can I get you some water? A damp rag to clean yourself up with?" Not seeing any movement out on the lot, I turned around. "Fine. Thank you." "Right in here," the man said, and pointed to the room he had come from to enter the front of the lodge. "I'll follow you," I said, and the man got up and started walking. We entered a kitchen, and he grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and handed it to me. I tucked the gun behind my back and took a drink. The gentleman walked to a drawer, and I sensed trouble. "Think there's a clean rag in here somewhere." As soon as he pulled it open, I grabbed his left hand and reached for his right arm and brought it behind his back to immobilize him. I looked inside the drawer. It was full of knives. No rags. "Back out front. Thanks for your hospitality," I said, and keeping his right arm locked behind him, I forced the man to walk back with me to the entrance, and I pushed him back down on the bench to take a seat. I kept the gun trained on the man for another 5 minutes, until I saw Chris Reed's SUV pull into the lot. I unlocked the door and looked at the older man. "Thanks for the water," I said, and jogged over to Reed's car. As Chris pulled away, I looked back and saw the man pick up the phone. 23. Jamie reached over from the back seat and gave me a hug. I put my right arm on her back and squeezed. "I was worried about you, Blake." I grabbed the gun from my back and set it on the floorboard. "You all right, man?" Chris asked as he threw a gray sweatshirt to me. "All I had in my locker. Got some jeans back at the office, if they fit." As Reed sped toward FBI headquarters, I unbuttoned my white dress shirt and tucked it under the seat, by my feet. I put my arms through the sweatshirt and pushed my head through as gently as I could. I winced in pain. I felt Jamie hold my head still as she looked me over. "You've got a bad laceration, Blake." The agent, who walked us inside the Hay Adams right when Chris dropped us off this morning, pistol-whipped me. Then he stuffed me inside the trunk of a car. They were going to kill me and dump my body.
They were coming after me, too, said Jamie. Blake, do you know Max Donovan?
What do you know about Max Donovan? I asked.
He came to the room after you left, introduced himself as Mark Donahue. I don't think he was expecting anyone to be inside the suite except for you. He was looking for you, Blake. I had a bad feeling about him and went downstairs to find you. I saw him go down a hallway and decided to follow him.
What happened? I asked.
I overheard him and another man. He sounded older, talking to someone on speakerphone. Heavy Middle Eastern accent. The guy on the line asked about you, and the older man said you were taken out of play. Then he asked about me. Donahue, or Donovan, I guess, said they were sending someone up to take care of me, too.
We need to tell Keller. He knows, Blake. We talked to him about a half hour ago. We were in Bill Landry's office. Keller called because you were supposed to meet with him and never showed. We got him up to speed. What's he doing about Donovan?
He was going to tell Gibson and Billings to have them work with the Secret Service, said Jamie. I told Keller that if he had any staff left in the hotel, he needed to get them out immediately. He said he would.
Do we know if anyone else has been targeted? Any other members of his staff or cabinet? I turned around to look at Jamie. She shook her head. I thought for a second. So after taking me out, they wanted to come after you to keep you quiet? Jamie nodded. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the Hoover Building. We parked around back and came in through the employee entrance. Chris escorted us so he could clear me through security. I had no identification on me. Lost it somewhere during the struggle, earlier, I thought. The hard-nosed woman wouldn't let me in, based on Chris telling her that I was with him, so he asked for Bill Landry. A minute later, Landry appeared from an elevator across the lobby and headed my way. I thought about the last time I'd seen the man, when Morgan Lennox had found a way to strong-arm the FBI into letting me go after Keller's kidnapper. I knew Landry resented it. I bet he still did. Red tape keeping good people from doing good work. Good. You found him. Guess you can be on your way, Agent Davis. Chris, come with me, said Landry. Bill, I said as I started to leave. I looked at Chris and Jamie before facing Landry again. There's reason to believe that one of the men responsible for attacking me and going after Jamie is an aide to the VP-elect. I need Chris's help to find him. Landry walked back in our direction and pointed at Jamie. Keller asked me to help you find Jordan. Here he is. You all must have forgotten that we have a major terrorist attack being planned for tomorrow. Keller refuses to cancel the inauguration, and we have no new leads. I've done what Keller asked of me. Jamie stared at Landry and then looked at me. Bill, I'm a senior advisor to the next president. Do I really need to get help to force your hand again like I did in Chicago? Landry got quiet and looked at security, who had gathered around us. You can use Reed until tomorrow. I already committed to that, but I'm not letting you into this building, Jordan. Not my rules, he said, and looked at security again, who had been clear that they wouldn't let me in unless I could provide identification. What about the full resources of the FBI? Jamie asked. You promised that, too. You get Reed for 12... Landry raised his left arm, extending it out first to force his watch to fall to his wrist inside his dress shirt. Make that 11 hours. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. You can't do this, Chris yelled to his boss. I found it hard to believe that this was the same guy who had recruited Reed from DDC after we both got fired just a few months ago. This was why I'd never work for the FBI. Guys like Landry. I wondered if Chris was starting to understand why I hated those bureau guys. If my focus needs to change from hunting down the Somalis, it'll need to come from the top down, we heard Landry yell back as the elevator doors closed. Jamie, Chris, and I stepped outside. What now? Jamie asked. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the Secret Service credentials of the limo driver I'd taken earlier and handed the card to Jamie. It's him, the agent who let us into the hotel this morning. She handed the ID to Chris. Chris studied the identification. Who's Jason Chastain? Not sure, I replied, but I think we should find out. "24. Jamie called Morgan as we walked back to Chris's car. She brought him up to speed and explained that we needed his help with identifying the man in the photo. No problem, he said. She climbed into the back seat and this time sat behind the driver's seat so she could more easily communicate with me. She took a picture of the ID and sent it to Morgan, who started the lookup process. In less than a minute, Morgan had a match. Okay, love. Looks like the man in the photograph is Patrick Doherty of Anacostia, Southeast D.C. Great, said Chris. The one part of town I try to avoid. What's wrong with Anacostia? Jamie asked. Lots of drugs, lots of crimes, not the safest place to go after dark. Compared to Chicago, I think we'll be okay. What's the address, Morgan? 1517 Good Hope Road. Just pulled it up in DDC's Maps application to get a street view. Looks like it's a duplex, Blake. I turned to Chris. We need to head out. What weapons do you have access to? I have my Glock. Spare back upstairs in my locker. Chris paused for a moment, then remembered something. Actually, Landry pre-authorized use of the armory for me. I can get whatever we need. Whatever you think is best, I said. Jamie and I watched Chris step out and head back into the building. Morgan, any update on the Somalis? Jamie asked. Before he could answer, I heard my phone ring. I placed a hand on my pocket but realized I didn't have my cell on me. Jamie reached into her duffel bag and handed it to me. Hang on, Morgan, she said. This is Jordan. Blake, this is Ron Gibson. Glad to hear your voice. I just spoke with Jim, and he brought me up to speed. What happened to you? Long story. What's the status on the Somali threat? Have we received an update? The defense secretary paused. That's a long story, too, but I think you know most of it. No major updates. The FBI and CSIS couldn't find a match in any of their terror databases. They could be anywhere. Or nowhere, Jamie whispered, able to overhear Gibson's side of the conversation in the quiet vehicle. Agent Davis, I apologize. I didn't realize you were on the line with us. Care to share what you know? I put the call on speakerphone, and Jamie looked at me. How did you know my name? She asked. Keller filled me in earlier. It sounds like you have concerns about the information we're going by. I'm just not sure I buy the story about the Somalis, she replied. It's not adding up for me. What makes you say that? Anonymous tip given in an undisclosed embassy. 4 Somalis with names none of us have seen yet. I have the names. I'll be glad to send them over if that's what you're looking for, said Gibson. If the FBI has this information, why is it taking so long for the details to be shared with other agencies? As I'm sure you know, shared information tends to get leaked to the press. With this situation being highly sensitive, we're trying to hold our cards as close to the chest as possible. I'm sure you understand. What about Max Donovan? Is he there with you? I asked. We haven't seen Max in several hours, Blake. I've been involved in a few conversations, and many people are looking for him. Mike Billings is with the Secret Service right now. I'll let you know if he turns up. Thank you, sir. I'll give Keller the good news that you're safe. You have my number. Call me if you need anything. About a minute later, we had the names via text, and I forwarded them to Morgan Lennox. Jamie had her laptop out and was reading through the interdepartmental bulletin updates as we waited for Chris. Not finding anything, said Morgan. It's like they don't exist. I searched DDC, the State Department, and the CIA's database. You might be right, love. If this is a poison pen, I'm not sure what that means for us. I turned to Jamie. Are you thinking jihadi coalition? She nodded. So your assumption is that the JC might actually be planning an attack and pointing the finger at Al-Shabaab to throw us off their trail? Jamie shrugged and turned back to her laptop. I don't know. None of this makes sense. The last and only JC attack on U.S. soil was in Chicago. Keller's kidnapping. And I killed Marco Lopez, who the DA found to be the only one behind the attack.
What about the others? Asal Nazir. You've said before that he was involved somehow.
Doesn't matter at this point, Jamie. Nazir fled the country months ago. He may have funded Marco, something I've always believed, but nothing ever tied him back to Marco directly. You know that as well as I do. I still think Lopez kidnapped Keller for revenge. He admitted it just before I put a bullet in his head.
Unless something changes, I say we forget about the Somalis and stay on the path we're on, said Jamie.
Chris returned with a tactical bag full of weapons and supplies. I looked inside to take stock of the main things we needed. I found 2 firearms, plenty of ammo, and a Kevlar vest. The only one they had left with the inauguration tomorrow and the D.C. FBI teams preparing for all of the events of the day, including the inauguration speech. I typed 1517 Good Hope Road into the GPS. It was exactly 4 miles away. 25. Paul Hartman arrived in Bethesda just after 10. He exited I-495 and went south on 355, following the Secret Service past Walter Reed Medical Center. The agents led Hartman through a series of twists and turns through the dark of night. Paul started to believe that the circuitous route was intended to confuse him, so he and Rich wouldn't be able to find the facility again if they tried. On a straightaway, the SUV slowed and looked like it was going to turn. "Where are they going? There's nothing here," Paul said to Rich, who agreed. The agent pulled the SUV through a clearing in the brush and lowered his window to signal to Paul to follow him. Once it passed through, Paul noticed a small wood stake in the ground, marking the spot. "This is crazy," Rich commented. "I don't think we can fit through there." "We'll have to," replied Hartman, who turned his high beams on and followed the path into the facility. The van rocked from side to side as Paul drove over a dip in the ground, separating the road from the path. The only thing Paul could see were the brake lights up ahead. He accelerated, and the van pushed through the last of the bushes. He and Rich heard the branches scratching both sides of the van as they passed. The road cleared, and Paul followed the agents. Up ahead, he saw a large building. Floodlights affixed to the top lit the entire perimeter of the facility, which was surrounded by a tall fence with barbed wire. Hartman watched the agent lower his window again and stop in front of the guardhouse to talk with the man stationed there. The gate, up ahead, opened, and the agent motioned for Paul to follow him inside. "What is this place?" Rich asked, and saw a guard walking the perimeter. "What's with all the security?" Paul thought about the briefcase hidden inside his cooler. "That's why there's security, for people like me." Hartman pulled past the SUV and backed his van up next to another, smaller van, which was parked backwards. Paul and Rich got out and saw there was a man standing behind them. "Perfect timing," he said to Paul before shaking his hand. Agent Hastings approached and saw a patch with the name Carson attached to his work uniform. "You new here, Carson?" asked Hastings. "Don't remember seeing you last time I came out this way." 5 months on the job. Like it so far, except for the hours and location. Pain in the ass getting out here." Hastings nodded. "Have to agree with you there." The agent followed Carson inside the facility. Agent Miller turned to Paul, who watched the employee walk into the building. Carson opened a set of double doors, propping each of them open to help Paul and Rich more easily move the van's contents inside. "Looks like you've got someone to show you around. We'll hang back while you unload everything. Then when you're ready, we'll escort you back out to the main road, and you can be on your way," said Miller. Paul looked at Rich. "Go ahead and unlock it. Let's get this over with." Rich asked Agent Miller for the key, unlocked the latch, and raised the cargo door until it locked. Rich climbed inside as Paul pulled another latch to access a long ramp, which he pulled all the way out and set down 10 feet away. Rich grabbed a box, walked down the ramp, and Paul climbed inside to help. Miller followed Sullivan into the warehouse, and Paul stood alone inside the truck. What do I do now? Paul grabbed a large box, lifted it, and walked down the ramp. Just wait, he told himself. When Paul entered the facility, he was amazed by the organization. There were separate sections for everything. Christmas ornaments and decorations had their own area. Another section was for Easter. Paul thought about the many White House Easter egg rolls he had watched on television over the years. He remembered watching last year's egg roll and the reading of Where the Wild Things Are by President Rouse. Bella had sat on his lap, spellbound by the reading, and asked her father if they could go next year. This is where they keep that stuff, he thought to himself. 30 minutes into the move, Paul started to get nervous. The last of the boxes were at the far corner of the moving van. When Hartman realized that they were almost done unloading, he thought about his mission. What was he supposed to do with the aluminum briefcase hidden inside his cooler? Was he supposed to just leave it there? If so, where? On the way back from dropping off another box inside the warehouse, the employee walked back to the van with Paul. "Football fan?" Carson asked as they passed Agent Miller. "Sure," replied Paul as they left Miller inside talking with Hastings and soon reached his van. "Who are you betting on for the big game?" "Bears, hometown team. You?" "I have to go with the Patriots," Carson replied, grabbing a box. "Are you a Patriot, Paul?" Hartman's blood ran cold. "I am." The warehouse employee looked over his shoulder to confirm they were alone. "The briefcase. Where is it?" Paul hesitated. He looked back toward the warehouse, then turned to the guardhouse. "Come with me." Paul took Carson to the front of the van. He opened the door, reached for the cooler, and handed it to him. Carson grabbed it, opened the passenger door to the vehicle parked next to Paul's, and slid it between the driver's and passenger seats. "We need to go back in," he said. "Let me help you with that box." The men carried the last 2 boxes inside. "Rich says you're driving back to Chicago tonight. Not sure that's such a good idea," said Hastings. "We'll be fine. We'll take turns driving," replied Paul. "Are you sure you don't want to stay somewhere overnight and head back in the morning?" Paul shook his head. "All right. Follow us to 355 and take that north to 270. Paul and Rich climbed in and got ready to leave. "26. Chris got us to Good Hope Road 15 minutes later and parked 2 blocks away on 16th Street, just north of the address that Morgan gave us for Patrick Doherty. To say that this neighborhood needed hope would be an understatement. I saw homeless men and women sitting on nearly every street corner in the Anacostia neighborhood. The streets were run down, as were the small homes. Hard to believe we were minutes away from a town full of the most powerful men and women in the world, a government who couldn't even improve a neighborhood just a few miles away. Chris gave Jamie the Kevlar vest. She put it on as we approached the property. I got our weapons ready, 2 Glock 22s. Jamie was used to the 17s, but I was sure she could handle the 22s that Chris had selected. "What's the plan, boss?" said Chris. "I'll lead. You cover me. The home looked dark when we drove by. I think we need flashlights." Jamie rummaged through the gear that Chris had brought into the car. She let us know there was 1 Bluetooth earpiece. Reed said all of the comm units had been taken already. Then she found 2 mag lights. "Do you want me around back?" Jamie asked. "It doesn't look like we can get back there from the front of the building. Stay across the street. Make sure we don't have any problems. Ready?" Jamie and Chris said they were, so we exited the vehicle. Jamie kept her gun in a holster inside her coat. I carried mine, as did Chris, keeping the weapon hidden behind my back and out of view as I walked toward the residence. I wanted to be ready for anything as we approached the building, but didn't want to alarm any of the neighbors who might be watching us. When we were directly across the street from 1517, we stopped. Morgan Lennox had been right. It was a duplex. 1517 was on the left side, and 1515 was on the right. The two sides were identical. Both had boarded-up windows. Both had black and red "No Trespassing" signs nailed to the front of their doors. And both sides of the duplex were flanked by Anacostia businesses. On the left was a seafood store, on the right a barber shop, but the entire building looked deserted to me. "Chris, I have a bad feeling about this. I think we're going to have to go into both residences, 1517 and 1515. They appear to be empty, so we should just check them both out." He nodded in agreement. Jamie stepped back and knelt behind a 4-foot-tall wooden fence. "I'll cover you guys." Chris and I jogged across the street and climbed the small stairs to each of the residences. I turned on the mag light and held it with my left hand, directly underneath the Glock, which I gripped with my right. "On your mark," Reed said, and looked at me. I put an ear to the door and listened. There wasn't a sound. I looked over my shoulder and saw Jamie in position. She was crouched behind the wooden fence with her gun drawn. A car approached, and I waited for it to pass. After it disappeared down the street, I looked at Chris and backed up. He did the same. I nodded, and we each kicked the doors in. "Federal agent!" I yelled as I entered 1517. The home was dark, and the only thing I could see was the spot the mag light illuminated. I moved the light and my gun from side to side as I examined the room. Garbage littered the floor. It creaked as I walked, and I pushed aside trash in my path with each step. I heard a noise to my left and swung the Glock around as the light fell upon a cat. It ran past me out the door. I continued to illuminate the room, swinging the light from side to side. Then I entered the kitchen. Nothing was there. I looked around, taking in the situation. Stacks of old, empty pizza boxes lined the counters. It didn't look like anyone had lived here in a while. Maybe squatters. Probably the homeless.
"Blake, can you hear me?"
I heard Chris yell through the shared wall in what I assumed was an identical kitchen on his side of the building.
"I'm here."
"Not finding anything."
"Same on this side. I'm heading upstairs."
I returned to the main room to access the stairs. I took a first step, aimed the Glock up to the second floor, and slowly climbed. The steps were in bad shape. The wood bent and felt like they might give way. I imagined my shoe breaking through the wood. I reached the second story and saw 2 small bedrooms toward the right side. I entered the left bedroom and cleared it. It was empty except for more trash littering the floor. Walking to the other bedroom toward the right, I noticed a bed with clothes scattered all around it. Entering the room, I looked to the left and saw a closet door halfway open. I thought I heard a noise, so I moved to the side of the wall and leaned against it as I aimed the Glock inside the closet. I inched my way to the right, watching, waiting to see if anyone was inside. I heard something click. Looking down, hidden in the clothes on the floor, I saw that my ankle had caught a piece of string. I followed the line with a mag light and saw that it ran from my feet over to inside the closet on the other side of the room. "Damn it," I whispered as my flashlight revealed a device hidden inside the closet.
"Chris, we have a problem,"
I yelled. I heard Reed walk into the room adjacent to me.
"Don't move."
"Why?" he asked through the wall.
"Looks like a bomb. My foot is caught on a tripwire. I don't know why it didn't detonate. You need to get out of here. Now, call the bureau. We're going to need someone here fast. Go!" I yelled, and heard Reed run.
Less than a minute later, Chris walked into the room.
"What the hell are you doing, Chris? I'm not going to just leave you here."
He pointed his mag light to follow the string into the closet.
"Careful." "I know, Blake."
I watched Chris push aside more of the clothes that were blocking the device.
"It's on a timer. That's why it didn't go off." Reed looked at me. 20 seconds. We need to go now."
"27. Carson waited for the taillights from Paul's van to disappear. Then he waited for the security check. The guard approached from the side of the building. "Everything go okay?" he asked. "No problems at all," replied Carson. "I'm pulling a double, so I'll be heading out soon, but I'll be back." The guard nodded and turned his back against a gust of wind, cupping a hand to help light a cigarette. The man left, and Carson watched as he walked to the guardhouse to check on his colleague. As soon as he left and headed back around the other side of the building, Carson grabbed the cooler and hurried inside. After closing the two large doors he had propped open for the movers, Carson slid a metal bar in place to secure it shut. He set the cooler down on the floor and walked to an area between the Easter decorations and the White House lawn equipment, found a folding chair, and brought it to the cooler. Carson sat down and unzipped the cooler, lifted the lid, and shoved both hands inside. Securing a foot on each side to hold it in place, he carefully lifted out the aluminum briefcase and set it on the floor. He stood, reached inside a pocket, and found a key. Carson picked up the briefcase, set it on the chair, and took a seat on the cold concrete. He decided that this would be a better way to look at the contents once he got it open. The man inserted the key into the lock on the left side of the briefcase and turned it clockwise. The latch moved some, but didn't open. He turned it counterclockwise and twisted it again, trying to open the latch. It wouldn't budge. Frustrated, Carson tried to pull out the key, but it was stuck. He turned it, and the end of the key broke off. The man panicked. He reached inside a back pocket, found his knife, and inserted it into the keyhole. Keeping the blade flush against the teeth of the key still stuck inside, he turned the knife to the right. The latch popped open. Relieved, he removed the blade, grabbed the briefcase, and lifted the back in hopes of getting the broken part of the key to fall out. With a little encouragement from his blade, it did, and Carson inserted the broken piece into the second keyhole. He again inserted the blade and held it flush against the piece like he had on the other side, and carefully turned it to the right. This time the latch popped open with ease. Carson removed his knife and set it on the floor next to him. He then lifted the top of the briefcase, revealing an alarm clock with batteries to be used as a triggering device and a tangle of wires adjacent to an empty half-gallon plastic container. He got up and walked to the area where the White House groundskeepers kept the lawn equipment and found a gallon of gasoline. Returning to the briefcase, Carson filled the half-gallon container and then began inspecting the rest of it. He found two large sandwich bags. The first contained 20 red consumer-grade M88 firecrackers. The other was packed full of gunpowder. 4 blasting caps were tapped to each side of the briefcase. He stood over the device. There was one more ingredient he needed to add. He walked back to the lawn and garden bay, stood at the edge, and located the bag of fertilizer that he needed. A week prior, he had found the 5 bags of unused fertilizer from last summer and worried that it might have been the wrong kind. Carson needed ammonium nitrate-based fertilizer. He was relieved to see that the few bags remaining were exactly what he needed. Carson grabbed one of the bags and returned to the device. He tore the bag open and poured the fertilizer inside, covering everything except the alarm clock. Setting the bag down, Carson returned to the device. After checking his watch for the current time, he set the alarm so that it would detonate at the exact time he was instructed to set it for. Then Carson shut the lid and pressed both latches closed. One more task awaited the man. Carson picked up the briefcase and carried it as he walked to the opposite side of the building. He found the equipment that would be used tomorrow morning. Chairs, microphones, an audio mixer. He saw speakers and a teleprompter, not that Keller would use it. Then Carson found what he was looking for. 2 podiums, both made of wood with a blue plastic section on top. Each podium had the presidential seal affixed to the front. After careful inspection, he pulled the right one out and got to work. First, Carson set it down on the floor and pried open the compartment he had spent the last few weeks hollowing out. Each night he made progress and returned to the podium so that nobody would notice. He figured that the weight of the bomb would be offset by the lighter weight of the podium, with approximately 2 cubic feet removed from the hollowed-out center. After removing a panel on the back, he grabbed the aluminum briefcase and set it inside. The dimensions that Max Donovan had given Carson were perfect. The briefcase slid right in. But when he placed the lid back on, he realized that he had carved too deep. Seeing the gap and worrying that any rattling around might raise questions later when the podium was moved, not to mention cause the improvised explosive device to be jostled around unnecessarily, he considered what to use to fill the void. He looked around the warehouse to see what he could use. His thoughts drifted back to the fertilizer. Carson grabbed the bag, poured, and set it down once the space was filled to a good level, and tried again. It worked perfectly. The wood panel fit back on, and Carson stepped away to retrieve the carpenter's glue he had found just a few days prior. He applied the glue to the sides of the paneling and used a rag to wipe the excess. The only thing left to do now was wait. It would take 30 to 45 minutes for the glue to dry. To be sure, he planned to wait at least an hour. Carson grabbed the bag of fertilizer and took it back to the lawn and garden bay. Then he sat back down in the chair and looked at his watch to note the time. Then he waited. 28. I moved my leg, fully expecting the bomb to detonate. When it didn't, I ran out of the room, following Reed and trying to keep the mag light steady on the stairs. Before I reached the bottom floor, a terrible thought occurred to me. Did Jamie enter the building when she saw Chris run inside? Did she maintain her position? Or is she here, inside the residence? "Bomb!" I yelled, not knowing if Jamie was there in the dark somewhere. "Get out!" I ran out the front door and jumped over the small set of steps that bridged the door from the sidewalk. The moment I jumped, the upper floor of 1517 exploded. The upstairs windows shattered. I hit the ground, and glass fell on top of me. I put my hands on the back of my head to protect myself. My left hand rested on the gash on my head. The pain was excruciating. I heard the sound of a car screech to an immediate halt right in front of me. I looked up and saw Chris and Jamie across the street. I passed behind the car to join them, and we watched as 1515 started to catch on fire. Within a matter of seconds, the entire top floor of both sides of the building burned brightly. Another explosion rocked the building, this time coming from 1515, and we shielded ourselves from the shattering glass. There must have been a bomb on Chris's side of the building that he didn't see. The person in the car who had stopped to look at the fire got scared off by the second explosion, and the vehicle started to move. They picked up speed, turned the corner, and disappeared. I looked to my right and saw Chris step away to make a call. Shortly after he returned, I heard a siren coming from the other end of Good Hope Road. Residents on our side of the street walked out of their homes. Some of them were scared. Most were just curious. A woman in one of the apartments directly behind us opened her door. "Oh, my God!" she cried. I turned to look at the woman. Although she kept the door to her home cracked open, I saw that she was holding a newborn as she kept her eyes fixed on the flames growing taller by the minute across the street. "What happened?" she asked, and started to panic. "Is this a terrorist attack?" "It's going to be okay, ma'am. Please stay inside," replied Jamie. But the woman ignored her, opened the door, and walked to the front yard when she saw that some of her neighbors had already done the same. "We need to move," I said, knowing that if we hung around, we'd have a lot of explaining to do. We didn't have time to talk to the FBI or anyone else. There'd be time for that later. With just a few hours before the inauguration, we had to keep going. I called for Chris, and he headed back our way. The three of us moved west on Good Hope and hung a left on 15th Street. Chris got the SUV started as Jamie and I climbed inside. 2 minutes later, we were back on the interstate. "You okay?" Jamie asked as she opened the laptop once again. "Fine." But the truth was that I wasn't fine. My head wound was now hurting more than ever. The only thing keeping me going was the thought that the inauguration was rapidly approaching. We drove for another couple of minutes, dazed, unsure of what to do. When we got on 295 northbound, we could see flames to our right, stretching high into the sky. Red and blue lights lit the surrounding trees. Chris looked at me. Those residences were abandoned. Why have explosives? What was the point? I shrugged. Whoever's behind all of this wanted anyone asking questions to be taken out, I guess. Chris looked back at the road as I tried to figure out what our next steps should be. I turned around to Jamie. Do you think you can get the address for Max Donovan? I don't know, Blake. Not sure I can access those kinds of records. I need you to try. I turned back to look at the road and heard Jamie start to type. Why a timer, Blake? Why not just detonate the moment the tripwire was touched? I don't know. Maybe to make whoever triggered it think the device failed so they'd get a closer look at it. The closer the victim, the less of a chance they walk out of there. Or to lure in help for maximum impact, Jamie added. 2 for the price of 1? Jamie continued to type. The clacking was loud and frantic, like our lives depended on finding the address. Maybe they did. 1921 Quincy Street, I heard from the back seat and turned around to look at Jamie. You found it? I think so. I saw a smile on her face for the first time since this morning. Chris exited at East Capitol Street. What are you doing? I asked. I think that's Northwest Washington. We need to be going in the opposite direction. Chris pulled the vehicle back on 295 South. Pretty sure we need to take this to 695, but put it in the GPS. I entered the address into the system. We were less than 10 miles away and about 25 minutes out. I chose the shorter route, but Chris suggested changing it to the route that would have us take Rock Creek and Potomac Parkway. Trust me, we don't want to drive through downtown tonight, even at this hour. We'll stay on the edge of the city. It's a longer drive, but we'll get there faster. Reed was right about the traffic. He had us in the area in under 20 minutes. I'm looking at maps, said Jamie as we pulled onto Park Road and drove over a bridge as we headed north. The house is straight through those woods. She pointed to our right. How far out? A couple of minutes. No, I mean, how far through the woods? I turned around to see Jamie looking at her screen. I don't know. 2, maybe 300 feet? Stop the car, Chris. Chris just looked at me. Stop the car. He slowed the vehicle and it came to a stop on the 2-lane road, and he turned on the hazards. I lowered my window. There was a steep incline to my right, and I thought I could make it to the top. Change of plans, I said, and reached for my Glock. "29. The agents escorted Paul and Rich to the interstate. After leaving Bethesda, Paul said he could take the first shift driving back to Chicago, and told Rich they would switch once they got to Cleveland. I don't think that's such a good idea, said Rich. You've been driving all day. You look exhausted, man. I'm fine. Besides, there should be a rest area up ahead. We'll stop and I'll get some coffee. After passing through Frederick, Paul pulled the van into the rest area in Myersville, Maryland. He parked in the back, taking up 2 parking spots, and the 2 got out. As they did, Rich noticed something. You lose your cooler? Paul looked inside the van, then turned to Rich. Looks like it. Not a big deal. Nothing I can't replace. How'd that happen? Rich asked as he followed his boss into the South Mountain Welcome Center. Doesn't matter, Paul replied as he saw that he had a voicemail. Go on inside. I need to listen to this. After Rich entered the building, Paul put his phone up to his ear and heard his daughter, Bella. Daddy, she said. Daddy, pick up the phone. He heard his wife take the phone away from their daughter. Paul, call me, please. I don't care what time it is. Just call me back, okay? I'm worried about you. Hartman decided he'd call Judy back after he got his coffee and returned to the van.
Paul entered the building, picked up a styrofoam cup, and filled it with hot coffee. Rich did the same. They walked to the cashier. Paul paid for both drinks, and the two walked back outside. "You know what I think?" asked Rich as they climbed inside the vehicle. "What's that?" "I think you left it on purpose." Paul became nervous and set the coffee down in a cup holder. "What are you talking about?" "The cooler. I think you left it on purpose back there, Paul." "I just misplaced it. I told you it didn't matter," said Hartman. "I know you did. I was walking out from the building and I saw you hand it to the man named Carson." Rich paused, waiting for his boss to give an explanation, but he just stared at him. "What was in there?" "Forget about the cooler, okay?" replied Paul, as he called his wife back to ease her mind while trying to get Rich to stop thinking about the cooler and what he had seen take place. Judy answered on the first ring. "It's me. We're in Maryland and heading home now." "We haven't heard from you all day. Bella missed you a lot today. When will you be home, Paul?" Hartman looked at the clock on the dashboard. "It's an 11-hour drive, so we should get in by noon." Paul turned to his left and looked in the mirror. Something caught his eye. Movement. A woman appeared. It was her, the woman Paul had met earlier that morning in Chicago. "Hang on a second, Judy." Paul lowered the phone and placed it on his lap. He started to roll the window down when Claudia appeared. Before he could, the woman lifted her hands and fired 2 shots into the van, shattering the driver's side window. Paul slumped over the steering wheel. Rich panicked. He moved his body up against the door and lifted his hands. "Please don't kill me. I did everything you asked me to do. I have information to give you." "What kind of information, Mr. Sullivan?" asked Claudia. "Earlier, you told me to let you know if I saw anything you needed to know about." "What did you see?" Rich hesitated, not fully understanding what exactly he saw, just knowing that whatever happened between his boss and Carson, the man in the facility, didn't seem right to him. "I watched Paul hand his cooler to a man named Carson in the facility we were working from." "Do you know why?" "No, I asked him about it, but he wouldn't tell me, just said not to worry about it." "Good." Claudia pulled the trigger and watched as Rich's body became lifeless. The woman returned to her car and climbed inside. "Any problems?" asked Max Donovan. Claudia put the car in gear and sped off. She left the rest area and got back on I-70. "Both men are taken care of. That solves one of our problems. But we have another loose end we need to tie up, don't we?" Donovan nodded. "We have a team of men working on finding Jordan." "And if they don't?" "We just need to keep him at bay for the next few hours. It won't matter much after that, will it? My men will find him and the woman and take them both out before they cause us problems." "Let's hope that you do find Jordan, Mr. Donovan. I know firsthand that if you don't, he'll find you."
30. Jamie rummaged through the bag that Chris had brought us from the FBI's armory. "Here's a few more mags," she said, and handed me 2 of them. I looked them over and stuffed them in my pockets. "We're going to have to use our phones to stay in contact with each other. Where's the Bluetooth earpiece?" Jamie found it and handed it to me. "Can you manage without one?" Chris nodded. I turned it on, paired it with my phone, and called him. "Copy?" I asked, after he answered the call and acknowledged that he could hear me. "You and Jamie take the front. I'll come up the back." I climbed out, closed the door, and tapped the side of the SUV twice to let Chris know he could take off. After I stepped over the guardrails, I heard the back door open. "I'm coming with you," said Jamie. "Chris wants to take the front alone. He said there's more of a risk of being seen if there's 2 of us." "Okay, fine." Jamie closed the door and stepped over the railing, and Chris drove off. It would only take him a couple of minutes to get to Quincy Street. We needed to move fast. I put my weapon inside my belt and started climbing. Jamie and I grabbed onto the trunks of small trees and roots to pull ourselves up the incline. Once we reached the top, the terrain leveled out. "I think I see a light up ahead," she said as we got closer to the home. We continued walking through the woods, which weren't as dense as I thought they would be, and finally reached home. A fresh dusting of snow blanketed the ground and the roof. The residence was large. A tall fence surrounded the property. I found a crack between two of the wood panels and looked inside. "What do you see?" "Tennis court. Light on upstairs. Here, take a look." I stepped aside so she could take a look at the property.
"Blake, I'm on Quincy, approaching the target, 3 houses down,"
said Reed. "Copy that," I replied and turned to Jamie. "We need to go. Ready?" She nodded. I bent down and cupped my hands. Jamie placed a foot on top, and as she did, I stood and lifted her over the fence. She reached the other side, and seconds later, she let me know that it was clear. I jumped, grabbed onto the top of the fence, and pulled myself over, landing next to Jamie. She already had her weapon drawn. I grabbed mine, pointing with 2 fingers to our left. I let Jamie know that I wanted her to take that side of the property, and she started to move around the inside perimeter. I took the right side and moved quickly.
"Blake, there's—"
I heard Chris say, his voice breaking up. "I did not copy. Repeat that, Chris." I continued to walk in a crouch toward the back of the house. There was no response. "Chris, I did not copy." There was gunfire toward the front of the house. Jamie and I looked at each other. Someone inside the house turned on the lights in the backyard. Our positions were compromised. We ran to the house and met at the back door. I kicked the door in. Jamie entered first. "Federal agents!" she yelled. A man came into the kitchen and shot at us. Jamie returned fire and took him down. Another appeared to our left, and I took him out. "Chris!" I yelled again as we ran through the house looking for Donovan. He wasn't downstairs. I ran up the stairs, and Jamie shot another man who came in from the front of the house. Halfway up the stairs, I looked back down at Jamie. She was fine, so I kept moving. "All clear," I said, as I returned to the first floor after confirming that nobody, including Donovan, was upstairs. I stood next to the front door with my weapon drawn. Jamie pulled it open, and I ran outside. Jamie followed. Chris was on the ground, holding a hand tight to his abdomen, and in a lot of pain. "Stay with me," I said, as Jamie crouched down to help me look at the wound. "It's bad," she said. "We need to call the paramedics and get him to a hospital." "Jamie," Chris replied. "George Washington University Hospital is close by. Drive me there." Jamie looked at me. "Get down," I yelled and raised my Glock. A man appeared from the side of the house. I fired 2 shots. One of them hit his shoulder. The man ran, and I followed. Once I turned the corner and had a shot, I fired, and the man dropped to the ground near the backyard. I walked to him and fired again. I ran back to the front of the house. "We don't have time to call for help. Get his keys and go," I told Jamie. "Blake, I don't even know where—" "You have to go now," I yelled. I helped Chris get to his feet, and we headed to the SUV parked down the street. Once we got moving, he was fine walking. Chris kept a hand held tight against his lower chest and managed to get the keys over to Jamie. Once we found the car, I helped him inside, and Jamie drove off. I ran back to the house and walked the perimeter again. Once I was sure that it was clear, I went inside and turned the spotlights off in the backyard. I shut the back door and leaned against it. I slowly slid down to the floor, sat down, and set the gun on the floor. I was exhausted, overwhelmed, defeated. I grabbed the back of my head and lifted my knees. What is happening? Who are these men? And where the hell is Max Donovan? I closed my eyes and thought about Chris and Jamie. I wondered if she'd find the hospital in time. 31. A knock at the door shot adrenaline throughout my body. I stood, rounded the corner from the kitchen, and stepped over one of the men on the floor. I looked out the window to the left of the front door and saw a man in his mid-30s with a medium build. "It's open," I said, deciding that he'd think I was just one of the men inside. He didn't look anything like the dead men sprawled on the floor around the house. This man wore brown coveralls and looked like someone who might work as a mechanic somewhere. Because he knocked on the front door instead of just entering, I decided that he hadn't been to the residence before. The man entered the house, and as soon as he walked through the front door, I kicked it closed. "Don't move," I said, and trained my Glock on him. The only lights on in the house were in the kitchen. They lit the foyer just enough for me to be able to see where we were standing, but not much else. "Take a seat." I motioned for him to sit down on the couch inside the front door.
Who are you?
"How about you go first and we take things from there?"
What are you? A cop? I don't know anything, and I'm not saying another word until I see my lawyer.
I walked over to the light and flipped it on. The man's eyes grew wide as he noticed several men, dead, their bodies scattered throughout the various rooms downstairs, and blood splattered on every wall. "That's where you're wrong, Carson," I said, noticing his name sewed onto his coveralls. "There isn't going to be a lawyer. There's just you," I aimed my Glock at his head, "and me." Carson put up a good front, but I watched him carefully. I knew he was terrified. "Why are you here?" He didn't answer, and I paced around him. "Who do you work for? I want a name."
Max Donovan,
he replied, and smirked at me. "You're lying," I yelled, and ran at the man, grabbed his throat, and shoved the Glock against his temple. He still wouldn't budge. I aimed the Glock to the right of his head and fired.
"Stop! I'll talk, just don't hurt me."
The smile was gone, and he started shaking violently. I took a few steps back and aimed the gun at him. "Start talking." Carson took a deep breath and once again looked around the room at the dead men on the floor.
"I don't know the name of the man I've been working for, but he paid me a lot of money to do something for him."
"Go on," I said, as I heard the faint warble of sirens approaching in the distance. Keeping the gun trained on Carson, I walked to the window, looked outside, and saw 2 police cruisers pulling up to the house. "Talk!" I yelled as I returned to the man, but Carson could already see the flashing police lights through the bay window across from him. He shook his head. "Talk, damn it! Tell me what he asked you to do. Talk!" Men were running up to the entranceway. Their shoes were loud on the porch's wood floor. "Drop your weapon!" one of them yelled to me as he entered the residence, followed by another cop. "Drop it, now!" I stared at Carson as I lifted my hands into the air, knelt down, and slowly set the Glock on the floor. "My name is Blake Jordan. I'm an advisor to President-elect James Keller and working with the FBI to stop a terrorist attack that's planned for tomorrow." Handcuffs were placed on my wrists as the first officer grabbed my arm. "Stand up for me." "Call Bill Landry, special agent in charge of the FBI's D.C. field office. He'll confirm what I'm telling you." I watched as another officer entered the home and handcuffed Carson. "I believe this man is involved," I continued, looking at Carson. "You need to let me question him. We're running out of time."
"Both of you are going to be questioned,"
the officer replied as I saw another patrol car pull up to the house.
"Take them downtown and get a CSI team here," he said,
and Carson and I were both taken outside. I thought we'd both be taken in the same car, but one of the other officers assisted Carson into his vehicle and left. "You need to take the man who just left to FBI headquarters. Please, just make that call." The officer looked me over and said he'd check it out. He stepped away to try to reach Landry. I waited, standing near the back of his car. The handcuffs made my wrists hurt because of the zip ties from earlier. We were alone. The other officer was inside looking around and waiting for the crime scene unit to arrive so they could document the scene, figure out what might have happened and why. I saw the officer turn around and give me a look. I started to feel sick to my stomach. I didn't have time for any delays. I needed to figure out what was going on. Chris was hurt. He might even be dead. Jamie was gone. The last thing I needed right now was to be taken downtown and questioned for hours. The expression on the officer's face as he disconnected the call told me everything. "I got through to Landry. Told me he knows of you, but said you're not working for the FBI, and he doesn't know why you'd be here." The officer turned to open the door to the back of his car. I knew I had to do something. With his back to me, I jumped him, placed his neck against the inside of my elbow, and squeezed hard. "Don't fight it," I whispered, and kept squeezing. He went limp, and I gently lowered him onto the ground. I looked up and confirmed that the other officer was still inside. The keys to my handcuffs were on his belt. I grabbed them, and although it hurt, I twisted my wrists so I could reach the keyhole, and the lock popped open. I dropped the handcuffs next to the officer's body. Then I grabbed his keys and climbed inside the vehicle. I saw my Glock and phone inside an evidence bag. As I left the neighborhood, I passed another officer that sped past me on their way to Quincy Street. I knew they were going to figure out what had happened fast. I drove south on 16th Street, remembering the directions that Chris had given Jamie. "Take 16th south to K Street," was the last thing I heard him say. When I got close to K Street, I saw a sign that said the hospital was to the right. I ditched the car and walked west 8 blocks and entered George Washington University Hospital's emergency room. 32. At 2 o'clock in the morning, James Keller heard the door to the adjacent conference room inside Blair House open. His vice president had been meeting with the Secret Service for the past hour. Earlier, Keller had been discussing the inauguration with his VP when 2 Secret Service agents walked in and asked to speak with Billings. The President-elect had asked that they talk with Billings after they got through the next 24 hours, but the agents refused. Billings emerged, followed by the 2 agents. One left the room while the other stayed to debrief Keller. "Mike, give us a minute," said Keller as he motioned for Billings to wait for him in the next room. "We're going to need to talk with him again tomorrow afternoon, after the inauguration ceremonies." Keller stepped closer to the agent. "What's your name?" he whispered, trying not to wake his wife, who was sleeping down the hall. "Severs, sir." "Okay, Agent Severs. You need to understand how this looks for a new president taking office. I'm not fully sure I understand the problem. Do you believe that Billings knows something he's not telling you?" Severs shook his head. "Hard to say." "Let me ask you something. What are you doing to find Max Donovan? Your focus should be on him." The agent crossed his arms. "Sir, during the interview with Mr. Billings, I received an update on Donovan. We sent a unit to his home in northwest Washington. Donovan wasn't there." Keller could tell that the agent was concerned. "What did you find, Agent Severs?" "Police had already arrived at the home. 4 men had been killed. There was no sign of Max Donovan." "Go on." "When law enforcement arrived, they found Blake Jordan interrogating another man, whom MPD now has in custody." "Well, that's good news. Sounds like you have a lead to find out what might be going on. Where is Jordan now?" The agent shook his head. "Sir, Mr. Jordan is wanted for assaulting an officer, and we cannot locate him." Keller raised his eyebrows. "Assaulting an officer? I'm not following, Agent Severs." "I need to understand more on this myself, sir. This is just the information I received a few minutes ago. I'll update you if he's captured." "Do not use deadly force on Jordan. Make sure that's clear with the MPD, Secret Service, FBI, whoever." Severs nodded and left. Keller walked to the next room and found Mike Billings sitting at a table. "What do you know about all this, Mike?" Billings stood. "Know about what, Jim? I know about as much as you do. Donovan supposedly tried to kidnap and kill Jordan and a DDC agent yesterday morning, and Donovan hasn't been seen since. Allegations are now being made that this might be related to the inauguration. They think that Max Donovan is a terrorist." "The agent I just spoke with told me they went to Max Donovan's home. 4 men are dead, another is in custody, and now Blake Jordan is wanted for assaulting a police officer. This is a problem, Mike." "Jim, I didn't know any of that. Why would Jordan—" "Mike, Agent Severs just told me he's not sure he fully believes you.
He wants to talk again tomorrow. I just spent the last hour being grilled, and I'll tell you the same thing I told Sievers and the other agent he was with. I don't know where Max is, and I'm not privy to anything he may be involved in." "He's your aide, Mike," Keller yelled. "You hired him. You're the one that brought him on board." Keller noticed an agent stationed down the hall enter the room when the conversation got heated. The man leaned against the wall in the far corner of the room. He didn't interface. He just watched. Billings took his eyes off the agent and looked at Keller. "We've been friends for a long time, Jim. Do you know how bad this is going to look? Your aide is involved in trying to murder a senior advisor to a president of the United States. 4 men found dead at his home. What the hell is Donovan doing?" "I'm telling you, I don't know," said Billings as the agent approached, when their voices grew louder. Keller stepped closer, forcing Billings against the wall. Keller pointed a finger at his friend's chest and pushed. "I've known you for a long time, Mike. A very long time. You know better than anyone that I will not have people in my administration who aren't straight with me, regardless of their position or seniority. If you know something, if you've seen anything, I need to know about it. Tell me now. I will not—" Keller saw something that caught his eye and turned to his right to see who had approached the door. Margaret Keller was in the dark hallway, sitting in her wheelchair with a blanket draped over her body. She stared at her husband with a disapproving glare. "Come to bed, Jim." Keller realized that he had let himself lose control. He stared at his wife, then turned to Mike Billings and took his finger off his friend's chest. The VP-elect straightened his tie and adjusted his blazer. "It's late," said Billings. "We're both exhausted and need some rest. I'll see you in a few hours." He walked past Keller and the agent. "Excuse me, Margaret," he said as he left the room and disappeared. Margaret turned her wheelchair around, glanced at her husband, and headed back to their bedroom. The agent left the room as well, and Keller walked to the window and pulled back the drapes. He thought about Blake and found it hard to believe that he had assaulted an officer. That wasn't the kind of thing he thought Blake would do. "What the hell is going on?" he whispered to himself. 33. I spotted Jamie as soon as I entered the ER. She was sitting to the right alongside the wall. "Jamie," I said, and she looked up and stood as I approached. "How's Chris? Is he okay?" "They took him back as soon as we arrived. That was half an hour ago. Haven't heard anything yet." I nodded and looked around. For the middle of the night, there were a lot of people in the ER's waiting room. We walked to the nurse's desk to ask for an update on Chris, and the woman said the doctor would be out to see us as soon as Reed was out of surgery. Jamie and I walked away, and I leaned in to talk to her. "Jamie, Chris is in good hands. I'm sorry, but we need to leave right now." "What's going on?" "I'll explain in the car. Where'd you park?" Jamie led me outside. The automatic sliding glass doors opened, and the cold wind hit our faces. Jamie tossed the keys to me. She crossed her arms and held them tight against her body, trying to stay warm. When we entered the SUV and got settled, Jamie reached for her bag and opened her laptop. "Tell me what's going on, Blake." "After you left, I secured the residence." I started the SUV and turned on the heat while Jamie put her hands up to the air vents to try to get warm. There was a knock at the door. "Who was it?" "A man named Carson. He wore brown coveralls, looked like maybe he worked as a mechanic, but his hands weren't greasy and his clothes weren't dirty. Maybe he worked in a warehouse somewhere. I don't know, but he was there at the home to meet somebody." "Who?" "Not sure. He knew Donovan's name, so he must have known that it was his home." "Carson? First or last name?" "I don't know that either. It was on his uniform. Can you help me figure out who he is?" "How exactly do you want me to do that? We don't have a picture of the guy. We don't even have a full name. I need more than that if I'm going to be able to figure out who he is." "I know. Look at the Metropolitan Police Department logs.
He should show as being arrested 20, maybe 30 minutes ago, and if you're not seeing anything, then I need you to try to access their system."
"The police showed up?"
I nodded. Jamie began typing and accessed the logs.
"Blake, you're in their logs. It's saying that you assaulted a police officer."
I had no choice. I was questioning Carson when they showed up. He was just about to tell me who he worked for and why he was there. I just needed another minute, and I think he would have talked.
"If they have the man under arrest, then we just need to go down to MPD and talk to him," said Jamie, as she continued to type. "And now they have an all points out to bring you in. What did you do?"
They took Carson separately. They were going to take me downtown to question me, too. I told them I was working with the FBI, trying to stop a planned terrorist attack, and to call Bill Landry to verify. They called, and Landry wouldn't back me up. They were going to take me in. I couldn't let them do that.
"So you jumped a cop and took his cruiser?" she asked, as she read the details of the All Points Bulletin.
"Jamie, we're running out of time. The inauguration is in just a few hours. Chris has been taken out. I would have been detained for hours, and we would have missed our opportunity to stop this attack." Jamie stared at me and then sighed before her eyes returned to her screen.
"His name is Carson Fleming."
"Where does he work?" Jamie shook her head as she continued to type.
"I've got a home address, but don't see where he works. If that's what we need, then I can ping Morgan to see if he can help me find it."
She did, and Morgan started looking, and a few minutes later he instant messaged Jamie, saying that he needed to talk with us ASAP.
"This is Lennox," he said, answering his phone. "Morgan, I have you on speaker. We need the work address for Carson Fleming."
"I'm afraid it's a bit more complicated than that, mate. I was really scratching my head with this one. I had to cross-reference several databases, and I did find where he works, but I can't give you the address." "Why not?" "Because there is no address. It doesn't officially exist. It's a government storage facility in Bethesda." I punched Bethesda into the GPS and started driving. It let me know that I needed to head north about 6 miles. With close to no traffic on the roads, I thought I'd get there in a little over 20 minutes. "We're heading over now. Do you think you could navigate us to the building once we're in the area?" "I don't know, Blake. I'll need some time to try to figure out exactly where it's located." "We'll be there in 20 minutes. Call us as soon as you get the location." I headed north on 22nd Street and took Massachusetts to Wisconsin Avenue, thinking it would be the best to stay off the highways. I figured it would only be a matter of time before Landry found out that Chris Reed was in the hospital for a gunshot wound and started looking for his vehicle, knowing that I likely had it.
"What's in that facility?"
Jamie asked. I shook my head. "Something they don't want anyone to be able to find." "34. When we passed a sign welcoming us to Bethesda, I told Jamie we needed to talk to Morgan. She looked for him on Instant Messenger to ping him.
"He's been away from his desk for a while. Let's give him another minute or two, and—"
Jamie's phone rang. It was Morgan. "Sorry, love. Shapiro needed me. Blake, did you know MPD is looking—" "I know, Morgan. We just arrived in Bethesda. Can you navigate us to the facility?" "Fine. Jamie, share your location with me so I can direct you in." Jamie started sharing her phone's current location with Morgan, who said he located us and compared our current position to a map he had of where the government facility was supposed to be located. "Okay, Blake. I see you guys on 355 headed north. Go east on Jones Bridge Road, just before Walter Reed. That dead ends at Jones Mill Road. You'll want to turn left and head north. When you get there, I'll walk you through the next steps." "Got it," I replied. "I need to bring you two up to speed on something."
"Go ahead, Morgan,"
replied Jamie. "Chicago PD got a call a little while ago from a woman in Oak Park. She was on the phone with her husband when she heard gunshots." "That's an everyday thing in Chicago, Morgan," I said. "Blake, just listen." He continued as I turned right on Jones Bridge Road and headed east. "CPD sent an officer to the home to talk with her. She said she was on the phone with her husband, Paul Hartman, when she heard the shots being fired. She continued to listen and heard another man talking with a woman, followed by another gunshot. Police located the men at the rest area in Myersville, Maryland. "Why are you telling us this, Morgan?" I asked. "Because Myersville isn't that far from you. I looked into Paul Hartman. He owned a moving company." "Owned?" Jamie asked to clarify. "Yes, owned. Hartman and another gentleman were found dead at the rest area." "I'm still not following. What does this have to do with anything?" "The police worked with the FBI to track the vehicle, and I took it one step further and used the same system to go back an hour earlier to see where Hartman had come from before going to the rest area." Morgan paused for a moment. "He left the facility that you and Jamie are going to now, Blake. I was trying to figure out why he would have been there when Shapiro summoned me to his office. But knowing that he came from Chicago, all I can think of is that maybe he was delivering James Keller's belongings." "Why would somebody want him dead?" Jamie asked, as I turned left on Jones Mill Road. "Not sure," I replied, "but we need to get to this facility before the FBI does. Morgan, I'm on Jones Mill." "Okay, Blake, you're going to be looking for an entrance into the woods, somewhere on your right." "Not seeing anything." "There has to be something marking the spot. Keep looking." Jamie rolled down her window and pointed to a stake in the ground. "Is that it? Is that the mark?" I stopped the vehicle, grabbed my mag light, and got out. I noticed tracks in the dirt just to the left of the stake. I pushed through and walked into the woods about 10 or 15 feet and saw the facility. "This is it," I said, after climbing back into the truck. "Morgan, can you tell me about the building?" "The facility is rather large, Blake. As far as getting to it when you enter, you'll follow what looks like a fairly long dirt road. That takes you to a small guardhouse where I'm assuming you'll have some explaining to do. Beyond that point, it looks like there's a fence around the perimeter of the building. That's all I can see." "We're going in now," I said, and pulled the truck into the woods, entering to the left of the stake. "Morgan, can you look into the rest area? See if there's any surveillance of the parking lot?" asked Jamie. "I'll do my best, love." Branches scratched both sides of the truck as I eased the vehicle into the woods. I had to accelerate quickly to get the SUV over what felt like a ditch separating the woods from the main road. Once inside, I followed the path as Jamie checked her Glock and got ready to talk to whoever kept watch over this place. As we approached the small guardhouse, we saw a man emerge with a flashlight in his left hand and his right resting on a gun. As he approached, I stopped the SUV, put it in park, and lowered the window. Jamie exited and presented her identification. "Jamie Davis, Department of Domestic Counterterrorism." The man shined his flashlight on Jamie, and while he looked her over, I stuffed my Glock inside my belt. The man moved the light back to me where he kept it. "Get out of the vehicle, now," he ordered. I stepped out and closed the door. The man looked me over, then turned back to Jamie. "This area is restricted, so unless you have clearance, I'm going to need you to leave the premises, now." "We have reason to believe that a terrorist plot is in play in Washington, D.C., and this facility may have played a key role in that plot." "This area is secure, ma'am. I guarantee that. Been here 20 years, and it's the same thing every day. Trust me, there isn't a place more secure than here. Nobody enters, nobody leaves, unless you work here." "Like Carson Fleming?" I asked. The man turned back to me. "What do you know about Fleming?" 35. I stepped closer to the guard. "Carson Fleming has been arrested. MPD took him into custody and is questioning him downtown right now. Have you seen him in the last few hours?" "He just got off work a little while ago. Said he'd be right back, though. He's working a double tonight." A short while ago, Fleming drove to the home of a man who was involved in an attempt to kidnap and kill Agent Davis and me. We need to enter your facility and figure out what he was working on before he left." And you are? Blake Jordan. Please, you have to let us inside. The guard looked at Jamie, then back to me. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. If I place a call to James Keller, and he confirms what I'm telling you, will you let us inside? The man nodded. I stepped away and placed the call. Keller didn't answer, so I reached into my pocket and found the card for Defense Secretary Ron Gibson. This is Blake Jordan, I said when he answered. I'm standing outside a government facility in Bethesda. We went to Donovan's home. He wasn't there, but a man named Carson Fleming showed up. He's been taken into custody, but we found out that he works in this facility. We need to get inside to understand what he was doing before leaving to go see Donovan. There was silence on the other end of the line. Let me talk to them, Blake. Here, I said, and handed the phone to the guard who listened to Gibson. Very well, the man said, and handed the phone back to me. I thanked Gibson and hung up. The guard walked back inside the guardhouse, and a moment later the gate began to move. Jamie and I followed him inside and watched as the gate closed behind us. Follow me, he said as we continued walking up the long driveway and entered a set of double doors. Inside the building, I saw a series of bays along both walls. Each one was different in size, but seemed large enough to house the different gear and equipment that they contained. They looked customizable, like they could be expanded if they needed to be. One bay to my left had riding lawnmowers and other lawn equipment. Another contained stacks of crowd control barriers and traffic cones. What is this place? I asked. White House Storage Facility, the man replied. It's a little out of the way, but you can only store so much on the premises. They like to keep whatever they feel is essential on site. Everything else they keep here. Jamie turned around, taking in all the nooks and crannies throughout the large building. What does Carson Fleming do here? Fleming is what we call a handler. When the trucks arrive, they drop what they return right here, he said, pointing to the entrance doors we'd walked through. The handlers sort what gets returned by category, and then move whatever gets delivered back to their spots within the facility. The trucks can come at any hour of the day, sometimes multiple times a day. It all depends on what's going on at the White House. Who's the handler for the third shift? Who usually relieves Carson Fleming? A guy named Tom. Fleming said that Tom called him yesterday, not feeling well. Before he left, Fleming said he was going to pull a double to cover the shift, said he needed to step out but would be back shortly. I'm assuming that pickups are the same process? Kind of. There's just a little more involved. The Secret Service oversees both pickups and drop-offs, but when a truck arrives to take equipment and supplies, there's a checklist that's reviewed, a manifest. It comes from the people at the White House and gets okayed by the warehouse manager. And you don't have that for drop-offs? Jamie asked. Not really. Supplies get used up. A truck may leave with bags of fertilizer and won't return with any. That's just the nature of the process. We do inventory and keep track of items we have to order. He paused. Why are you asking these questions? What does any of this have to do with Carson Fleming? I looked at Jamie and then turned to the guard. Do you recognize the name Paul Hartman? Hartman and Sullivan. They were here earlier, and Fleming helped unload the van they drove in. And what exactly did they drop off? That was more of an unconventional delivery. Hartman was dropping off the personal effects of James and Margaret Keller. Their stuff is in that bay, right over there, he said, and pointed to the corner. Jamie stepped closer to us. Do you have any trucks coming or leaving in the next few hours? One just left. You may have passed it on your way in. That one had all of the audio equipment that's needed in a few hours. I have another one on its way to pick up Keller's belongings that Fleming was in charge of. Should be here within the hour. About Keller's stuff, I said, looking in the direction of the first bay. I noticed that none of it is organized. It's all just piled in there. All other bays look organized. Why would Fleming leave this one a mess? We keep items that come in and out very quickly close to the front here. If it's going right back out, which doesn't happen too often, we just put it here, close to the front, and load it on the next truck as is. I stepped closer to the bay and looked inside before turning back to the guard. Do you have video surveillance? Anything we can look at to see what Fleming was doing in here right before he left? No, he replied. Like I told you, the facility is secure already. As the guard talked, another man appeared just outside the doorway, and the guard we were talking to waved, letting him know that everything was okay. As you can see, we have security walking the perimeter 24/7. Nobody gets in or out without us knowing. All vehicles are checked by the Secret Service before they enter, and, like I mentioned, they monitor the whole loading and unloading process. What do you think Fleming did? That's what we need to find out. Blake, we have to go through Keller's belongings right now, said Jamie. I nodded. Are you in any rush once the van gets here? I asked the guard. White House staff will remove President Rouse's belongings before moving in Keller's. You have time. 36. As Jamie and I started going through Keller's boxes, the guard stepped away, saying that he needed to get ready for the truck that would be arriving shortly. I'll be back in a few minutes, he said, and left. After we had gone through 5 of Keller's boxes, Ron Gibson called. Are you making any progress? He asked. We're still here. Fleming was in charge of overseeing Keller's personal effects. We're not sure what he did here before leaving to go to Donovan's, but we're trying to figure it out by going through Keller's boxes. You need to stand down, Blake. Why do I need to stand down? I asked, and put the call on speakerphone for Jamie to be able to hear. We found the Somalis. They took the Acela Express train from New York. The men purchased their tickets a week ago, and the FBI traced the online purchase back to a credit card tied to an alias for one of the men. They got on at Penn Station in Manhattan last night at 9 o'clock and arrived in D.C. just before midnight. We didn't learn all of this in time to pick them up when they arrived at Union Station, but the FBI found that they had made another purchase with that card for a one-night stay at a nearby hotel. Did we get them? I asked, and looked at Jamie as Gibson continued to bring us up to speed. The men went to the Phoenix Park Hotel. The FBI has been keeping everyone in the dark while they set up a perimeter around the hotel and moved in just a few moments ago. The men are in custody. As I was wrapping up the call with Gibson, Jamie stepped away to speak with Morgan Lennox. I took Gibson off speakerphone. What are the FBI's next steps, Ron? I asked. They say they're confident that they have the right people responsible for the planned attack. Weapons were found in their vehicle, including assault rifles, a sniper rifle, as well as several explosives. I've spoken with Keller and Billings and brought both of them up to speed as well. I paused for a moment, trying to decide what my next step should be. Blake, I'm aware of what you did to that officer a few hours ago. You know the Secret Service, won't you? What do you mean? Stand down, Blake. Come on back to Blair House and meet Keller and me here. We stand by your actions today. Come back here and meet with the Secret Service before the FBI finds you. Gibson was right. If these agencies were looking for me, turning myself in to the Secret Service would be the best choice. Keller would be able to vouch for me. If MPD got me, they would just turn me over to the FBI, and if the FBI had me in custody, there was no telling what Landry would do to me. All right, I replied. Good. See you soon, the defense secretary said and disconnected the call. I slid the phone into my back pocket. I thought about the truck on its way to the facility. The Secret Service would be with them. I walked over to Jamie on the other side of the room where we had been going through Keller's boxes. She was still talking to Morgan and told him to hold on. Okay, Blake can hear you now. Go ahead. Blake, I can't hide that I'm helping you from Shapiro for much longer. He knows I've helped you in the past. Any minute now he's going to wise up and start monitoring my calls to keep me from talking to you. It doesn't matter anymore, I replied. I just spoke with Defense Secretary Gibson. He said the FBI found the Somalis, traced them using a credit card. They took a train from New York to D.C. and were at the Phoenix Park Hotel near Union Station. They got them, Morgan. I need to turn myself in now.
But what about Keller's boxes, Blake? What about Carson Fleming? What's the connection? Asked Jamie.
I don't know what the connection is, but the Secret Service will be here any minute now. Then you'd better get going, Blake, said Morgan. Why? I was just telling Jamie I accessed the surveillance footage at the South Mountain Welcome Center. The rest area? That's it. You're going to want to chase this lead, he continued. I got a perfect angle of the shooting. There were 2 cameras. One captured the murder, and another got the license plate of the getaway car. Jamie looked at me and smiled. That's great. Who does the car belong to? I asked. It's a rental, Blake. I traced it back to Chicago. The vehicle was picked up yesterday morning. They drove all the way here from Chicago? Were they following Hartman? I'm not positive. That was my first thought, but the video of the woman shooting the 2 men in the rest area. Did you say a woman? Yes, Blake. The video was grainy since there was very little light in the parking lot. I was able to enhance the image and remove many of the shadows to be able to see the woman clearly. Blake, you need to see it. Okay, send it over.
I have it here,
said Jamie. I walked next to her, and she brought the video up on her phone screen. We watched Paul Hartman pull into the rest area and park. He and his passenger got out, spoke for a few seconds, and headed toward the building. Hartman looked like he had taken a call before going inside. Moments later, the men emerged, but first a car entered the rest area. We watched a woman get out, hide behind the vehicle, and watch Hartman and the other man return to their van and climb inside. The woman stood, walked to the driver's side, and drew her gun. Shots were fired. We watched as she paused, then she fired again. Morgan switched views and paused the frame for us to see her face. I grabbed the phone from Jamie. Do you recognize that woman, Blake? Morgan asked. Of course I did. I could never forget the face of the woman who had tried to kill me 5 months earlier. 37. Jamie brought my hand down so she could take a look at the screen.
God, Blake, it's Claudia Nazir.
If Claudia's involved, then her husband is too. Claudia was the wife of Asal Nazir, former imam at the Islamic Civic Center, a mosque in downtown Chicago. When Jamie and I had searched for the kidnapper of then-Senator James Keller last August, the trail had inadvertently led us to Asal Nazir. The last time I'd seen Claudia, I had coaxed her out of her upscale condo and held a gun to her head while entering her home to try to take her husband by surprise. She managed to stab me in the process and ran to a back room while Asal emerged from the back. I always believed that Asal Nazir was helping Keller's kidnapper, Marco Lopez, who admitted to murdering my wife, Maria, moments before I put a bullet in his head. Based on the upscale condo that the Nazirs lived in, they had plenty of money. I knew they had to be funding Lopez. I just never could prove it. We know everything about you, Asal Nazir had whispered to me as FBI agents rushed in and ordered me to stand down as I held a gun to his throat. Just like I could never forget Claudia's face, I could never forget his words either. They haunted me since that day in the downtown Chicago high-rise. Jamie never figured out exactly how the Nazirs were connected to the jihadi coalition or the terror plot for kidnapping James Keller. Neither did the DA. The charges were dropped, and the Nazirs disappeared. I went looking for them after I got fired from DDC. Never found them. Morgan had told me back then that he believed they might have fled the country. If he couldn't find them, nobody could. So I moved on.
Blake, are you okay?
Jamie asked, jolting me back into the present moment. Looks like you were right, Jamie. If the Nazirs are behind this, they may have sent the Somalis.
As a diversion,
she said, finishing my sentence.
Or the Somali threat was actually real, and they leaked the information to take out their rivals, if the Nazirs already had something planned for later today.
With these type of people, you always have to watch the other hand, we heard Morgan say. Well done, love. Jamie turned to me. Blake, you have to get out of here. The Secret Service will be here any minute now. What about you? Something happened here. I'm not sure what yet. I'll keep looking through Keller's boxes and try to figure it out. When the agents arrive, they're going to ask about you. I'll tell them the truth, that you left to follow up on a lead. They'll grill me, but I'll say I don't know where. I'll tell them about Carson Fleming. Morgan, I said, and turned to look through the facility doors that were still ajar. Can you find Claudia? He paused for a beat, thinking about it. I don't know, Blake. I'll try to figure something out. Hurry, before Shapiro steps in. Figure it out and call me back on my cell. I'm headed back to D.C. Jamie disconnected the call. I was concerned about parting ways. I don't think we should split up, Jamie. Blake, we have to figure out what's going on, and we have to find the Nazirs and stop them. But stop them from doing what? She shook her head slowly. I'll be fine, Blake. Take this. She removed the Kevlar vest Chris and I had given her and handed it to me. You need this more than I do. Now go. I ran outside and saw the man who had been walking the perimeter to my right. He had just walked past the open doors, and I knew I'd have a few minutes before he'd emerge again from the other side of the building. I jogged to the fence with the guardhouse and Chris's truck on the other side. Open the gate, I yelled. The guard on the other side stepped out and shook his head. Mr. Jordan, I just received a phone call from the Secret Service. They've asked me to make sure you stay where you are until they can get here. Open the gate, now, I yelled again. I watched the guard reach for his weapon and hold it down at his side. I had just a few minutes until the other guard would come up from behind me, and even less time before the Secret Service would arrive, I guessed. Quickly, I grabbed my Glock and aimed. I closed an eye and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit his gun, causing it to fly out of his hand. The man was terrified. I'm a pretty good shot, so I suggest you open the gate now. Do it! He held his hands up and cautiously walked inside the guardhouse. A moment later, the gate started moving. As it opened, I walked out, still aiming my Glock at the guard. He kept his hands up as I got to the vehicle and opened the door. If you hurt my partner, I'll kill you, I said, and climbed inside. After getting it started, I turned the truck around and headed down the path that Jamie and I had entered. The trail was hard to see, so I put the high beams on and kept moving. I could see headlights from the occasional car passing on Jones Mill Road. One car passed very close, so I knew I was near the entrance. Stop! I heard someone yell from behind me. I tapped the brakes and saw the other guard, the one who had been walking the perimeter, coming after me. He must have heard me fire my gun at the other man. I gunned it and didn't slow down until I got to where I thought the road was on the other side of the brush. When I emerged on the other side, I pulled out onto the road and turned left. 30 seconds later, a caravan of 3 black SUVs rushed past me, and in the rearview mirror I watched them slow down and turn into the wooded area I had just emerged from. Then they disappeared. Instead of turning west on Jones Bridge Road, I decided to keep going straight. I kept moving south, taking back roads on my way back to D.C. as I waited for Morgan to get back to me. Jones Mill turned into Beach Drive, which I took for another 20 minutes. I was becoming more anxious with every passing second. I found myself on a 2-lane road, driving through endless woods. They reminded me of the woods from a few hours earlier. I thought about Claudia and Asal Nazir. The look on his face when he told me he knew everything about me. I thought about the pain in my side when Claudia had stabbed me. For some reason, that made the back of my head start to throb. Son of a bitch, I whispered when Beach deposited me onto Park Road close to Donovan's house, right back where I started. "38. Where are we?" Donovan asked as he and Claudia Nazir walked down the long staircase. Claudia led Max along the dark path, and when they reached the bottom, the man handed her a flashlight. "Asal is expecting you," he said, and motioned for Claudia to continue following the same path that she and Donovan were on. She shined the light on the walls around her. Graffiti seemed to cover everything. 2 large openings appeared as they kept walking, one on their left and the other to the right. "Keep going straight," the sentry yelled from far behind her, his voice echoing against the tiled ceiling and walls. When Claudia and Max got to the far end, the path curved to the right. Claudia heard something move near her feet. She lit the area and watched a rat scurry across and disappear under a pile of cardboard. "There's a light up ahead," said Donovan, as the 2 veered left down a side path and it began to brighten. Claudia continued to light their path with the flashlight, but her eyes were now fixed at the end of the passageway as she searched for her husband. They walked into a room outfitted with computer equipment. There was a monitor set to C-SPAN with the audio on mute. The station would soon be airing the swearing-in of Keller, the inaugural address, and the parade. Another monitor was attached to a computer that Asal Nazir had been using to monitor local and national news websites for updates. "Were you followed?" Asal asked, stepping into the light and catching Claudia and Max off guard. 2 of his sentries approached from behind as Claudia turned to face her husband. "I was very careful, Asal." He walked around Max Donovan, who extended his hand to the man. Asal ignored the gesture. "This is Max Donovan," Claudia continued. "He's been instrumental in helping our cause so far." "Mr. Donovan," began Asal, "do you know where Blake Jordan is?" Max shook his head. "Of course not. What about the woman he was with, and Carson Fleming? What about him?" Max looked at Claudia, then back to us all. "Fleming is meeting the rest of our men to brief them on the status of the package he assembled in Maryland. He'll come up with a plan for the diversion that the team will execute as the bomb is detonated to throw off law enforcement and dilute their efforts." Nazir nodded. "If I told you that Mr. Jordan and the woman are at the Bethesda facility right now, that Carson Fleming is in police custody, and that the men at your home are all dead, what would you say then?" Donovan didn't know what to say. He again turned to Claudia, looking for help. "Claudia, are you sure you weren't followed? Because if this was what careful looks like—" "I'm sure, Asal. I don't know what happened with Jordan or Donovan's men, but Hartman is dead." "And the other man?" "Also dead." Asal Nazir looked at Max as he continued to pace. "Mr. Donovan, based on your stellar performance over the last several hours, I hope you'll forgive me in asking this. Is Jordan going to find the package?" "I received confirmation that the package left the facility a short time ago. Jordan won't find anything." Nazir stopped moving and turned to his wife and Donovan before nodding to a man who stood behind them. A small metal pipe struck Donovan on the head, and he collapsed onto the cold concrete. Claudia watched as Donovan's hair became wet as the blood flowed and soon surrounded him on the floor. She let out a gasp. "Asal, what are you doing?" "Take him away and watch over him until I get further instructions. Make sure he won't be a problem," Nazir ordered, and the sentry grabbed Donovan by the wrists and dragged him into another room. "We need him!" Claudia screamed as she watched a trail of blood being left behind as Max was taken away. "We don't need him, Claudia. The fact that his men are all dead doesn't matter either. A diversion, when a bomb explodes, isn't necessary. All we needed him for was to make sure his men got the package onto the truck so it would be where we needed it, at the right place, at the right time. He confirmed it was." Claudia stepped closer to her husband. "It's not Max Donovan that I'm worried about, Asal." Nazir grabbed his wife and pushed her away. Claudia almost fell over, struggling to stay on her feet. "Claudia," he began, turning away from her. "Who do you think asked me to take care of him?" Claudia Nazir felt a wave of terror sweep her body. She realized that the man who Max worked for had no further use for him and thought he was expendable, a liability to be mitigated. Her husband did too.
Maybe they think the same of me, she thought. Claudia stood and watched her husband walk back into the makeshift command center he had set up. He took a seat in front of one of the monitors and started typing on the computer. She turned and looked around the room. She tried to hide it from her husband the best she could, but at that moment she realized that she and Assaul weren't running the show, and she realized that Assaul's loyalty was to someone else. A man she had met on several occasions under the blanket of night. A man she didn't trust. Claudia stepped toward her husband. "What do you need me to do now?" "Now we wait," he replied, and continued to type. But Claudia didn't want to wait. She wanted to leave. She just had to wait for the right time. 39. I was at the corner of Beach and Park, trying to decide where to go, when Morgan finally called me. "Okay, Blake. 10 left on Park." "You're tracking me?" I asked, as the light turned green and I started driving up the hilly Park Road. "Listen, Blake, I'm not sure how much time I have. Shapiro is on the phone and keeps looking my way." As I drove, I looked to my left and saw the spot where Jamie and I had climbed the incline to walk through the woods to get to Donovan's home. Red and blue lights flickered through the woods. I thought about Chris and wondered how he was doing. I needed to get the hell out of here before MPD found me. "Blake, you're going to head south on Park for another minute or so. When it curves to the left, you're going to want to keep going straight and head south on Wallbridge, okay? That becomes Adams Mill. When you get to Calvert, take it to 18th. Park when you get to Q Street. We'll take it from there." "Care to tell me where you're taking me, Morgan?" "DuPont Circle." "What's at DuPont Circle?" "Claudia Nazir," replied Morgan. "Are you sure? How'd you manage to find her?" "After you left Jamie, I started trying to think of how I could track the woman. I remembered another assignment from years ago where I needed to locate a stolen rental car a suspected terrorist had taken. They used a company called Air IQ for fleet management. It's a way for these rental companies to be able to know where all of their vehicles are at any given time. The company Claudia rented from doesn't use Air IQ, but does use a similar service called Teletrack. I've been spending the last several minutes in the Teletrack system, looking at all of their rental cars that left Chicago in the last day. 32 were headed to the East Coast. Of those, only one is in the D.C. area right now. Right before I called you, I verified that the vehicle was at that rest area earlier. I'm positive that it's her." "When did she arrive at DuPont Circle?" I asked, as I got onto Wallbridge and continued to head south. "Give me a sec." I heard Morgan typing on the other end of the line. "Okay, it looks like she arrived in DuPont Circle approximately 30 minutes ago. The vehicle hasn't moved since then." "Is she inside the vehicle?" "There's no way of knowing that, Blake." A flood of thoughts rushed over me as I drove, trying to understand what Claudia was doing in Chicago and, more importantly, where her husband was. "What's at DuPont Circle? Why would she go there, Morgan?" There was a brief pause on the other line. "There's nothing there, Blake. Listen, you're going to need to pick up speed. I really don't know how much longer I have before Shapiro figures out I'm helping you." I floored it once I got onto 18th Street, but didn't want to get pulled over by the MPD. "All right, I'm approaching Q Street." "Okay, turn right and park before you get to 19th Street, Blake. I'm going to bring you in from a block north of where her vehicle is parked in case she's still inside the car for some reason." I parked and grabbed the Bluetooth earpiece I had used earlier. "Morgan, do you copy?" I asked, after activating it and pairing it to my phone again. "Copy." I grabbed my Glock, Maglite, and another magazine before I got out. "Okay, Morgan, where am I going?" I asked, and looked down both sides of Q Street. The road was empty. A traffic light half a block away flashed a yellow light, signaling to proceed with caution. I thought the message was fitting.
Go to 19th and head south. Her car is parked at the end of the block, right before the traffic circle. Make and model? Silver BMW 5 Series, sedan. A car like that won't last long parked on the street in D.C. Okay, I see it, Morgan. I approached the vehicle from behind. It was parked on the right side of the road, facing south, so I decided to get on the left side of the street so I could take cover behind some of the vehicles parked, facing north. I jogged in a crouch stance, and when I got to the end of the street, I ducked behind a car. Claudia's sedan was parked directly in front of a Starbucks. The coffee shop was closed, but 2 employees were inside. I don't see anyone in the vehicle, I told Morgan as I looked up and down both sides of the street before my eyes returned to the coffee shop with most of the lights turned off. The employees were hard at work, getting ready for opening at 5 o'clock. Is it really almost 5? I thought to myself. I don't know what to tell you, Blake. I tucked the Glock behind my back, walked across the street, and looked inside the vehicle. I tried opening the doors, but they were locked. I stepped onto the sidewalk. Claudia's car was parked next to a parking meter. It said it had 30 minutes left. I stood between the parking meter and a couple of bikes that were tied to a set of 3 bike racks. This doesn't make sense, I said, as I continued to look around. Then I noticed something to the right of me. It was a large grate, about 8 feet wide, 16 feet long. Streetlights were affixed to one side of it. Green, rusty railing outlined the perimeter. It looked like some kind of ventilation air shaft. But what caught my eye was that the lid to the air shaft was partly open, just a half an inch. Morgan, I'm standing next to what looks like an air shaft at the corner of 19th and DuPont. What the hell is it? 40. The pounding grew louder as Jamie pushed more boxes against the 2 doors at the entrance. She ran into the lawn and garden bay and found heavy lawn equipment, which she also placed against the doors to keep them shut. She knew that wouldn't hold the Secret Service agents off for long, but it might buy her a little more time. Jamie frantically searched through the last remaining boxes containing James and Margaret Keller's belongings. She hadn't found anything so far, but she was determined to keep looking until she did. It just didn't add up. Carson Fleming had shown up at Max Donovan's home. Blake almost got him to talk. Fleming was pulling a double, and between the 2nd and 3rd shifts, he had driven to Northwest Washington to meet with Max Donovan. He told the guard outside he'd be back in time to load the 2nd van with Keller's belongings. Jamie couldn't figure out why he went to meet with Donovan. Was it possible that Fleming hadn't actually done anything yet? Was he going to pick something up from Donovan, bring it back to the facility, and get it past the guard? Jamie stopped working and sat down on the concrete. She was out of breath and out of boxes. There was nothing in any of them. She tried to figure out what else might be going on. What was she not seeing? After a few seconds had passed, Jamie noticed that the pounding and shouts outside the door had stopped. That worried her. There would be no reason for the agents outside to stop trying to enter. She had already walked to the other side of the facility and confirmed that there was no other way to get inside. When she thought she heard someone doing something to the door, she decided to get closer and listen. On the other side of the reinforced doors, she heard an agent speaking softly. On my count, 3, 2. Jamie turned and ran. A second later, the stripped breaching charge that was placed in the middle of the 2 doors exploded, and Jamie got to her knees and raised her hands as agents ran inside after her. 2 men pushed the boxes and other equipment out of the way as another 2 trained their guns on Jamie. "Let me see your hands," one of the men yelled. Jamie lifted her hands even higher into the air. One of the men tackled her, pinning her to the floor. "If you're looking for Blake Jordan, he's not here." "We're not looking for Jordan, Agent Davis. We're here for you." "I don't understand," said Jamie as the agent turned her around. He was wearing a heavy black coat over a black sweater with USSS UD embossed on the collar. United States Secret Service, Uniformed Division. On his left, the agent wore a Secret Service badge. To his right, Jamie saw the name of the agent. M. Hastings. "Davis," Hastings began, "I realize you're an agent with the Department of Domestic Counterterrorism, but we have orders from the top to bring you in." "From the top? Meaning Keller? President Rouse? What does that mean?" "Come with me, ma'am," said Hastings, as he lifted Jamie to her feet and began to walk her outside. "Agent Hastings, you need to understand that these are the belongings of President-elect James Keller. They were secured by a man named Carson Fleming, who has been arrested by MPD and is being questioned right now for his involvement in a possible terror plot planned for this morning." Hastings stopped walking and turned to Jamie. "Agent Davis, I'm aware of the situation with Fleming. The men who transported his belongings were murdered at a rest area a short time ago." Hastings didn't seem to care. "Agent Davis, I was responsible for overseeing the transport of James Keller's personal effects from Chicago. We left the home early yesterday. I've had a very long day, and I can assure you the vehicle was inspected properly and the drop-off was supervised. Nothing happened here." "Something's not adding up. I need your help to figure out what's going on. We're running out of time." "And what have you found here, Davis? Anything?" Jamie shook her head. No. As Hastings walked her outside into the frigid air, Jamie looked beyond the vehicles and saw another van slowly creeping its way up to the facility. That triggered a thought for Jamie as she was forced into the SUV. She thought back to a conversation that she and Blake had with the man from the guardhouse. He'd said that a truck had just left. "You may have passed it on your way in," the man had told them. "It had all of the audio equipment that's needed in a few hours." Whatever Carson Fleming was working on, it isn't at the facility anymore. It's on that other truck, she thought. "Agent Hastings," said Jamie, when the man finally climbed into his SUV along with his partner. "There was another truck that the man in the guardhouse said left this facility right before Jordan and I arrived. I'm not sure what Fleming was up to, but whatever it was, it's on that truck. We need to find it now." The agent put his SUV in reverse and turned around as Jamie looked to her right and saw men in uniform talking with each other, walking into the facility and pushing Keller's boxes back into the nearby bay. "Davis, I told you before, nothing happened here. I'm aware of the other truck that left, what was on that truck, and where it was headed." Hastings pulled the vehicle through the brush and turned left onto the road. Jamie wondered where the agent was taking her and who he was taking her to see. She spent the rest of the drive trying to reason with the agent, but he shut down and wouldn't engage in any further conversation with her. She tried to get his partner to talk. He ignored her too. The agents drove south, and Jamie knew they were going back to D.C. Jamie thought about Blake. Why didn't they realize what the man in the guardhouse was saying earlier? Why didn't they see that maybe what they were looking for wasn't even at the facility anymore? Jamie was exhausted and mentally fatigued. She and Blake had been awake for over 24 hours since their early morning flight from Chicago. Jamie looked out the window toward the left and saw that the sky was getting lighter. It would be daybreak soon. Her thoughts drifted back to Blake. He needed to know about the van that left so they could get to it before it was too late. But how could she let him know? 41. "I'm not sure what you're looking at, Blake," said Morgan. "Why do you ask?" "The ventilation shaft, or whatever it is. It's right next to Claudia's rental, and it's open." I heard Morgan typing. "Okay, mate. I'm going to layer in city schematics within our maps application to see if I can figure out what you're looking at. Hold on a sec." As Morgan researched, I crouched to take a closer look at the structure. The large metal grate had been carelessly closed, leaving the gap big enough for me to get my fingers through. What the hell is in there? While I waited on Morgan to get back to me, I started to feel like I was being watched. I looked over my shoulder and saw one of the coffee shop employees staring at me. "Morgan, I need you to hurry." "Almost got it." Looking to my left, I saw headlights. It was an MPD cruiser turning south on 19th Street and heading my way. I stood and started to move, turning west on DuPont Circle. "I've got MPD on my trail," I said, as I started to run and moved north when I got to the corner of Massachusetts Avenue. I passed a bank on the corner and walked through a gate on the north side of the building and hid behind a dumpster. "Hang on, I think I have something," Morgan said as I watched the cruiser pass me and turn right on 20th, picking up speed before disappearing. "Okay, he's gone." I walked to the side of the bank. "All right, Blake. When I layered in the city schematics, I saw something that didn't seem right." "Morgan, I really don't have time for this." My back was against the cold outer wall of the bank. "Just tell me what you found." "That wasn't a ventilation shaft that you saw. It's an entrance to an abandoned street trolley station." "Underneath DuPont Circle?" "Yes, Blake. It hasn't been used for over 50 years, and it's quite large, too." "How big?" "Over 75,000 square feet." "Can you tell me what's underground? Can we do a thermal scan to see what we're dealing with?" "Not possible, mate. The trolley station was made of solid concrete. There's absolutely no way of knowing." I turned to my right, then my left to confirm the cruiser wasn't rounding the corner again. "Morgan, I don't think I can get back to the entrance to the underground without being seen again." "Don't think you need to. I see 9 entrances into the underground scattered all around DuPont Circle." I stood and looked around the corner of the bank again. "Where are they?" "The one at the coffee shop, another on the northeast side of the circle, 2 southeast, and another 2 on the south side. The last 3 are west of the circle, between P Street and Massachusetts Avenue." "I'm standing at Massachusetts right now." Then there should be an entrance right next to you." Stepping onto the sidewalk from behind the bank, I moved east and saw it. "Based on the schematics, what does it look like down there? Is it a circle, or does the underground jet off in any direction?" "Both. There's a large loop directly underneath the traffic circle, but then it jets off underground in 2 directions. Southeast about 3 blocks, and northwest, right from where you are, about twice as far." I looked at the entrance and tried to pull it open. It wouldn't budge. Then I realized that maybe I didn't want to enter through this one anyway. "Morgan, if I enter through the opening at Massachusetts, where does that put me underground?" "About 15, maybe 20 yards from the 19th Street entrance." "I don't think that's going to work. If they have someone posted at 19th Street, they'll hear me enter here." Morgan started typing again. "Okay. We don't know if they're set up in the southeast or northwest wing. Actually, Blake, if someone's down there, they may be operating from the loop underneath the traffic circle." "What about the southwest entrance?" "That might be your best bet. That would put you inside between both wings." "Fine. Where do I need to go?" I started running south around DuPont Circle. "New Hampshire Avenue." I ran past the entrance between Massachusetts and P Street, passing 2 buildings, and looked around the corner of the second building before running across the street to get to the entrance at New Hampshire. "Okay, I'm here." I tried to pull the grate open, but it wouldn't move. I tried again with no luck. Becoming frustrated, I looked all around to see if there was anything I could use to get the grate open. A bike was chained up to a no parking sign. I tried to think if there was anything on the bike I could use to pry the grate open. The seat wouldn't come off, but the metal rod inside it would be too large anyway. I considered the spokes on the wheel, but they would likely break if I tried to bend them. I kept searching. On the sidewalk there was a small sewer cover with narrow slots covering it to allow water to drain through. I walked over to it, stuck my fingers inside, and pulled. It came right off. Although it was small, the metal cover was very heavy. I walked to the entranceway and stood over it. I knew I'd be taking a chance by making noise, but I had no other options. I needed to get underground. I raised the metal cover over my head and brought it down hard, 6 inches from the edge of the grate. I only had to do this once. The edge bent up and I lifted it open. 42. Claudia Nazir paced around the command center that her husband had created. Asal was busy working on something. Exactly what, Claudia wasn't sure. He kept looking at the computer screens and cycling through video feeds from cameras scattered across D.C. He also seemed to be communicating with someone through his computer, typing a message and then returning to the screen seconds later to read a response before typing and sending another message. Claudia, our work here is done. No reason to stay in D.C. We leave in 15 minutes. Where is the car?
Where you asked me to leave it, Asal. It's on 19th Street, just outside the entrance. Do you think I'm incapable of following simple instructions? What have I done to make you question my abilities?
Nazir stood and approached his wife. He grabbed her by the neck and pushed her up against the graffiti-covered wall. Keep your voice down, Claudia, he whispered, so his men wouldn't hear, and looked into the dark passageway where one of them stood guard. Are you going to be a problem, like Donovan?
No,
Claudia replied as her husband squeezed harder, and she felt herself becoming lightheaded. Nazir held on to his wife's neck for a second longer before letting go. Good, he said, as he walked back to his computer while keeping an eye on his wife. As soon as Nazir sat down and returned to his work, Claudia stepped away.
I need a few minutes, Asal.
Claudia expected him to come after her or tell her to stay, but he did neither. She kept walking and looked over her shoulder to see if Asal was following her. After confirming she was alone, Claudia continued to walk around the circle that curved toward the left. She saw a flashlight and knew it was one of her husband's men. He stood outside an alcove and nodded as she approached. Claudia looked inside and saw Max Donovan on the floor. She couldn't see his face, but could tell he was moving.
Let me talk with him,
she said, and the guard walked farther down the passageway. When she was sure the man guarding Donovan had stepped far enough away, she turned to Max. Please, let me go, he said as Claudia's eyes started to adjust to the dark. She could see his face more clearly. Blood had soaked his hair and was dripping down his face onto his shirt. He's going to kill me.
The directive came from your boss, not my husband. Why would he want you harmed?
Max Donovan shook his head. I thought you were in charge. Does your husband tell you what to do?
Neither of us seem to be in charge.
If that's true, then both of us are in danger, said Donovan, as he continued to writhe in pain on the floor. Claudia thought about Donovan's words. She had never seen her husband so filled with rage, but she had noticed that his demeanor changed a week ago, before they left their safe house in South Chicago. He had become distant, short-tempered. She had caught him twice taking calls when he thought she was asleep. Claudia realized that Donovan was right. If the man he reported to thought that Donovan was expendable, maybe he thought she was too. Maybe Asal knew this. Maybe this was why he was treating her the way he was. He was trying to deal with it.
Would my husband actually kill Donovan before leaving the underground? Would he kill me too?
She realized that her husband was capable of doing both. Claudia knew that if she was going to escape, if she wanted to live, she was going to have to do something. Claudia heard a radio squawk down the corridor. The guard, who Claudia assumed had been instructed to incapacitate and kill Donovan after Asal left the underground, brought the radio to his ear. Repeat that, she heard him say. With another squawk of the radio, a voice on the other end said he'd heard a loud noise in the southern end of the circle and needed help to go check it out. The guard grabbed his gun and walked quickly to Claudia. Another one of Asal's men arrived and shined a flashlight at both Claudia and Donovan. Will you watch him for me? The guard who had been watching over Max asked Claudia.
I will make sure he does not move.
The man nodded, handed Claudia his flashlight, and ran down the corridor with the other guard. Claudia shined the light on Max. For the first time, she could see how badly he was hurt. She wondered if the blow to his head had been hard enough to cause a mild concussion.
He's too badly hurt. He's not going anywhere, she thought.
After looking behind her toward where she had left Assaul to make sure he wasn't coming, Claudia cautiously started moving in the direction where she had seen the other men run. "Where are you going?" Donovan groaned. She ignored the question. "Claudia!" he yelled. "Keep your voice down," she said, returning and crouching down to talk with him. "If you're right, if we're really in danger, then this is our only opportunity to do something about it." Claudia stood. She knew that if she left, there would be no turning back. Assaul would come after her, and if he did, he'd kill her. But she knew that something had changed with her husband, that he was keeping something from her, and she knew if she stayed, she and Donovan would never make it out alive. She started walking and heard Donovan call for her. "What about me?" he said. "Mr. Donovan, I suggest you find a way out of here while you still can." Claudia picked up speed as she left Max far behind. When she heard voices coming from farther down the corridor, she stopped to hide inside another alcove toward the right. She illuminated the words, P Street, along the tiled exit, and climbed up the stairs. 43. I lifted the grate from the edge that I bent and managed to remove it completely. I set it to the side. Grabbing my mag light, I shined the light down into the opening while I grabbed my Glock and held the flashlight steady underneath my weapon. A guardrail accompanied by a dozen steps was all I could see. Beyond that, total darkness. "I'm in," I advised Morgan as I started to descend into the old trolley station. After the initial set of steps, I saw a small platform of about 5 feet, followed by another set of stairs. I shined my mag light on the walls. Sprays of fading red, blue, and black graffiti covered both sides of the stairs. Moving the light back to the steps in front of me, I continued moving down to the ground floor. The space resembled a subway in Chicago, with tiles covering the walls and stretching all the way to the curved ceiling. Trash littered the ground, and for a moment it reminded me of 1517 Good Hope Road and Chris Reed. I thought about him again and wondered if he had made it out of surgery and if he was alive. "Morgan, can you make sure I'm headed in the right direction?" I decided to turn left and started to follow the path directly underneath what I believed to be the traffic circle on the street above me. "Morgan, do you copy?" I said, trying to get his attention, but there was no response. I reached for my cell and realized that there wasn't a signal. I should have known there would be no way to continue the call once I went underground. It's a strange feeling when you're completely alone, and you realize that nobody in the world can help you. Your senses become heightened. Your adrenaline starts to rush through your veins. You focus. I thought about what I needed to do. Get to Assaul and Claudia Nazir and figure out what they were planning to do at the inauguration in just a few short hours. And stop them. As I walked, my hands started to sweat and my heart stirred in my chest. In a way, the Nazirs were responsible for Maria's death, the woman I loved and married, killed by Marco Lopez. I thought back to Assaul's last words spoken to me. "We know everything about you." When I had covered what felt like at least 20, maybe 30 yards, I heard footsteps. A group of men were headed in my direction, fast. They heard me, I thought, and searched for a place to take cover. I shined the mag light up ahead and saw that to the left was another set of stairs leading to the street. Above the steps, it read Massachusetts Avenue. I ran into the alcove and stood between the first and second steps to give me cover to use the wall as protection, but still let me fire at the men who were approaching. I turned off my mag light and waited. If the sentries approaching me knew something was wrong, the Nazirs did too. I thought about how much noise my Glock would make. I didn't want to scare off the Nazirs if they were still underground, but I didn't think I had much of a choice since they'd be here any second now. I had passed the entrance to P Street earlier. I hadn't checked this entrance when I was above ground, moving from the Massachusetts entrance to New Hampshire. I wondered if the grate was open. The footsteps coming from my left in the northwestern part of the underground grew louder. I stood with my back against the cold tile and listened as I started to see their flashlights illuminating the passageway. When they were close, I turned the corner, aimed, and started firing. One man went down immediately. I hit another in the shoulder, and he fell to a knee but kept firing at me. I retreated behind the wall, released the mag, and inserted a fresh one. I turned the corner again and finished off the man who was kneeling on the floor. Another group of men appeared and fired at me. A bullet grazed me. Several more went into the tile across from the alcove where I was hiding. When the sentries turned their flashlights off, it was completely dark. I heard one of the men approach. Realizing that the sentry knew exactly where I was, I walked as quietly as I could to the interior side of the corridor, underneath the traffic circle, and waited. As I heard him approaching the alcove, I kept my Glock trained on the location where I heard the footsteps. As soon as he was close, the man began firing at the bottom of the stairs, where I'd been hiding. With his gun firing, I could see exactly where he was. I shot him in the back, and he dropped. I turned my mag light on just long enough to see where the other men were. I stepped over the bodies, cut the light, and continued to follow the circle as I tried to find the northwest corridor. I thought about P Street as I continued to walk. I hadn't checked it as thoroughly as I should have when I passed it, wanting to make my way to the Nazirs as soon as I could. That was a bad decision, because as soon as I got to the northwest corridor, the one that Morgan said jetted out from the circle, I heard the sound of one of the large metal grates slamming shut. I turned around and aimed my Glock at the sound before realizing what it was that I had heard. It was the exit to P Street. "Damn it," I said under my breath, realizing that someone, maybe one of the Nazirs, was escaping. I thought about running after them, but told myself that it was too late. They were gone, and there was no way I could catch up to them now, and I had come too far to turn back. I told myself that it was just one of Nazir's men, and they had come from the opposite side of the circle. I couldn't be sure, though. I decided to let them go. I turned around and pressed on, determined to find the Nazirs. As I entered the northwest corridor, I could see a faint glow coming from the far end of the passageway, and I could hear the sound of a generator in the distance. The light grew in intensity as I approached. I held onto my Glock and approached in a crouched stance as my eyes searched for the Nazirs. There was no sign of them. I kept moving and came upon what looked like a command center. A computer and a series of monitors covered the area. The lamps sitting on the desks produced an ominous dark yellow glow. This was the end of the passageway. There was nowhere else to go. It also meant that I was a sitting duck. I was searching through everything, trying to find a clue, any clue, to tell me what kind of attack was being planned. A shot was fired at me from the end of the corridor, and I ducked. Asal Nazir. "44. I recognized him immediately. Nazir fired at me again, and I stayed low behind the old dusty desks that looked like they had been underground in one of the trolley offices for decades. One of the bullets blew through the monitor, sitting above my head, and it sent a surge of sparks falling on top of me. I returned fire and, after several shots, ducked back underneath to change out the magazine. Nazir was approaching quickly, and I realized that I needed to do something to buy some time and level the playing field. I found the cord to the lamps running to the generator that had been set up behind me, and I yanked them out of their sockets. The entire room went dark. The noise from the generator behind me was loud, and without being able to see or hear anything, I had no idea where Nazir was. The mag I grabbed from my back pocket slipped out of my hand and fell onto the floor. I grabbed it and inserted it into the Glock, but as I did, Nazir shined a bright light in my face, forcing me to look away. It must have been a military-grade light. Flamethrowers, we called them. 500 lumens bright, the light blinded me, and as I lifted my gun, Nazir fired a shot to the left of me. "Drop it, Jordan!" he yelled. I lowered the Glock as my eyes tried to adjust. I blinked several times, staring at the wall to my right, but I couldn't see anything. Nazir had not only aimed the flamethrower directly at my face, he had timed it right, too. I heard him start to laugh. He was enjoying this. "Where's Claudia?" I yelled over the noise coming from the generator and trying to get Nazir engaged in conversation to give my eyes time to adjust. "Shut up!" he yelled and shot at me again, this time to my right. I flinched. Based on his reaction, I was sure that the person I'd heard running away from me had been Claudia. I decided to push Nazir a little more. "Was she running from me, or was she running from you?" "You're too late, Mr. Jordan. Your government has been in need of a reset for a long time. Today, it gets one." "Whatever you're planning, it's not going to work." "That's where you're wrong. It already has." Keeping my eyes where I could see Nazir but not be blinded by the light, I slowly reached down and rested my hand on the Glock. Nazir had the advantage. I knew that the moment I raised the firearm, he'd take me out. My fingers gripped the gun, and I waited for the right moment. Any moment to take action. "What are you planning, Nazir? Are you going to detonate a bomb at the National Mall? Do you really think that killing a couple of hundred Americans is going to weaken our resolve against terrorism?" He laughed again. "We don't need to kill hundreds of Americans. Just their leaders will do." "You can't get to them, Nazir. You know that. We have the best security in the world. If you think—" "Mr. Jordan, by sundown tonight, not only will your new president be dead, so will his entire cabinet. The vice president, secretary of state, chief justice, all dead. I hope you're seeing where I'm going." I was, and I was also seeing something else, a dark figure slowly approaching Nazir from behind. I gripped my gun even tighter. I saw the metal pipe swing just as Nazir turned around. The pipe hit him in the ribs, and I lifted my Glock and fired a shot. Nazir fell to the floor, and so did his high-powered light, hitting the concrete and sending a beam of light in the direction of Nazir's assailant. "Donovan! Stand down!" I yelled, and aimed my Glock at him. "Drop it! Now!" Max set the metal pipe down on the concrete. I looked at Nazir. His gun was to his right, and I kicked it behind me and positioned myself so that Nazir was directly in front of me, with Max Donovan behind him. "Tell me where the bomb is," I said. Nazir laughed. "Where's the bomb?" He was plotting his next move. Nazir looked at Max, then turned back to me. "If you want to stop the bomb, I need to be on a plane. Now." "Not gonna happen." "The bomb is hidden where nobody will ever find it, Jordan. I have a chartered flight I need to get to at Reagan National. Get me on that plane, and I'll tell you where to find the bomb when I get there." I paused before responding, keeping the gun trained on him. "What's stopping me from calling Keller and having him cancel the inauguration?" "1, Keller's resolve not to appear weak, and 2, I have people to keep you from getting to Keller." I looked at Donovan and immediately thought of his boss. "Is Mike Billings involved in this?" Donovan didn't answer. He just looked at me, then turned back to Nazir, who started laughing again. "You're running out of time, Jordan. The same terror you felt when your wife was murdered is what millions of Americans will be feeling soon." I noticed a small pool of blood beginning to form where I had shot him. "Claudia was there, you know," he added. "She and Marco approached Maria, asking for help." "Shut up, Nazir." Nazir smiled. "Marco and Claudia teamed up, said their car broke down, and asked Maria if they could use her phone to call for help. It was Claudia that shoved the knife inside Maria," he said, and smiled. "It's in the podium," said Donovan. Nazir turned to him. "Don't listen to him." "What did you just say?" I asked Donovan.
still trying to understand why he had attacked Nazir and why he was talking. "There's a bomb inside the podium that the president will be using at the inauguration. It has enough explosives not only to take out Keller, but everyone sitting on the desk on the west front of the Capitol." My heart was racing. I turned to Nazir. "You don't have any more information on the bomb, do you?" "I do." I started to squeeze the trigger. "No, you don't." "Say hello to Marco for me," I said, and fired 3 shots. I clenched my teeth and stared at Asal's body. The gunshots echoed throughout the underground as the bright beam from Nazir's light caught the smoke billowing from my gun. Then I turned to face Donovan. 45. "Keep moving," I said to Donovan as we headed southeast down the corridor. When we reached the traffic circle, we took a sharp turn to our left and walked a few steps until I found the exit for 19th Street. I stood behind Donovan with my Glock trained on his back. When we got to the top of the stairs and we could see through the mesh in the grate, I told him to take a seat. I turned the mag light off, stuffed it inside one of my pockets, and reached for my phone to confirm that I now had a signal. "Blake?" asked Keller. So much for not being able to get to him. "Yes, sir, it's me." "Hold on, Gary," I heard him say to National Security Advisor Gary Wallace. "Blake, where are you?" "DuPont Circle, sir," I said as I kept my eyes fixed on Donovan. "We've all been worried about you and trying to figure out where the hell you are. What happened?" "Sir, I've captured Max Donovan. Please keep that between us for now." There was silence on the other end of the line. "I have reasons to believe that Mike Billings might be involved somehow," I added, thinking of Nazir's words when he said he had people that would keep me from getting to Keller. Keller's voice grew softer as he continued the conversation. "I doubt that, Blake. The Secret Service questioned him, and they didn't seem too concerned. If they're not worried, I'm not either. I trust Mike. Sir, you need to get agents to look at the podium that you'll be giving your address from." "Podium?" "A bomb has been placed inside it. Asal Nazir. He and his men were underground at DuPont Circle, coordinating the attack. They're planning on taking out not only you, but any leader on the West Front. Please, you need to have someone look right now." "Blake, we still have a few hours until the inauguration. I'm leaving soon to attend a prayer service. I'm going to hand the phone over to Ron Gibson, who's standing with me. Talk to him while I walk into the next room and get with the Secret Service to have them get someone to go take a look for us." There was a shuffling sound on the other end of the line as Keller handed the phone over to Gibson. "I couldn't help but overhear Keller's side of the conversation, Blake," he said when he came on the line. "Ron, is Mike Billings going to the prayer service with Keller?" "He is. Someone needs to keep an eye on him. I believe he may be involved with Max Donovan." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "That's what the Secret Service is for. Did you find Max?" "No." I lied, sticking to my initial thought of only letting the president know I had captured Donovan. "But I need to locate Agent Jamie Davis," I said, as I heard a car up above me on 19th Street drive by. "Agent Davis is being brought here to be interviewed by the Secret Service. Blake, why don't you come to Blair House? They should be finished with Davis in a little while, and I'm sure she'd be glad to see you." I looked at Max Donovan and thought about what I was going to do with him. I wondered if it would be best to bring him to the Secret Service at Blair House and turn myself in at the same time. Before I could answer, Keller returned. "Jim's back. Hang on." I heard the phone being passed back to Keller. "Okay. They checked, and there wasn't anything inside the podium. I asked them to get a team in there and look at every piece of equipment on the West Front." "How long will that take?" "They're doing it right now. I'm running late for the service, Blake. If you need to get a hold of me, call Billings." I slid the phone into my back pocket and walked up to Donovan. He cowered with fear. "They checked. There wasn't a bomb where you said it was supposed to be." "That's not possible," replied Donovan. "That was the plan. There's no other place where it could be." My heart skipped again, and now the back of my head started to throb as I studied Donovan.
I could tell he wasn't lying. Either someone had changed the plan on him, or he wasn't as in the know as he thought he was. "Why did you attack Nazir?" I asked, stepping closer and making Donovan more uncomfortable. He hesitated. "Tell me, why did you attack him?" "Because I was betrayed. He was going to kill me and leave me down there if I didn't kill him first." "Where's Claudia?" Donovan looked away and thought before responding. "She escaped," he finally confessed. "Escaped where?" "Right before you showed up, she said she thought her husband was going to kill me, then kill her." I stepped closer. "Who else knows?" Donovan shook his head. "Is it Mike Billings? Give me the name." Donovan just shook his head as I kept the Glock trained on him. He wasn't going to talk. I grabbed my phone and called Morgan. I needed to let him know about Claudia so he could track her car and see where she was going. I thought she might be headed to Reagan National to get on the flight that her husband had mentioned. Morgan could coordinate with the FBI and stop her at the airport before she could escape. "Hey, it's me," I said as soon as I heard him pick up the phone. "Claudia's on the move. I need you to stop her from boarding a plane at Reagan National." There was silence on the other end of the line. "Morgan? This is Roger Shapiro. Jordan, you need to stand down and turn yourself in. Where are you?" I disconnected the call and sat down on the steps, keeping my gun on Donovan. Chris was hurt, maybe dead. Jamie was detained, and now Morgan couldn't help me anymore. They're going to track me, I thought, and knew I had to ditch my cell phone before Shapiro told Bill Landry and the FBI my location. "46. I stood and threw my phone down the stairs. It disappeared into the dark underground, and I heard it smash against a wall. They can track me down here if they want to, I thought, before turning to Donovan. "Get up," I said, and forced him to his feet. I looked through the grate above us and heard another car pass by overhead. "I want you to push the grate open. I'll stay behind you. We'll walk to my truck 1 block north at 19th and Q. Don't try anything." Donovan nodded, turned around, and reached for the large metal grate when I heard his phone ring. "Answer it." He turned around to look at me. "Answer it!" I yelled and rested the barrel of my Glock on his forehead. Max reached inside his pocket and pulled out his cell. "Put it on so I can hear," I added. Max slid his thumb over the screen. He hesitated to speak, and I pushed the gun harder against him. "Donovan," he said, and waited for a response. I motioned for him to speak again. "This is Donovan." "It's me," the man said. It was a familiar voice, one I had heard before. Suddenly, everything that had happened since yesterday, including Max's involvement, started to make sense. "Where are you?" "Sitting outside a Starbucks at DuPont Circle." I saw a look of disgust on Max's face, and I realized at that moment that he had been betrayed not by Asal Nazir, but by Defense Secretary Ron Gibson. "Where's the woman? Why are you not with her?" "I don't know. She dropped me off and said she'd be back, but she hasn't returned." "Stay where you are. I'll send someone to come and get you." The line disconnected. "Watch the other hand," I could almost hear Jamie's voice in my head saying to me. I took the phone from Max and put it in my back pocket. "Mike Billings isn't involved in this at all, is he?" Donovan just looked away. "We better start moving unless you want Gibson's men to find you. Now go." Max turned back around, pushed the grate up, and we climbed the stairs and stepped onto the street. There were people walking down the sidewalk and customers entering and leaving the coffee shop. They looked at us. "Move," I said, and Donovan and I started walking north on 19th, heading for my SUV. The streets were still dark, and I noticed red and blue lights reflecting off the buildings up ahead. They know about Chris Reed being in the hospital, and they found his vehicle, I thought. "Donovan, back this way," I said, and we turned around and crossed the street, heading in the opposite direction on 19th. When we got back to the traffic circle, we headed east, crossed P Street and got on Massachusetts Avenue. We came across a group of 4 identical cars sitting along the street. They had Enterprise Car Share decals on the side of each of the vehicles. As we approached, I watched a young man carrying a backpack walk up to one of the cars, hold a card up to the windshield sensor, and unlock the vehicle. "Stop right there!" I yelled, keeping my Glock at my side as Donovan and I jogged toward the young man. He was startled and tried to climb inside. He closed the door, and I caught it, forced it open, and grabbed the student's jacket. I yanked him out of the seat and pushed him toward Donovan. "What do you think you're doing? This isn't even my car," the student said. "Federal agent, I need you to walk away." He noticed the gun in my hand. "Walk away, son." He held his hands up and turned and ran away from us. I looked up and noticed a couple of cars had stopped alongside the road and were watching. I didn't care. Looking inside the vehicle, I confirmed that the keys were in the ignition, waiting for the next driver who rented the car. Just where they should have been. Jamie and I had researched the car-sharing service before leaving Chicago and dismissed the idea, deciding to hitch a ride from the airport with Reed instead. Donovan was staring at me. "What are you doing?" The truth was, I didn't know what I was doing, or where I was going. I just knew that I needed to get out of the area before someone called the MPD. I needed to get in touch with Keller and tell him about his defense secretary, and I needed to figure out just what Gibson was planning and stop it from happening. Then I needed to find Gibson. I turned from Donovan and looked back inside the car, found the lever for the trunk and popped it. "Get in," I said, as I walked to the back of the vehicle. Donovan looked inside the trunk with panic before his eyes returned to me. "You're lucky I'm fresh out of zip ties," I added. "What are you going to do to me, Jordan? Are you going to kill me?" Still holding on to my Glock, I forced Donovan inside. He rested his head on the floor of the trunk, and I watched as the gray interior started to get stained by patches of red from the blood that Max was losing. The gash on the back of his head reminded me of mine. I winced in pain before refocusing on Donovan. I saw terror in his eyes, and I felt no pity for him. "Jordan, don't leave me in here," he begged. I reached for the lid and held onto it. "Karma's a bitch, Max," I replied, and slammed the trunk closed. As I jogged to the front of the car and started to climb inside, I saw that more cars had stopped to look. The drivers were watching me. When they saw my gun, they took off. I looked around and saw that the path down Massachusetts Avenue was clear, so I started the vehicle, made a U-turn, and left the area. 47. Jamie Davis realized where Agent Hastings was taking her when he approached 17th Street and turned north. The agent pulled the car around H Street, and another agent let the vehicle inside the gate at Jackson Place. Hastings then turned a corner and parked behind another vehicle in front of Blair House. As they waited, Jamie felt relieved. She knew that in a few minutes she'd be meeting with James Keller and would explain everything to him. The van that had taken the electronics equipment to the inauguration, Claudia Nazir, and how Blake went after her and us all to stop the attack. Keller would want to help her. But after a few seconds passed and Agent Hastings and the other agent in the passenger seat didn't get out of the vehicle, Jamie started to worry. "What are we waiting for?" she asked. Neither of the men responded. 30 seconds later, the front door opened, and Jamie watched to see what was going to happen. 2 agents emerged, followed by Keller. Jamie looked to the empty seat to her right and moved over to give the President-elect more room. She watched as the 3 men jogged down the steps and approached the SUV she was sitting in. But once Keller got to the sidewalk, he turned to his right and was led to the vehicle in front of her. "No," Jamie said. "I need to talk to James Keller right now." As Keller disappeared, Jamie noticed movement at the top of the stairs. Someone else was stepping out of Blair House, escorted out by another set of agents. They opened the car door and the man climbed inside. Jamie watched the vehicle that Keller was in start to move. It made a U-turn and left. "You must be Davis," the man said as he got settled in next to Jamie and one of the agents closed his door.
And you are?
Defense Secretary Ron Gibson.
Secretary Gibson, glad to finally meet you in person. I was hoping to have a minute of Keller's time,
Jamie said and extended her hand. Gibson pulled his right hand out of his jacket, revealing a Sig Sauer pistol. Jamie reflexively pulled her hand back and tried to open her door, even though she knew it was locked. Gibson laughed.
"What are you doing?"
she asked as Hastings got the car moving and drove onto H Street. Hastings looked at Gibson in the rearview mirror. "Where are we going?" "Naval Observatory," replied Gibson, keeping the gun trained on Jamie.
"I don't understand,"
she said as the man driving pulled out onto K Street. "Do you know what a designated survivor is, Agent Davis?" Jamie shook her head. "Imagine if something terrible were to happen to the president and the nation's leaders if they're all gathered in the same place. A designated survivor is a successor, someone chosen to maintain continuity of government if they were
all killed in a terrorist attack,"
said Jamie, finishing his sentence. "Very good. Beautiful and smart," said Gibson, as he turned to his right and saw heavy traffic.
"Hastings, are you not going to do something about this? What about you?"
Jamie asked the agent sitting in the passenger seat as Gibson smiled, enjoying the show. Both agents ignored her pleas for help. "I'm the designated survivor, Agent Davis. Only the attack isn't hypothetical. It's a certainty."
"I don't understand. Why are you doing this?"
Gibson turned his gun from side to side, admiring it as he collected his thoughts. "Over half this country doesn't want James Keller to be their president. That includes people from all walks of life," he replied, glancing in the direction of the agents in front of him.
"So you'll just wipe them all out? Kill the president-elect and his entire cabinet? Then what?"
"I prefer to think of it more like a reset. Look at Congress's approval rating. 11%. Turn on the evening news any given night and you'll see for yourself that the American people are ready for a change."
Jamie looked at the defense secretary with disgust. "You're sick," she said, and Gibson smiled.
10 minutes later, Agent Hastings turned into the compound. Jamie looked at the sign at the entranceway that read U.S. Naval Observatory. She wondered if the outgoing vice president was still here. Hastings pulled in and nodded at the woman working inside the guardhouse. She opened the gate, and Hastings drove inside. The agent followed a series of curves and pulled up to the vice president's residence that in a few short hours would have been occupied by Mike Billings. As they came to a stop, the agent in the passenger seat got out and opened the door for Gibson. "You shouldn't have interfered, Agent Davis," Gibson said as he stepped outside. He slammed the door shut, and Hastings locked the doors. Jamie watched as the agent walked Gibson to the residence, and Hastings started moving the vehicle again to leave the observatory grounds. Jamie turned around and saw Vice President Connors step outside and shake Gibson's hand. Connors was dressed in a suit and tie. Jamie decided that he was getting ready to leave for the inauguration shortly.
"Where are you taking me, Agent Hastings?"
Jamie asked, after she turned back around and watched the man look at her from the rearview mirror before resting his eyes back on the road in front of him. "Move over to the other seat, where I can see you," Hastings replied, and continued to drive. Jamie wondered where Hastings had placed her weapon after he had arrested her in Bethesda. She was surprised that she didn't have handcuffs on, and wondered how she was going to get out of this mess. Then Jamie had an idea. It wasn't perfect, but it just might save her life. 48. I kept the radio on low as I drove away from DuPont Circle and tried to figure out just where the hell I was going, and went over what I knew up to that point. Someone in Keller's administration was involved after all, only it was Gibson, not Billings. But what's Gibson up to? Is Donovan lying, or did Gibson really plan a bombing to take out Keller and his administration? And if he did, where's the bomb? I stared out onto the road as I continued to drive and listened to the voices coming from the radio. They were discussing the agenda for the day. One of the radio personalities said how unusual it was for Keller to go to a prayer service the morning of his inauguration, and to do so without the media present. "It's just not traditional. The prayer service is always the day following the inauguration." Another voice disagreed. "Keller is a man of faith, so it makes sense that he'd want to have the prayer service prior to standing before the American people and being sworn into office. Duty to God before man," she said. "And Keller probably doesn't want the media there because prayer is a personal thing to him. He's invited his staff as well, and we're told he'll be speaking with them following the service." "Whatever the reason," the first voice continued, "the President-elect will be at the National Cathedral for the next 45 minutes before heading over to Capitol Hill, where the U.S. Marine Band will be performing, followed by a fifth-grade chorus from Public School 22 in Staten Island. I'll bet—" I turned the radio off and drove in silence. What they had said was true. Keller was a man of faith, and it didn't surprise me that he was attending a prayer service before he was set to be sworn into office. Then a terrible thought occurred to me. They said on the radio that he'd be speaking to his staff following the service. Was the attack going to take place at the National Cathedral? After all, it'd be a lot easier to get a bomb in there than the Capitol building. I realized that I needed to call Keller, but remembered I had thrown my phone down into the underground, so I couldn't be tracked by Shapiro and Landry. But I did have Donovan's phone with me. Feeling inside my pocket, I pulled it out and scrolled through the contacts, looking for the number for Mike Billings. When I found it, I placed the call. I got his voicemail. "Mike, it's Blake. Keller may be in danger. I need you to get him out of the National Cathedral. Now." After disconnecting the call, I realized that Billings might have seen the call, but thought it was Donovan, unless he was in the middle of the church service. If he got the voicemail, he'd call back. I pulled off to the side of the road so I could give him a few minutes to listen to the message and get back to me. I sat in the car, scrolling through the contacts in Max Donovan's phone, looking for someone else I could call. Emma Ross, Gary Wallace, anybody, but I didn't recognize any of the other names that were programmed into the phone. Mike Billings never called me back, and I decided that he had likely silenced his phone when the prayer service started, so I searched the car's dashboard, looking for a GPS system. I didn't have one, but Donovan's phone had a GPS navigation application installed, so I typed in National Cathedral, and it said that I was headed in the right direction. It was just 2 miles north. Staying on Massachusetts Avenue, I arrived 5 minutes later and slowed down after pulling onto Wisconsin. I looked to my right and saw the National Cathedral appear. I drove past a group of kids walking with a teacher as I pulled onto the South Road, which took me directly in front of the cathedral's entrance. Seeing those kids reminded me of a story that my mother had told me, growing up, about the day President Kennedy had been assassinated. She was in high school at the time and remembered her teacher leaving the room and coming back a few minutes later, crying, accompanied by the principal. They explained to the class that the President of the United States had just been shot. As I drove toward the cathedral, I thought about those kids. I didn't want their teacher having to explain to them that President-elect James Keller and other leaders had been assassinated. I didn't want those kids to grow up with the same kind of memory that my mom had carried with her all her life. I got closer to the entrance, surprised I had made it this far without being stopped by MPD, who I could see up ahead on the other side of the cathedral. To my left, I finally noticed a Secret Service agent walking the perimeter of the cathedral, and then I spotted 2 more agents by the entranceway. To my right, children were playing on the church's playground inside a small courtyard. A group of parents were gathered, having a lively discussion as their kids chased each other and went down a slide. I hit the brakes when an agent appeared in front of me. "Sir, I need you to turn around. This area is restricted for the next hour." I put the car in park, stepped out, and showed the agent my hands. "My name is Blake Jordan. I'm an advisor to President-elect James Keller. I need to see him right now. Nobody's getting inside this building. Keller is in danger. If I can't talk to him, then get me Mike Billings, please. Sir, I've been on Keller's detail for months now, and I don't recognize you. Now turn the vehicle around. He was right. I hadn't seen much of Keller over the last several months. The agent didn't know me. I'm not going to tell you again. Turn this vehicle around right now and vacate the premises. I thought for a second and leaned inside the car door that was still open. I popped the trunk and walked to the back of the car. Get up, I said, and helped Max Donovan climb out onto the pavement. The agent put a hand on his weapon and cautiously followed me around to the back of the car to see what I was doing. He looked at the roughed-up aide to Billings that the Secret Service had been looking for. I stood in between the two men and turned to the agent. Do you recognize him? "49. The agent reached for his radio and called for assistance. I watched as another agent appeared and started jogging in our direction from the front of the cathedral. When he arrived, the agent grabbed Donovan and walked him through the parking lot, placed him in the back of an SUV, and drove him away. I couldn't help but wonder which side of the law that agent was on as he left. Follow me, the agent said, after patting me down and taking my gun away from me. As we walked toward the front of the cathedral, I told him about the terror plot. I explained that I thought there might be a bomb inside and told him where to look. He said he knew that other agents had been made aware of a possible bomb on the west front of the Capitol, but said they didn't find anything. The agent started speaking into his radio, alerting the other men inside. I looked up at the great cathedral as we started to pick up speed, and our walk turned into a run. The building had medieval architecture influences and had been used in many different ways over the years, from weekly church services to presidential funerals and memorial services. As we passed a large American flag in front of the entrance, the agent spoke into his radio again. A response came, but I didn't understand it. What did he say? I asked as we entered through a large door. The agent ignored me and instead pressed on. When we entered the sanctuary, I could see Keller, Billings, and a number of other staffers from his administration standing up from the pews where they had been sitting. They started to run our way. The man who had brought me inside made eye contact with another agent adjacent from us down another hallway and directed the president-elect and his staff to go in the direction of the other agent. "Blake?" Keller said as he approached. I ran alongside him, Mike Billings and Emma Ross. The other staffers followed behind us. One of the agents was holding on to Keller's arm, leading him outside as we got to the back of the cathedral. When we stepped outside, a car was waiting. Keller was pushed inside, followed by Billings. The door was slammed shut, and the car started to move. Then I watched it come to an abrupt stop, and I was asked to jump inside. I noticed that the agent who had taken my gun was in the passenger seat. After the door shut, the driver started moving again. I looked at the staffers who remained behind. Chief of Staff Emma Ross and others were standing outside what looked like a tunnel for buses that went underground. I watched as one by one the staffers slowly started to disappear into the tunnel. The car pulled away from the cathedral and stopped at the end of the property just before Woodley Road. "What's going on?" asked Keller as word came from one of the agents still inside the cathedral, confirming with the driver that there was, in fact, an explosive device found inside the podium. We started to move again, and this time we picked up speed to leave the area. I looked out the window as we left, watching the countless houses with roofs covered with snow pass us. None of us spoke for those few minutes. Finally, Keller glanced at me and offered a smile. I thought about the words he had spoken to me 24 hours earlier, about talent and how it can't be taught but can be awakened. I thought about how days before my father passed away, he had asked me to keep James Keller, his best friend, safe, and how I promised myself every day since then that I would. Then my thoughts drifted to something else, something more sinister that needed to be addressed. "Sir," I said, breaking the silence, I need to bring you up to speed on something." "What is it, Blake?" "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but the man responsible for this is Defense Secretary Ron Gibson." "Gibson? What makes you think that?" "After I spoke with you a short while ago, Max Donovan's phone rang. It was Gibson." "What did he say?" "He asked Donovan why he wasn't with Claudia, wife of Asal Nazir, who I'm confident helped fund Marco Lopez when he kidnapped you last year. Max told Gibson that he didn't know where Claudia was." "Where's Claudia Nazir?" "She escaped, but I killed Asal, who I believe was working under orders from Gibson." "Where's Max Donovan now?" "I just released him to one of the agents in your detail when I arrived at the cathedral. Sir, you also need to know that some in the Secret Service are loyal to Gibson. I don't know who to trust. Some of them—" "Say no more," said Keller, as he looked past me at the two agents in the front seat of our vehicle. "Why would Gibson want to do this?" "Yesterday you said that Gibson was the only one to come from Rouse's administration and stay on board for yours. He's not loyal to you, sir, and based on the last 24 hours, he's not the only one." We again sat in silence, listening to the sound of the road noise coming from outside the car, as the agent driving us waited for instructions from Keller on where he wanted to be taken. There was only one thing left to do, and one place we needed to go. "Do you know where the Defense Secretary is, right now?" I asked. Billings raised his eyebrows and stared at me. I turned to Keller. "He's spending the day at the Vice President's residence at the Naval Observatory." I turned around and looked at the driver. "Take us to the observatory." The agent looked in the rearview mirror, waiting for Keller's approval. When I turned around, Keller was looking at me. His gaze became intense, and a determined look came across his face as he decided what he wanted to do. Finally, Keller's eyes shifted to the driver, and he nodded in agreement. "Take us there, now." "50. As soon as Agent Hastings had driven away from the Vice President's residence, he stopped the SUV. Keeping his firearm at his side, Hastings walked around the front of the vehicle, opened the passenger door, and then opened the door to the back seat. "Move to the front," he said, and Jamie obeyed. Hastings kept his eyes on Jamie as he moved the gun to his left hand after he re-entered the vehicle. The agent sat down, aiming the firearm to his right. He put the SUV in gear and began exiting the Naval Observatory. He slowed down as he approached the exit. "Say a word and you're dead," he said to Jamie as he lowered the weapon and nodded to the guard, who opened the gate for his vehicle to pass through. When Hastings crossed over Massachusetts Avenue, he flashed his interior police lights and chirped the siren twice, causing traffic on the crossroads to stop and allowing him to get onto 34th Street to drive north. "Where are you taking me?" asked Jamie, but the agent ignored her at first. Finally, he turned to look at her. "Agent Davis, you shouldn't have gotten involved in any of this." Jamie's eyes searched her surroundings, desperately looking for a place where she could execute the plan she had come up with. The timing wasn't right. She needed to stall and buy herself a little more time. "Why are you doing this, Agent Hastings? What do you think you're going to accomplish?" "A continuation of government without President Keller. That's what." "And how are you planning on doing that? If you take Keller out, Billings takes over." Hastings laughed. "Is Billings involved too?" "You're not getting it, Davis. We don't want Keller or anyone associated with Keller in power." "Where's your honor? If you disagree with Keller's ideology and direction for this country, then resign." As Jamie finished saying those words, an MPD patrol car turned a corner up ahead. She looked to her right and saw a series of cars parked along the side of the street. Hastings slowed down, and Jamie felt her heart start to race. As soon as the MPD officer passed, Hastings looked in the mirror to watch the officer drive away. Jamie grabbed his gun with her left hand and reached for the steering wheel with the other hand. Hastings reflexively pulled the trigger. and a shot was fired as Jamie jerked the wheel as hard as she could. The truck caught the back of one of the cars parked on the side of the road, and Jamie felt the vehicle lift. Hastings' SUV rolled. Jamie braced herself, holding onto the steering wheel as hard as she could. The next thing she knew, she was on top of Hastings, still holding onto the barrel of the gun with her left hand. With the vehicle upside down, she tried to reorient herself. Jamie looked at Hastings. He was still breathing, but had hit his head on the driver's side window. She reached over his body and unlocked the SUV, but Hastings was blocking her. Jamie shoved the gun inside the small of her back and started to climb out. She heard sirens. Then she heard the squeak of the MPD officer's brakes as he parked behind them and got out of the car. "Ma'am, are you okay?" "Fine," she said, and reached into a back pocket, finding her DDC badge and flashing it at the officer. "Is there anyone else in the car?" Jamie thought about Hastings. "Yes, he's badly hurt and needs medical attention." "Come with me," the officer said, and walked Jamie to his car and opened the passenger door. 136 to dispatch. I have an 1180 on 34th, just north of Klingel. The officer waited for the response. 136 to dispatch. Do you copy? No response. All units, 1079 at Woodley in Wisconsin. Bomb threat? What's at Woodley in Wisconsin? Asked Jamie. The National Cathedral, the officer responded. Where? The officer turned to his left and pointed west. Right through there. Jamie ran across the street and jumped the black wrought iron fence. When she got to the other side, she saw the officer running after her. Stop! He yelled, but Jamie kept going. When she turned around, she saw the officer go back to the overturned vehicle. She cut through a basketball court on the cathedral premises and found her way to the parking lot. Black SUVs were lined up just outside the cathedral as Jamie continued to walk toward the entrance. She saw a number of Secret Service agents standing outside the door, and her thoughts returned to Hastings. How many of them are like him? Jamie walked around the back of the cathedral and saw a group of people walking into a tunnel. Agents were surrounding them as they were walking away from the building. Jamie recognized one of them. Emma Ross? Asked Jamie as she approached, recognizing the woman she had met the day before. Agent Davis, what are you doing here? I just heard about the bomb threat. Did they find it? Where's Keller? They did find something, and Keller's been taken away. Blake went with him. Jamie was relieved to know that Blake and James Keller were okay. But where did they go? "51. Mike Billings was visibly shaken at the thought of Gibson being the one behind the terror plot against Keller and his administration. "What are you going to do to him?" he asked as he stared at me, his expression telling me that he felt betrayed and wanted justice served. I think we all felt the same way. "I don't know yet," I admitted and turned to the driver. "How far out are we from the observatory?" "Less than a mile, but we have a problem," he said, before pausing to put a hand up to his ear for several seconds to hear an incoming transmission. "The outgoing VP hasn't left the residence yet. He should be heading out soon before making his way to the Capitol for the inauguration ceremony. We need to wait." "Can we circle the residence until he leaves?" asked Keller. The driver nodded. Keller looked at Billings and then turned back to me. "Blake, what do you want to do here?" "Ron Gibson is a very dangerous man, sir. He has men aligned to his cause, and that cause is to see to it that the vision you have for America never becomes a reality, no matter the cost. He tried to have you and your cabinet killed. We have to stop him, and if we're going to do something, we have to do it right now." We were again silent as the vehicle rounded a corner. After a minute or two passed, Billings spoke again. "What proof do we have, Jim? Short of an admission of guilt, it's his word against ours." "We have Max Donovan," I replied. "There should be records of the phone calls that Gibson made to him. I was there for one of them. They exist. The NSA has a record of those calls and can pull them up for us." "Maybe," said Billings. "But do you think they're going to just hand over records of the defense secretary?" It'll never happen. They might as well not exist. Even if you pulled it off, it would take a long time, said the agent driving us. I turned around, surprised to hear the comment coming from the agent, as standard protocol was to remain silent. Not to pry, but if what you're saying about the defense secretary is true, then I agree. We need to act. You have my support, sir. What do you propose, Blake? Asked Keller. I'm going to confront Gibson, but I'll need help, I said, referring to the two agents with us. Okay, what do you need, and what are you going to do when you get to him? I thought for a moment and came up with what I thought was a solid plan. I explained the idea and how it could work to the rest of the men inside the car. Everyone agreed that what I had proposed could work, although it would be risky, but it might be our only shot at trying to bring down Ron Gibson. I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned around. The agent in the passenger seat handed me my gun. Maybe this will help. Ejecting the mag, I saw that it wasn't loaded. I can't work with this. You're going to have to. I know what you're trying to accomplish, and I support you, but I still cannot let an armed man near the defense secretary. But if what you have in mind works, you won't need bullets. You also need to know that, as the designated survivor, Gibson will have an agent with him at all times. Just one? Yes, said the driver. The observatory is a secure area. The agent will be in the same room as Gibson. I'll need one of your comm units for us to pull this off, Agent, I said to the man in the passenger seat. Rivera, and that's Bennett, he said, referring to the agent driving us. We have extra units in the back. And you know the property, Agent Rivera? Been there several times while on rotation. I know it just as well as anybody. Bennett received word that the vice president and his family had left the observatory. He picked up speed and approached the entrance. When we arrived, he rolled down the window and spoke with security. I worried that they were going to ask why we were there, but they didn't, and instead let us inside. What else do I need to know about the residence? I asked, after we entered the observatory grounds. The vice president's home is large, 3 stories, 33 rooms, easy to get lost in without help. My God, how am I going to pull this off? I wondered. How do we stay in communication without the other agents knowing what we're doing? For your plan to work, I'll set up a separate channel for the 3 of us, said Rivera, referring to himself, Bennett, and me. I'll add encryption, but there's no guarantee it'll be private. It may just buy us time. Do it, I said, as we pulled into a parking lot on our right, directly across from the vice president's home. This is the closest I can get you, Agent Bennett said. You'll have to get to the residence from here. We don't know what room Gibson is in. Based on experience, I suggest entering from east of the residence. Why east? That's the pool and patio area. Nobody will be out there in January, and Gibson will likely be on the 2nd or 3rd floor in one of the sitting rooms, watching coverage of the inauguration on the television. Going in from the east is your best bet. Rivera agreed. We exited the vehicle, and Agent Rivera had me walk around the back after the driver popped the trunk. He gave me a comm unit and created a private encrypted channel for us. We walked back to the driver's side window and got Bennett connected to our channel as well. We tested the frequency, and we were a go. Rivera showed me how to switch back to the regular radio frequency when the time was right. Both came in clear. Are you sure this is going to work the way I need it to? I asked. I'm sure, Rivera said. "52. I followed Agent Rivera out of the parking lot. We crossed a service road that separated the lot next to No. 1 Observatory Circle, where American vice presidents have lived since the late 70s. As we approached, I looked at the residence. White terracotta brick made up the exterior of the home. The wood trim was painted a warm, putty gray, matching the gray roof and complementing the forest green shutters that flanked each of the windows. Rivera was right. The residence was large. As soon as we got to the property, a line of trees shielded us from the view of security just north of us, but they could have seen us approach still. Although I had asked Billings to wait 10 minutes before following us to the home, we agreed that if anything changed before that time, he was to head over immediately.
Clear,
we heard Bennett say over the radio channel we were monitoring. We hadn't been seen. Rivera and I stayed along the tree line, planning our next move. "Stay close to me. I'll take us in from the north of the pool area," he said, and I followed him through patches of snow covering the lawn, separating the back of the residence from the patio. At one point, we were completely exposed to some of the windows on the north side of the home, but Rivera assured me that there was little chance of us being seen. We entered a gazebo by the pool and crouched inside it. "There's no way to know where they are?" Rivera shook his head. "An agent assigned to protective detail will do a status check every few minutes, but they won't state their exact location unless they leave the premises for some reason. But if Gibson's monitoring the inauguration, he'll be at one of the TVs on the south side, on the second or third floor." I peered over the ledge of the gazebo and spotted a back entrance beyond the pool area on the eastern side of the residence. "Looks like we can enter through the door just to the left of that window." "That's our best bet. It's a Queen Anne-style home built in the 1800s. Old building and architecture. The floor plan is asymmetrical, so there isn't a hallway that you can take directly into the residence to get upstairs. We'll have to navigate a series of rooms that connect and open up to each other to get to the upper floors. Just through that door is the kitchen. We'll have to make sure to—"
"You've got company, coming in fast from the south. Change frequencies now,"
Bennett said. Rivera and I looked at each other. "You're on your own, Jordan. Switch channels so you can monitor their activity. I'll go around the front to hold them off as long as I can. I'll wait for Billings there. Go," he said. I left the gazebo and ran to the back door. Looking over my shoulder, I saw Rivera backtracking to the front of the residence. After I walked the full length of the pool, I got to the back door and rested my back against the wall. I looked around and peered through the window panes in the door and saw the kitchen. There were 2 rooms leaving the kitchen that I could see from where I stood. I wondered if this was what Rivera was about to tell me moments earlier, which way we should go when we entered the kitchen. I heard chatter in my earpiece as Agent Rivera started talking to the men who were approaching the home. I didn't know how long he could keep them away, so I knew I had to act fast. I reached behind me and grabbed my gun, prepared to bust out the window pane next to the doorknob, but I ended up not having to break in. When I turned the doorknob, the door opened. No need to lock your doors when you live on a property surrounded by federal agents, I thought. Looking around, I saw that the kitchen was immaculate. I decided to go toward the right. It was the dining room. The walls were a dark navy blue. A picture of Washington crossing the Delaware hung on one of the walls. I saw a long table overlooking the front of the house. Hearing voices outside, I walked to the long white drapes that stretched from the tall ceilings to the wood floor and carefully pulled one of them aside. Rivera was standing on the veranda, talking with one of the agents. I saw one of the men step away. I could tell that Rivera knew the man he was talking to. He held a hand up to Rivera and said something in his earpiece. I didn't catch what he said, but I figured he was letting someone know he had arrived. Across the street, I saw a vehicle approaching. Keller and Billings were inside. Any minute now, Billings would exit and head for the house. Too soon, I thought, before I continued to move. The next room had yellow and white striped wallpaper and a large rug. It took me to a dead end. "Damn," I whispered, and started to backtrack. By the time I got back to the kitchen and started to go into the room on the left side, I heard a voice speaking into the comm unit's earpiece.
"Going around back,"
the voice said. I looked out the kitchen window and saw that one of the agents was slowly making his way down the patio to the right of the pool. Then I realized the agent upstairs was hearing everything I was. He'd know that something was wrong. I thought about the plan with Billings. What he would do might buy me more time. Still, I hadn't figured out exactly how I was going to get into the room with Gibson and deal with the agent who was with him. I left the kitchen and entered the room toward the left, going in the opposite direction I had tried earlier, realizing that this was the path that Rivera would have taken me on. I had to hurry before the man coming around back caught up to me. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the back of the home. As I walked into the next room, I saw the same striped wallpaper as earlier, but this time it was a dark evergreen color, alternating with a lighter green. A fire was going in the fireplace to keep the first floor warm. 2 large bookcases filled with old books surrounded an old painting of President Kennedy. I passed into the next room, and as I did, I saw a staircase in the distance and moved quickly to get to it. The stairs curved 3 times to get to the second floor, 6 steps with each curve. It kept me from seeing what was coming around the corner each time I got to the next set of steps. When I got to the second floor, I entered the room to the left. It was empty, just like the rest of the house so far. But I heard something, footsteps directly above me, a creaking sound that paused every few seconds before it started back up again. It was the sound of someone pacing the floor. I got back to the staircase and moved cautiously to the 3rd floor. The door to the room was open, so I stood just outside the door, listening. I could hear a television on inside, then the sound of a man clearing his throat, a nervous tick I had come to realize was from the defense secretary. Gibson was the one in the room watching TV and pacing. I was running out of time and had to figure out how to get to him. Fast. 53. As I rested my back against the wall outside the room where Gibson was, I heard someone slowly creeping up the stairs. I wasn't sure if they were going to the 2nd floor or coming up to the 3rd, where I was positioned, but I knew it was the agent who had come around the side of the house. To the left of me was the room with Gibson and the agent. I looked to my right. It was a guest room. I walked into the guest room and looked around, noticing a bed, dresser, and a closet. I went into the closet and waited. There were stacks of blankets on the shelves on the top part of the closet, and a large comforter carelessly left on the floor. I worried that the agent coming from downstairs was clearing each of the rooms on every floor. It would only be a matter of time until he entered this room and found me. Maybe Billings is right on time after all, I thought, as I positioned myself so I could see into the room from between the 2 closet doors that left a gap of about 1/4 of an inch when they were closed. But if Billings was going to complete his part of the plan, he needed to do it soon, before I'd be found. I continued to wait and listen to the short transmissions coming from the agents in my earpiece. They were few and far between. Finally, I heard the agent from downstairs arrive at the 3rd floor. He went into the room where Gibson was. I could just barely make out what he was saying. He asked the other agent if he'd seen or heard anything unusual in the past few minutes. The man said that he hadn't. The agent said he was going to clear the rest of the floor before heading back outside. For several minutes, I didn't hear anything. I decided that the agent must have been checking out the other rooms. "Come on, Billings, what are you waiting for?" I thought to myself. The agent finally entered the guest room where I was hiding. Through the crack in between the closet doors, I could see him walking around. The footsteps were getting closer. I tried not to panic.
1053, Renegade down. Need immediate assistance.
I heard Rivera yell through my earpiece. The agent in the room with me heard it too, and asked for Rivera's location.
"Veranda,"
he replied. I looked through the gap between the closet doors and watched the agent disappear as he ran into the adjacent room. I put my ear to the gap in the closet, closed my eyes, and listened. He told the other agent with Gibson he'd be right back, and I heard him run down the stairs. I realized that Gibson wasn't hearing what the rest of us were hearing in our earpieces. I waited to see if the other agent was going to leave. I heard movement in the room, but as far as I could tell, the man in the room with Gibson was still there.
1053, need a medic,
Rivera yelled again, alerting the other agents that he had a man down. At that, the agent said something to Gibson, and I heard him run out of the room and go down the stairs. As far as I knew, Gibson didn't know why the agents were leaving. He'd understand soon enough. I waited 10 seconds and slowly opened the closet door. As quietly as I could, I stepped across the guest room and went to the window. I had planned on counting the agents down below. There should have been Rivera standing over Billings, the agent who Rivera had intercepted when we split off, the agent who followed me inside, and the one who had been with Gibson. But I couldn't see any of them. I had to keep moving anyway, believing that Gibson was now alone. I turned to exit the guest room and reached behind my back to grab my gun and aimed it in front of me as I approached the next room. I walked into the hallway as quietly as I could and listened. All I could hear was the television. I took a deep breath and turned the corner to enter the room with Ron Gibson. 54. When I walked through the door, I saw Gibson move from the window and sit down on a couch. He slowly reached for a phone. "Drop it." He turned to me. "Drop it, now." Gibson's gaze returned to the landline, and I watched as he lowered the receiver and set it down on the table in front of him. Gibson turned to me. He was expressionless. I closed the door and locked it. I kept the gun at my side as I approached. When I was a few feet away from him, I stopped. "How did you get in here?" Gibson asked. I didn't respond. "What are you going to do to me?" "I guess that depends." Gibson watched as I slowly walked closer to him. "Why'd you try to kill me?" "I don't know what you're—" "Don't lie to me," I yelled, and grabbed Gibson's neck with my left hand and pressed the gun against his temple. The chatter in my earpiece from the agents outside went silent. I wondered if they had heard me. I felt my heart start to race. 24 hours ago, you had me kidnapped. One of your men drove me to an open field. He was going to kill me. You sent someone to go after Agent Jamie Davis to take care of her, too. I want to know why." "Blake, you don't really believe—" "Shut up," I said, and pushed the gun harder against his head. "I heard you. Donovan took a call from you. You asked about Claudia Nazir. You asked why Max wasn't with her. I was there, so stop with the games." Gibson kept his eyes on me briefly before he looked down to the floor. "Let's try this again. Why'd you try to kill me?" "Because I was warned." "About what?" "About what could happen if you weren't contained." "Who warned you?" I asked, and Gibson shook his head. "Was it Asal Nazir?" He refused to answer. "Doesn't matter anymore." I watched him look at the clock. It was 2 minutes to 11. I started pacing around the room. I was getting nervous and knew that I was running out of time. The Secret Service agents would be back upstairs as soon as a medic arrived to check out Mike Billings, who had collapsed just outside the home he was about to move into. If they figured out there was nothing wrong with him, they'd be back upstairs even sooner. Either way, I needed Gibson to talk. And if I was going to give him enough rope to hang himself, I'd have to change my approach. "Where's the bomb?" I asked, and glanced at the television, and saw that the media wasn't reporting yet what had happened at the National Cathedral. Is it possible that Gibson thinks Keller is still there? "You're too late. You can't stop what's coming." He acknowledged the bomb. This is my chance to take him down, maybe the only chance I'll get. I stood behind Gibson and adjusted my earpiece and leaned in. "Tell me where the bomb is. Tell me now." Gibson smiled. "Even if I told you, you'd never get to it in time. Within minutes, Keller will be dead. His incoming administration will be gone, and while America mourns for their leaders, I'll be sitting aboard Air Force One, somewhere over the Atlantic, being sworn into office." Walking back around the couch, I kept my gun trained on the defense secretary. "Why would you do this?" His smile started to fade. "For the same reason that you're here, Jordan. To see justice served, to see America stay on the right path, to continue on the trajectory that President Rouse set us on, to make sure the past 8 years of my life aren't wasted. Keller's going to undo everything we've worked so hard to create. I'm not going to stand by and let that happen." Gibson glanced at the door, then back at me.
You and I are the same, Jordan. We're both doing what we believe in. The difference is, you're on the wrong side of history. You're too blinded to see that. We are not the same."
Gibson looked me over.
"You know what? I believe you. That's why you're not going to pull that trigger."
I leaned in again. "If you think I'm going to let you get away with this?" Gibson looked up at the clock again.
"I just did."
He moved his eyes over to the television, watching the reporters covering Keller's inauguration and waiting for news to break that an attack had taken place. I took a step back. "You almost did," I said, and watched Gibson look back at me. "We found the bomb." He paused for a moment.
"You're lying."
I shook my head slowly. "It was inside the National Cathedral. I got there in time. Got Keller out. He's across the street right now." I could tell that Gibson still didn't believe me. "Go look for yourself." Gibson stood and walked over to the window. As he did, I could hear men starting to enter the residence. In moments, they would get to the 3rd floor, kick in the door, and take me down if they found me with a gun still in my hand. It hadn't been loaded since Rivera removed the bullets before we left the vehicle, but the other agents might not know that if Rivera wasn't able to carry out his part of the plan. I didn't want to take any chances. While keeping an eye on Gibson, I got on my knees, set the gun down next to me, and put my hands behind my head. The footsteps grew louder. The agents were almost here. I bowed my head and waited for them to enter.
"He has a gun! Somebody help me!"
I heard Gibson yell. I looked up and saw him aiming a weapon at me. It caught me by surprise. I looked at the gun on the floor next to me. It would do no good. I desperately searched the room for a place where I could take cover. There was nowhere to go. He had me.
"Don't do this," I said,
looking up at the madman across the room. He smiled and fired. I felt the bullet hit my chest. The impact thrust me backward. I landed on my back and my head hit the floor. 55. Moments after I hit the floor, agents kicked in the door.
"Drop your weapon,"
one of the men yelled at the defense secretary.
"Drop it! He was going to kill me,"
said Gibson as he set the pistol on the table next to the window. An agent approached, took the gun, and stood next to him, while Rivera came to check on me.
"Jordan, are you okay?"
he asked. I couldn't speak. It felt like I had just been hit in the chest with a baseball bat. The wind was knocked out of me. I started to gasp for air as Rivera and another agent helped me sit up and pulled my sweatshirt off.
"What are you doing? Arrest that man,"
Gibson said from across the room. The agents ignored him. After they got my sweatshirt off, Rivera removed the Kevlar vest that Jamie had given me and checked me over.
"You have a bad abrasion. We need to get you checked out for damage to your internal organs."
I removed the earpiece and handed it to Rivera. "Did you get it?" I asked, finally able to get words out.
"We got it all right. You came in loud and clear."
While in the car, I had asked Rivera and Bennett if the frequencies they communicated on were recorded. They said they were, and that it'd be a hell of a lot easier to get to that recording than pull a call from the NSA. Rivera was still crouched next to me and turned to Gibson.
"Didn't expect a weapon on him. Guess we'll just have to throw in attempted murder."
There were more footsteps coming from behind me. I turned around and saw Bennett enter with Keller. Mike Billings followed close behind. The President-elect stared at his defense secretary.
"Take him away,"
said Keller, and the agent who was standing next to Gibson put a hand on his back and pushed him past us, and both men disappeared.
"Blake,"
Keller began as Rivera and another agent helped me to my feet, and I put the sweatshirt back on.
"I don't know what to say, other than thank you."
My hand met Keller's, and he pulled me in for an embrace. I looked at the television and watched the nation's top leaders arriving and being seated on the west front of Capitol Hill. The inauguration was set to happen at the top of the hour. "You're gonna be late," I said. Keller turned to Bennett and nodded. Just then we heard shouts coming from downstairs, followed by a gunshot. "Stay here," I said to Keller and Billings, and hurried down the stairs alongside Agent Rivera to see what had happened. "He took my weapon. I thought he was going to fire it at me, but he turned it on himself," the agent who had taken Gibson away said. He had both hands covering Gibson's chest, trying to stop the bleeding. I put 2 fingers to the defense secretary's neck. I didn't feel a pulse. It was too late. We saw an ambulance arrive. Rivera ran past me and opened the front door leading to the veranda. Medics had arrived, originally called for Mike Billings, and Rivera let them in. "What happened?" one of them said. "He killed himself," answered the agent who had escorted Gibson downstairs. "No, it was a heart attack," we heard a voice say coming from the staircase. I looked behind me and saw Keller and Billings walking down the stairs, followed by the agent who stayed back with them. "That's not what happened, sir," said Rivera. "It was a heart attack," Keller insisted, and looked at everyone in the room, making sure we understood. Keller's words hung in the air as the rest of us looked at each other and finally realized what he was asking us to do. The paramedics took Gibson's body, and the ambulance left the property. "Mike, I'll need you to stay here," said Keller. Billings nodded as Keller approached Bennett. "Let's go." After Keller stepped onto the veranda, I caught up to him. "Why are you trying to cover this up?" "If Americans know the truth, if they find out what happened here today, they're going to lose faith in their leadership. Terrorists will take advantage of the situation. That's what Gibson wanted," said Keller. "But what about justice? What about being transparent?" "Blake, yesterday morning I spoke with President Rouse. I asked him for his help in finding the terrorists. He refused to help me, said I'd never understand the kinds of decisions he had to make until I was in his shoes. I've thought about that a lot over the past 24 hours. I'm starting to believe he was right." "I don't understand, sir." Keller looked past me and watched the ambulance farther down the road, taking Gibson away. "Maybe the world isn't as black and white as I believed it to be." He looked at his watch. "I need to go, Blake." I extended my hand, and Keller shook it. "Good luck, Mr. President." Keller offered a brief smile before walking back to the vehicle that had been parked in front of the home. He climbed inside, and a moment later left the observatory grounds and headed for Capitol Hill. When I heard the sound of footsteps in the snow coming from behind me, I turned around. It was Rivera with another agent. "How's the pain?" "I'll be okay," I said. But the pain was excruciating, not only in my chest from the bullet that had hit me, but also on the back of my head after it hit the floor when I got knocked over. "Can you bring your car around?" Rivera asked the agent, who nodded and left us. "We're going to take you to George Washington University Hospital. Have them check you out. Make sure you're okay." "56. On the way to the hospital, I called Jamie with Rivera's phone. I had already given him Donovan's phone earlier for evidence. Jamie told me that Emma Ross had one of her aides take her to Ross's home until she heard from me. Ross filled Jamie in on what had happened at the National Cathedral and explained that I had departed with Keller. After we spoke, she got a ride and joined me at the hospital a short time later. The hospital staff checked me out. They took some x-rays and ran a few tests on me. They gave me stitches for the head wound. While Jamie and I were waiting for the doctor to talk to us, we turned on the television in my room and watched the presidential inauguration. A banner scrolled along the bottom of the screen as Keller was sworn into office and gave his inaugural address. "Ron Gibson has heart attack. Dead at 58. The irony of the words scrolling across the screen while Keller was sworn in, safe and sound, was not lost on me. The doctor finally showed up and sat down to talk with Jamie and me. Everything came back looking okay, but he explained that I could expect more bruising to appear over the next few days. Doc said he'd prescribe something to help with the pain, and in a couple of days I'd be just fine. After they released me, Jamie and I went to see Chris Reed. When we found the wing of the hospital that they had taken him to from the ER, the staff let us know that Chris was still in a critical state and would be in the ICU for the next several days. They wouldn't let us see him yet, so we ended up leaving for the night. The next day we came back and were able to visit with Chris. The doctor said he did just fine in surgery, and he expected Chris to make a full recovery. Jamie and I changed our flight back to Chicago so we could stay in D.C. a few more days. Chris was making quick progress and was soon joking around with us. I spent most of the next few days in meetings with Keller. Jamie spent that time with Chris, and I stopped by to join her at night. On Friday morning, we headed back to Washington Dulles International Airport. I brought the bags into the terminal as Jamie went to the front desk to check in. We walked together to the line for security, and when we got to the back of the line, I set the bags down. "This is as far as I can go," I said, as we embraced, and Jamie gave me a kiss.
"When do you think you'll be back in Chicago?"
"A couple of days. I just need to take care of a few more things before heading back."
"Still no trace of Claudia Nazir?"
"Maybe you and Morgan will have better luck once you get back." Jamie smiled as I watched the line for security start to move. A TSA agent opened a new lane and motioned for Jamie to follow him. She turned to look at me. "Go on. And try to stay off Shapiro's radar."
"Always,"
she said with a wink, followed by one more embrace. I held on tight and didn't want to let go. I wanted to ask her to wait, to stay longer, but she had to get back to Chicago. Shapiro needed her at DDC. I stood alone, watching her walk through security, grab her bags, and disappear around a corner. On my way back, I passed by a general-purpose shop and made a purchase before walking back to the car. When I stepped outside, I found the black sedan with tinted windows, and I heard the door unlock as I approached. I climbed inside, closed the door, and buckled my seatbelt. "What's that for?" Keller asked, looking confused. I couldn't help but laugh. "It's an inside joke." The driver looked at us through his rearview mirror. "Where are we going?" "George Washington University Hospital," I replied. 57. I knocked on Chris Reed's door and waited for a response. "Come in," he said, and I stepped inside the hospital room and saw my friend in bed. "Wanted to make sure you were decent," I said as I got closer to him. "I brought you a surprise." Chris grabbed the bag I handed him, looked inside, and pulled out a pack of adult diapers. "Really, Blake?" "Not sure if they'll fit. If they're any good, they should ride your ass. Just don't let them get full of crap." Chris threw them at me, and we shared a laugh. "You look better." "I'm feeling better," he replied, and turned the television off so we could talk. "You going to sit down?" "In a second. Actually, I did bring you a real surprise." We heard another knock at the door, and James Keller walked into the room and closed the door behind him, leaving one of his Secret Service agents posted outside the room. "Mr. President," Chris said, and tried to sit up. "Stay right where you are, son." He walked over to Chris and shook his hand. "Blake tells me you're one hell of an agent, and an even better friend. May I sit down?" "Of course," said Chris. Keller and I pulled a couple of chairs up to Chris's bed and sat down to talk. "I want to personally thank you for what you did, putting your life in danger to help Blake and Jamie. You're a hero." Chris didn't know what to say and just shrugged. "I'd do it all over again if I had to." Keller looked at Reed and nodded. "I believe you." He turned to me to continue the conversation. "Actually, that's partly why we're here, Chris. I told you that I got a job as a senior advisor to the president on matters of domestic counterterrorism." I paused for a moment. That's not the whole truth. Reed looked confused. What's the whole truth? Chris, I've agreed to also serve the President as an interdepartmental floater. I'd be on loan to the FBI, CIA, and any other government agency as needed on a provisional basis for special projects in the field. He shook his head. Why, Blake? I thought about his question, finally embracing the truth about myself. Because that's where I belong, Chris. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to join me. Reed looked at Keller, then back to me. Chris, you know firsthand the red tape that all of these agencies have created. They operate in silos. Yes, each agency has its own purpose, but you know as well as I do that those checks and balances get in the way. Red tape keeping good people from doing good work. I turned to Keller, who nodded as I continued. You saw what happened last week with the terror plot. Bill Landry should have provided us with more support. If he had, we may have been having this conversation in the White House Situation Room. Not in this hospital, Keller added for emphasis. Think about it, and let Blake know your decision. Keller and I stood as the President shook hands with Chris. Get better, son. I walked Keller to the door and reached for the handle. I don't need to think about it, we heard Chris say from behind us. Keller and I turned around. I accept. Keller looked at me, then back at Chris. Glad to have you on board, son. Blake will fill you in on the details. Yes, Mr. President, said Chris, as I opened the door and Keller stepped outside. I ended up staying with Chris for another hour or so before catching a cab back to Blair House, where Jamie and I had been staying after Keller moved into the White House. I ordered dinner and afterwards spent the rest of the night thinking, trying to process everything that had happened over the last several days. I thought about how just a few months ago I had been fired from DDC and was sitting at home trying to figure out what was next for me. I thought about Jamie and the life we had together back in Chicago. I thought a lot about my father, how he had asked me to protect Keller before he died, how proud he was of me when I saved Keller last year. And I thought about destiny, how it's not just a matter of chance, but rather a matter of choice. How the most important day in your life is the day you realize why you're alive. And I realized that one often meets his destiny on the road he takes while trying to avoid it. I didn't know what to expect in the days and weeks to come, but I would embrace whatever came my way with clear eyes and a full heart. I knew why I was alive, and I was ready to do what I was created to do. We hope you've enjoyed Book 2 in the Blake Jordan series. Keep listening for a preview of Book 3. In Plain Sight, Book 3 of the Blake Jordan series. 1. Sean Beckman lifted his empty beer bottle and nodded at the woman standing behind the bar. We'll take 2 more, he said, in response to her last call warning. AJ shook his head and looked at his friend. I think I've had enough. I need to get up early tomorrow. Come on, man, it's your last night in Washington. Live a little, Sean argued, and smiled at the bartender standing impatiently with her arms crossed and head tilted. 2 more, he repeated. The woman smiled and grabbed the empty bottles. After stepping away for a brief moment, she reappeared with 2 ice-cold beers and placed one in front of Sean before turning to look at AJ. This one's on me, she said, as she set his down in front of him. Sounds like congratulations are in order. AJ nodded, realizing how loud his friend had been all night. I'm starting a new job in Fort Meade on Monday, he explained, as another man stepped up to the bar, waiting for the bartender to notice him. Fort Meade, huh? She said. I think I know what that means. You're one of those guys, aren't you? Yeah, replied AJ, staring at his beer and nervously turning the bottle to look at the label while hoping the blonde wouldn't ask any more questions about his new job. He might have said too much already. "I'll miss seeing you around. Your friend here? Not so much," she said, looking over to Sean, who laughed and told her she didn't have to worry about that. He'd be back tomorrow. She rolled her eyes. "Come back and see me sometime," the woman said, turning to AJ. "Maybe I'll give you another on the house." "I'll do that," replied AJ, as the bartender smiled again and shot him a playful wink before shifting her attention to the man standing a few steps away, wanting to order another beer before the bar closed. Sean reached over and slapped AJ's back. "I think she likes you, man. Did you see how she looked at you?" he joked, and tried to contain a laugh while slapping AJ's back again. "You should have asked for her number." "Wait, you don't have to anymore. Quick, take a picture of her. Run it through your database." AJ laughed and took another drink. The two men turned to the door as a large group of friends left the Bleeding Heart Tavern and stepped outside, causing a cold gust of wind to enter the room. AJ could see a fresh dusting of snow covering everything out on the street, casting a dark gray filter over the outside world. When the door closed, AJ stared at his beer again and continued to turn the bottle slowly. "The movers are coming tomorrow. Everything's boxed up and ready to go," he said. "Lisa said she might stop by too." Sean turned to AJ. "Lisa? Why?" AJ shrugged. "You just need to forget about her, man." "Trying to. That's why I took the Maryland job. Maybe she needs closure, you know? I sure could use some." AJ looked around the smoky room and watched as the bartender started wiping down the bar. "I hope I'm making the right decision leaving D.C. Things were going great at the DOD. I have a lot of friends here." "You'll make new friends, AJ. It's a good opportunity. The NSA's bringing all security work back in-house, with Keller putting a stop to using contractors. That means more money for people like you and me." AJ turned to his friend. "It's not about the money, Sean. It's about trying to forget about Lisa," he said. "That's really why I'm doing this. I just can't work with someone who doesn't want to be with me anymore. Seeing her at work every day is torture," he added, and stared at his beer again. "You think she'll ever come around?" When Sean didn't respond immediately, AJ put a hand on his friend's back. "Hey, you okay?" "Not feeling so good," replied Sean as he put a hand on his stomach. "I'm ready to get out of here." "Okay, give me a minute," said AJ. "I'll be right back." AJ stood from the bar stool and walked down the long, dimly lit hallway and entered the men's room. Once inside, AJ stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror, wondering what he was doing. He had worked through one of the longest days of his life and was completely drained. His boss had made sure that everything he had worked on over the last year was documented and his coworkers fully trained to take over his work. It took 3 system analysts to take on his entire workload. That made AJ smile. "They'll miss me when I'm gone," he thought to himself. The muffled music outside the washroom was lowered and replaced by laughter and loud, echoing voices. It wasn't until someone pushed the door open and stepped inside that AJ became fully present again. He splashed water on his face and used his fingers as a comb, running them through his long, dark hair. AJ took another glance at his reflection before he reached for the door and walked back toward his friend. "Thought maybe you fell in," Sean said with a smirk as AJ approached the bar and noticed that his friend was slurring his words. "Let me ask you something," Sean continued. "Don't you think it's strange that your new boss was all over you today, checking on your access?" He swallowed the last of his beer. "We've worked together for a long time. I've never seen anyone provisioned access before their first day of work." AJ thought for a second. "Not really. Maybe he just wants to make sure I'm ready to go on Monday." Sean stood from the bar stool and started to fall over. AJ grabbed his friend and helped keep him steady. "Looks like I'll have to drive you home," he said, as the lights flickered twice and the music turned off. Sean shook his head. "I walked here. The apartment's only a few blocks away," he said, putting on his coat. "Good. I'll walk with you," said A.J., as the two men followed another large group out the door. Once outside, A.J. looked down both sides of the street. He noticed a police car parked a block west of the bar. Sean turned and started walking east on H Street. A.J. followed. When Sean turned the corner at 7th and headed south, A.J. looked over his shoulder and saw the police car make a U-turn and disappear. "Think I'm gonna be sick, man," Sean said as they approached G Street, and A.J. watched as Sean knelt and vomited into some nearby bushes. A.J. blew hot air into his hands, trying to stay warm. "I appreciate that. Hell of a way to send me off," said A.J., as he looked north on 7th toward H Street, where most of the traffic was. Without the headlights from the cars driving on the main road, A.J. relied on the orange glow of a few streetlights to guide them toward Sean's apartment. Sean stood and leaned against a fence in front of one of the homes on 7th. As A.J. waited for his friend, he felt the hair on his neck stand on end. He looked down both ends of the street, feeling like someone, somewhere, was watching him. "Nobody's out here," A.J. thought to himself as Sean started walking again. When they crossed G Street and passed an elementary school, A.J. heard what sounded like a car door being shut somewhere close by. "Hold up," said A.J. as he looked around. He didn't see anyone there. When they reached the end of the block, A.J. stopped and held his arm out in front of Sean to keep him from crossing the street and pointed in front of them. Crouched on the sidewalk, half a block away, was a man dressed in black, wearing a ski mask. A.J. and Sean stood still, overcome with fear, and watched the man closely. Then A.J. noticed something metal shimmering in his hand. "He has a knife," he whispered. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Credible Threat, Book 2 in the Blake Jordan series, written by Ken Fite, read for you by John Perhala. Copyright 2016 by Ken Fite. Production copyright by Ken Fite. All rights reserved.